Professor, how are you?
I'm great, Maura. It's good to speak with you again.
Pleasure's mine. So we spoke for a few seconds before we started, and you told me something that I would love you to expand on. You said, Mario, everything is pointing in the direction of a potential ground invasion. And you're not the only person saying this. There's a lot of others that disagree with me, that do believe a ground, even Iranians, especially Iranians. I was speaking to an Iranian professor yesterday, and he said, Mario, in Iran, in our mind, the war is not over. Can you tell me more on how you came to that conclusion?
Yeah, so when we last spoke, you'll remember that was about a month ago. I explained that I've been modeling the bombing of Iran for 21 years. And what you see in the modeling is going through a series of stages of escalation. And I published those stages before the first bomb fell on my Substack, the escalation trap. And we're going through. We've gone through stage one. We've bombed the leader. We tried regime change bombing. That did not work. It only stiffened the regime. We've created a more dangerous regime and a more powerful regime, because stage two is they lash back with horizontal escalation with a drone attack against Dubai, and other GCC countries, but also taking essentially a selective control of the Strait of Hormuz, which would give it power. And that would then lead to the movement for stage three, which would be a ground operation, said to be limited at first, but a ground operation. And I even said this would mean Marines would start to move and so forth. Well, all of that has happened. Literally, as the people can go to the Substack and they can read it, and you would see that this is 3 days before the bombs fall. All three of those stages are happening. Well, now we're deep into the escalation trap. And what's making it a trap is that President Trump is looking for a victory. And it's got to be now a better victory than just the declaring victory. He's tried declaring victory. It's just not working, because it's quite evident that what's happened in the course of the 6, now going on 7 weeks of war, is Iran is poised. It's on the path to become the 4th center of world power. I published a big piece on this in the New York Times. Now, it's not to say it's the 4th center of world power now, but a year from now, a year and a half from now, this is the reality that is staring the Trump administration right in the face. And what do I mean by the 4th center of world power? Well, controlling the Strait of Hormuz, 20% of the world's oil, possibly expanding that to controlling the choke point in the Red Sea. What I mean by that is not just having enrichment of uranium, but actually working nuclear weapons. If you were to do any intelligence assessment worth its salt now, would say a year from now, if the war were completely to stop, the odds of Iran having a working nuclear weapon would be well over 90%, probably a dozen nuclear weapons a year from now. So this is not like 10 years into the future or something. Literally, if they had to start enriching uranium from scratch, they would be able to achieve those goals. So the bottom line here is that's the future that has been created by this war, which is, of course, very propitious for Iran. But so how do you stop it? Well, you can beg Iran to just surrender, say they've lost. Well, that's not working. That's the sucker move. And Iran's not looking like they're about to take the sucker move. And so there's only one option, which is you keep on the escalation track. Now, that escalation track, we've done air power. Now we've done naval power, so it's like a double blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. But what you're seeing here is at the root of it, and you heard this with J.D. Vance, as soon as he came out of the talks for 3 minutes, all he talked about was the enriched uranium. You either give it to us or we escalate. And then you saw Pete Hegseth this morning, just literally an hour and a half before we got on. You give it to us or we escalate. Well, what that means to escalate is not more bombing. If that could do it, they would have already done it. Not more naval power. If that could do it, they would have already done it. There's only one path this is leading to, Mario, here, unless the Trump administration allows Iran to become the fourth center of world power. And that's going to be a very, very dangerous thing. Your government, the UAE, will be toppled likely within 4 or 5 years. That's the big threat here. This is not going to be a stable situation because of the position of your government vis-a-vis Iran. Same with the Saudi government. MBS is not looking at this like stability here. MBS is already looking to Pakistan for somebody else to sort of be, a security guarantor. I don't know if Pakistan will play that role or not. They've promised they would on paper so far.
Mm-hmm.
But bottom line is, Mario, this is heading to the fork in the road. And it's a sharper fork in the road than we talked about a month ago, because Iran now has not just maybe control the Strait of Hormuz, it's control the Strait of Hormuz. It's feeling the oats of its power. It's using that power. And you're seeing that this fork is well understood by the Trump administration, J.D. Vance, Pete Hegseth, General Kane, and I suspect by the governments here in the Persian Gulf. They're getting that this is a fork in the road. They don't want to go down the road of the ground war. They would love for Iran to take the sucker deal. But the problem is that why would anybody in Iran, even the pro-democracy movement, take the sucker deal? This idea that you give us all the uranium and we're going to just turn over this lap of riches to Iran. Well, that's what we said to Gaddafi. That's what we said to Ukraine. And look at the situation they're in. This is not a situation where you look at history and America constantly make these wild promises that all will be greener if you just succumb to our will. And we just then walk away and say, well, tough, we don't have any power to enforce it. So that's what I meant by things are about to get a lot rougher here. And I wish that was not true. I tried very hard, as you'll recall, in our last conversation. I came up with off ramps. I was saying, I'll do this, do that. You and I had a very extensive conversation about avoiding this essentially fork in the road. Well, they didn't do it. So now you can't keep going back in time. The world is changing. It's changing to Iran's advantage. And this is the fork in the road.
I'm taking so many notes and adding questions.
Yeah.
So let me start with the fork in the road. We talked about off-ramps in our last discussion. What makes you believe, and you've kind of given a few reasons, but isn't there a possibility as well that Trump is off-ramping right now? He's already off-ramp because he's saying that the war is over. He lied. Obviously, every leader lies. He lied about the last negotiations when the decision to bomb Iran has already been made. But maybe he's saying the truth. Maybe Iran exceeded expectations, their military capabilities. He saw the economic impact that had, and maybe he has already decided to off-ramp.
There's clear way to sort noise from signal here, Mario, which is the movement of troops and the movement of forces. So what you are seeing is a steady progression of American force, one unit or other, moving toward Iran. You're seeing no force moving away from Iran. So if you really wanted to persuade Iran that you were going to make some concessions here, one thing that would be a true down payment would be behavior. That's not what's happening. The behavior here is going the other direction, which is this is further, and that's why I'm not surprised if there are contacts in Iran. I see this on X as well here. If there are contacts, I'm not surprised they think the ground war is coming. They don't know if it's coming, in 2 weeks or 2 months. But the idea that you're moving all this force continuously toward Iran, and then you're just going to somehow, surrender to Iran, this just doesn't seem plausible here. Now, of course, there's some tiny chance that Trump, and it's called tacoing out, chicken out, he could chicken out. There's some chance of that, right? But the problem here is he's getting deeper into the trap where in order for him to back away, it became a a major strategic disaster the last time we spoke, and that's when I said he could just declare victory now, walk away, and this would be, but now it's not just a strategic disaster as bad as it was a month ago, it's a colossal strategic defeat, because now on top of the failure to topple the regime, it gets stiffened, and you have the lashing back against the GCC with drones and missiles. Now on top of that, it's clear to the world that if America walks away, does Cuba, goes to protect Taiwan, Iran becomes the fourth center of world power, and not within a day, but within months, and we can see it happening. And the governments are no doubt leaking to the, or not no doubt, but no surprise, leaking to the press, the UAE, the Saudi government. You can't do this, America. And that's because of all the consequences. So that's really the big difference, is that there were off ramps. Now, would you say, is there still even a glimmer of a hope of an off ramp? Well, one is still, but it's becoming fainter and fainter every day, which is that America promises to not just promise, but does an enforceable military containment of Israel. Literally, militarily contains Israel. Now, in order to militarily contain Israel in a credible way, an enforceable way, you're going to have to do some behavior. Paper promises would not be enough. Number one, Israel would have to join the NPT and allow an on-site inspection at Dimona. You would have to actually show it's not just going to join the NPT, it's going to actually make a concession here for real, which is if Iran has to have on-site inspections, Israel has to have it. And in order to make that believable, those on-site inspections now have to actually happen. It's not enough to just promise that. And then secondarily, if Israel bombs Iran in the future then there needs to be a cutoff, 100% cutoff of aid to Israel. And that's military and economic. And you're going to see that the Democrats are already going to be pushing this no matter what. I mean, so this issue is already coming hard and fast here. I'm just not sure even those, I've been offering, since the time we spoke, Mario, that's what I've been explaining on the media to kind of go to the military containment of Israel. They have not done that. They've gone the escalation track. And this is, I think, making all of these off-ramps fainter and fainter as off-ramps, because the problem is they're just not credible. Why is Iran seriously going to take these deals here? And if any leader does, why aren't they just going to get toppled in favor of a harder line leader here? This is just, we're moving to that. We're in reality, not in the fantasy of going back to Feb 27. That's just not happening.
What do you think is the main sticking point that they currently have between Iran and the US? So there's the nuclear program. Iran, there's already them trying to meet halfway. The US asking for 20-year pause on their nuclear enrichment. Iran's offering 5 years. So it's going back to the Oman type discussion. The Strait of Hormuz, whether Iran controls it and puts a toll booth on there for temporarily to make up for the reparations, one scenario could be Trump calls it a win. He already is calling it a win. He makes the impossible sound believable to the American voter.
He's papering over, Mario, when he's saying it's already a win. He's doing that simultaneously with escalating the quantity of troops and the actual military pressure.
Couldn't that be a pressure, Professor? Couldn't he be pressuring during the negotiations? He wants Iranians to believe that the invasion is still on the table, so they concede more. Isn't that just a negotiating tactic?
This is standard.
Sorry, go ahead. I was going to say, I said the same thing before the war started. I'm like, this is all the military buildup back in January, December, January, February is a way to pressure Iran, and then the war happened. So I could be wrong again.
Right.
But
the difference here between us, Mario, so I've been studying military blockades, oil sanctions for 30 years. And even if there is, let me just give you the weight of history that President Trump is up against. You don't see military blockades causing countries to abandon their core security assets. This is just not a pattern in history. And let me give you the key case, which is Iraq in the 1990s. So in the 1990s, we slapped oil sanctions on Iraq, effectively a military blockade. We also went after all the routes to try to get it out through illegal means, and we cut off 95+% of Iraq's oil for 13 years. That cut down Iraq's GDP by 48% every year for 13 years. Now, Iran depends its GDP about 20% on that oil. But I'm just pointing out that we've done this over oil in the Middle East just recently. And what did we want from Saddam Hussein? We wanted all the way through here. This was about weapons of mass destruction, proving to us he was not building a nuclear weapon. And what you saw happen is we couldn't be persuaded, because no matter what he did, it wasn't good enough, because we needed to search the entire country before we would be really, we would be convinced that was not true. The same is happening here in Iran. Now, what you say the sticking point is, so this isn't just me talking now. If listeners will go to my Substack and my March 8th video, the very first live briefing I have, which is still on the Substack, this is a half-hour long briefing. They will see I explain that this whole thing at root is about that enriched uranium. And it's not about enriching uranium, that 5 or 20-year thing that is now being discussed in the media. It's literally about removing the 60%, the 5 and 20%. So they can't even agree on the easy part of the uranium issue. The hard part here is I just don't think you're going to see Iran letting that material go, because I do think Iran is heading toward building a nuclear weapon. Iran says they're not going to build a nuclear weapon. The problem is that we have persuaded them in every way possible, Mario, that the only way we're going to stop bombing them, we're going to stop finding reasons to bomb them, is if they threaten with nuclear weapons, nuclear deterrence. That's what North Korea got. North Korea has nuclear deterrence, over 60 working nuclear weapons. And notice, we've suddenly discovered we don't need to threaten to bomb Pyongyang. Well, this is the fundamental problem. These other tools do not work. The history is horrible. And yes, people who don't know the depth of that history can keep holding out hope beyond hope that there's off-ramps will come. But as I say in my work on economic sanctions, American sanctions, oil sanctions, is the American way of war. It is not the peace path. And this is why I've said in my published work on economic sanctions before this, it demonstrates a path to war, because you're trying to persuade people it's a last resort. You've tried everything. You were Mr. Nice Guy and they were the bad guys. And that's very useful for domestic political consumption. That's what Trump is doing. He's literally following the path that we have seen over and over and over again of what I call the American way of war, which is you do diplomacy, you do economic sanctions, and then you suddenly say, oh, we've tried all that, not good enough, we'll have to go forward. George W. Bush in Iraq. I mean, you see this, we have numerous cases of this.
But haven't we learned anything from Iraq? It's all about incentives. So whenever in business, you always look at, Charlie Munger says, show me the incentives that can show you what someone does. If you look at the incentives of what we're seeing right now, both sides have an incentive. The American side more than the Iranian side have an incentive not to continue the war. It's been politically toxic for Trump. It's been militarily disastrous for the country. In 1 month, the U.S. has used about a quarter to a third of their Tomahawk missiles, X% of their air defense missile munitions. They've faced significant damages as well to their radar systems. The Gulf countries, which are allies to the U.S. and core to the American petrodollar, they've faced, an unimaginable amount of damage to their image, to their economy, to their infrastructure, and that's within a month. And Iran still has the capability to keep causing that damage. The global economy cannot sustain this for much longer. It's very different to Iraq. Iraq didn't have the chance to close the Strait of Hormuz, neither did Afghanistan. And also, where the mindset right now in the U.S. is very different to that of Afghanistan and Iraq. People have, they know about the military-industrial complex. They're very skeptical of the lobbies, the pro-Israeli lobbies, and they're skeptical of forever wars. And also, Trump ran on forever wars. So there's just so many factors that make it so difficult.
Let me that's excellent,
please.
Mario, because many of your listeners will be thinking along those lines. So let's focus on what you're asking, which is, what is President Trump's incentive structure? What is the structure of his utility function? Is the number one goal for President Trump to help the world, or even to help America? The number one goal for President Trump is his own political power, his domestic political power. And what is at stake now is, you're right, that there is the risk he will lose power if he goes forward. But if he accepts a colossal strategic defeat and embraces that colossal strategic defeat here, and I'm explaining that's what is on issue here, then he is already lost not just the Democrats, but almost all of the independents who voted for him. He's already lost about 20% of the Republicans who won't vote Democrat, but will stay home. And he's at risk of losing even more. So what that means is that if he embraces that colossal strategic defeat, which this has now become, and it was not a month ago, but if he embraces that, then he's going to not just lose the House, there's an extremely good chance loses the Senate. And even more than that, who would ever want to be associated with him if in running for 2028? There's a very interesting clip that your folks might want to find and put on, which is J.D. Vance gave a talk yesterday to young people. And what he told this is J.D. Vance, who hopes to win in 2028, is he said, I understand you're a little disappointed right now, okay, but stay in there and keep supporting us. And what he means is me, so we can take the country back. Just think about that for a moment. He's arguing to take the country back. Who's it going to be taken back from? It's at this point, it's only President Trump. So already you're seeing that, and I'm not saying Vance intended this to be a gap between him and Trump. He probably didn't really realize what he was quite saying here because he's trying everything possible to minimize the gap like Kamala Harris did with Biden. But the bottom line here is that you're going to see that if he embraces colossal defeat, it's not just a loss in the midterms. It's not just impeachment. It's going to be and if you lose both the House and the Senate, now you're going to have impeachment proceedings against Pete Hegseth, the entire cabinet. And Pete Hegseth just barely got through the Senate as it was. I'm not going to be at all surprised that Hegseth is not just impeached, but actually removed from office. This is going to be the worst, go from a strategic defeat to domestic political defeat that we have had at least since the Vietnam War. This is that bad of a set of outcomes that President Trump is navigating. That's his incentive structure.
But what's a better alternative, Professor? Number one is dig deeper into what's causing that defeat. A more prolonged war, more casualties, more expenses, higher gas prices. So that a continuation of the war will just make exactly what you've said even worse. Or the alternative, let the economy recover, let the world recover, let the people forget about Iran, pretend it's a win. He said yesterday it's a new, better regime. It's a more radical regime. It's the same people. So he could twist the war into a win and let people forget and move on to Cuba. Go get a win in Cuba.
So Mario, I study decision-making of actual states in these situations. President Trump is very much like in the position of Japan in 1941, and we have all the records for this. I'm not just talking in generalities, and I hope your listeners, because they're very smart listeners you have, will appreciate what I'm about to tell them, because they can go look all this up, okay? Which is what happened in the case of, why did Japan do Pearl Harbor? Why did they do that? They were opposed to doing Pearl Harbor in early 41. They only came to do Pearl Harbor after the U.S. oil sanctions, because the oil sanctions for that conflict meant that their regime would die in 2 years. Literally, the regime would fall in 2 years. That's similar to President Trump's problem right now. His regime survival is on the line. And I don't mean the American democratic system. I mean, literally, his power is on the line. So what Japan did is they took a risky bet, and they knew they were taking a risky bet. They were not fooled about this. Yamamoto, the admiral who led the attack, said, I'm going to do this. I understand that the odds are 80% likely America is going to come and conquer us, but this is the only 20% chance we have to survive. That's what you're seeing with President Trump. He's taking very small risks. He's trying to figure out, he's between the rock and the hard place, where if he embraces strategic defeat, that domestic political price now is virtually, I'll say, 100% certain. The other pathway, there's still that 20, and even Pape would say
how is that 20% going to look like? Because there is no strategic win he could achieve that would make up for the high gas prices, because Iran is not seen as a threat. This is a very unpopular war compared to all other wars before. I don't know how many decades you have to go back to find something similar. So I just feel like the likelihood of people forgetting, like they forgot Epstein, like they forgot he lost the tariff war with China. No one knows about this in the US.
If I were him, I would go with the other bet. I'm not trying to defend Trump's decision. I'm trying to explain Trump's decision. Mario, you are going through the conversation I have with my graduate students every time we study Japan's surrender or decision for Pearl Harbor. And we just literally did this a couple days ago in class. And we do it a lot, because this is the advanced study of, we really got to get into for real states decision making. And so we do a 3-hour class on Japan, because it's a paradoxical case. And most of the students, even those ones from Asia, I mean, they come out of it and they say, I wouldn't have done Pearl Harbor anyway. But they now appreciate the pressure that the government was under and why they did it. They don't agree with it, Mario. But I'm not here to get you to accept that this is the rational move. I'm trying to explain to you that when we get in these escalation traps, and we're in a real one now, this was an emerging trap 4 weeks ago, but this is right at the heart of it. This is what's facing President Trump right in the face. And if he embraces that defeat, if he says, fine, I'm going to trade with Iran in these future negotiations, Iran, as long as you open the Strait of Hormuz and go back to international traffic, you can keep your enriched uranium. Think about that deal. That seems pretty good to me. Okay, I don't like that deal, but I think that would be a pretty good deal. That's not good enough for him right now, because the problem is Iran really could, a year from now, explode a nuclear weapon, embarrass him like crazy, and make it appear and make him become the absolute worst president since Jimmy Carter. That's the problem.
I'll give you another scenario, and I'm going to ask you more questions about Japan as well in a bit, because I'm very curious on that comparison. Before asking about Japan, what if China comes in, because there's other factors as well. What if China comes in and says, Iran, we're going to give you a great economic deal for you to give up your enriched uranium, because obviously China wants peace in the region. Other countries may chip in as well, but let's say other parties, especially China, give an economic incentive for Iran to drop their nuclear program. Iran gives Trump a political win by giving up its enriched uranium and delaying its nuclear program for more than 5 years. I was talking to someone who's partially involved behind the scenes, and they said there's a loophole to be able to stop enriched uranium for a period of time, because they're building a new power plant that will take a long time, a new nuclear facility that takes many years to be set up, something along those lines. I wish I noted it down, but there's a loophole that would allow Iran to give Trump more than 5 years, maybe 10 if not longer, as that facility is being developed. So Iran gives him a political win, China gives Iran economic incentives, and then also the US gives economic incentives to Iran by lifting partial sanctions. I think some sanctions, the primary sanctions, can be lifted, the ones that apply to American companies, through an executive order. So putting all these together, Trump can then go back to the voter and says, hey, we got rid of the enriched uranium. We did more than JCPOA, because that's important for him, more than JCPOA. And then he can get a win with Lebanon and Israel, potentially. He's trying to get them both on a call, as per the report today. So he can paint that into a win for the region.
So Mario,
and Iran gets a win.
So I really appreciate this scenario, Mario, because again, What you're doing is coming up with the smart person's scenario here. So we're going to graduate school, not undergrad, okay? The words for your audience to Google are credibility of commitment. And they will find there is an entire literature that explains when a strong state like China makes a promise for a small state like Iran, which would still be the case, even if Iran is getting more powerful, China's the more powerful one. That problem here is, why would China follow through with its promise? It's called the credibility of commitment problem. The only solution to this, and I'm going to go to now graduate school, advanced graduate school, how do you solve that problem? Is China has to deploy something like 100,000 troops to Iran, so that if it will absolutely persuade Iran that it will get all the AI, it will really become that fourth center of world power. You see, so you can have all these promises on paper, but how are you going to persuade this is really going to happen? And by the way, that's what China's doing in Pakistan and Baluchistan right now, and that's why they're getting along better and better and better and better. Is because China's actually got contractors there in large number. You may not know that, but that's so China definitely understands the credibility of commitment problem. They've gone to graduate school. And so what you are seeing here is that now what that would mean is then that would be if Israel or the United States bombs these targets, you would spread those Chinese troops in the most likely places that Iran, the U.S. and Israel would bomb in the future. So they have to kill, not just like threaten oil, literally kill Chinese. Now you do that, and suddenly what you're going to have is the guarantee that Iran becomes the fourth center of world power. You see, that is a great deal for Iran. And I'm saying Iran should do that. That would make perfect sense. But they need to solve the credibility of commitment problem. They have to find a way that it's credible that China will follow through with all these sweetheart promises and everything down the road. And the way you do that is with military troops on the territory, or large numbers. You can make them 100,000 contractors even. It wouldn't really matter. It's really about this huge deployment. And what that would do is it would really, and you'd send them to AI. You would take them from Alibaba. You would take them from Hangzhou, Shenzhen. You would take them from the different universities. I visited this in June. So they're like, literally, we know what you would move here. If you want to make this credible, you can do it. And what that's going to do is it's going to totally sink the Trump administration and cause regime change in the United States. That China would be up for that. China would be glad to get rid of Donald Trump.
Now that would be politically embarrassing.
Well, now you see the real issue. These are the tensions, Mario.
Yeah, you mentioned Pakistan. So, what is the strategy that China did in Pakistan that we could use as an example?
Google, all your listeners, go Google. You will see that there are better and better relations between Pakistan and China in the last 10 years. How is that? Like, why isn't it like 10 years before that? Or why not 10 years from now? Is this just randomness in the world? No, it's because they have a common foe in India. But how do you actually solve this credible commitment problem, Mario? What do you do about this? You see what I mean? And what's happening is your listeners can just go and Google and they will see that magically in the last 10 years, there's all these Chinese civilian contractors there. And Pakistan is actually having to defend them. I study terrorism around the world. We have at my center, we track it. And one of the places it's growing is in Pakistan, and it's in Baluchistan, and it's because of the growth of the Chinese contractors. So what you are seeing is Pakistan is actually having to help defend and secure those Chinese contractors. So the bonds, the security bonds, I'm trying to say, between Pakistan and China are going beyond what's on paper, Mario. It's behavior, it's reality, it's literally down. It's like when you negotiate to buy a piece of property. I can offer you $10 million for a piece of property, but you're going to take it more seriously if I have a down payment in escrow of, let's say, $500,000 I'm putting in escrow. If I don't have any escrow here, why are you taking this deal? Why are you closing off better options of other people? You're probably not. This is the way business works. Business understands credible commitment. They just may not call it with the political science term, but it's the same thing in business.
By the way, Trump just announced a 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon that just happened while you were speaking. It was expected, but now it's official that there's a ceasefire. It's only a 10-day ceasefire as part of the negotiations with Iran.
Let's hope it works. But what your listeners need to know about that is Israel is negotiating with the Sunni and the Maronite Christian representatives in the Lebanese government. The way the details of the Lebanese government work, it's kind of a tripartite part. The Shia representative is specifically rejecting this whole thing. So if you go to my X account, I put a map up so people could understand this. I use maps, Mario, so people can see the map of the large Shia community in Lebanon, the large Sunni, the large Maronite Christian community. And so you can see that there's a reason why you've had civil war in Lebanon for decades and decades. It's because these three, yep, that's the one. That's the one. And what you see is, once you see that, this is when I teach, because a lot of people are coming into my classes, Mario, asking the same questions. As soon as I show them some maps, some realities, they, oh, I understand the tension. So what you're seeing is Israel has, by the way, in the 1980s, they got the Southern Lebanese Army, which was another Christian group, to work with them against the Shia in the 1980s. So what you are probably seeing here is a similar alliance, which is Israel with the Christians, maybe also with the Sunnis, it's not quite clear, against not just Hezbollah, the Shia. Do not be surprised. If you show that map up again, can you just raise it up for your audience one more time? I'll just make a specific point here.
I'll show it on the screen. I'll have the producer and I'll put it up.
Yeah. And to look at the red pool of Shia in the south underneath Beirut, that's the pool that will likely be cleansed. That's the pool you can actually literally identify before ethnic cleansing happens, Mario, the most likely spots. Now, it's not a crystal ball. It's a risk assessment. So I can't say it's 100% likely. But what I can say is, when I'm seeing those negotiations, if I'm a Shia living, and there are hundreds of thousands of Shia living in southern Lebanon, if I'm a Shia living in southern Lebanon, I'm thinking I'm shaking in my boots, because I'm not thinking the Christians are going to bail me out once the cleansing operations happen by the Israeli army. I'm not thinking the Sunnis are going to bail me out. Yeah, that big Shia pool right down there under that has always been the issue here, going back to the 1980s. And what I'm trying to say is, this is more understandable, Mario, to audiences than they realize, because they're only seeing rhetoric. They're seeing increasingly our media is only a mile wide and an inch deep, and all they're doing is throwing darts at Trump or defending Trump. They're not really getting into like the logics and the frameworks. That's what I'm doing on the escalation trap. I'm trying to basically explain to the world why this is happening. And it's really, it doesn't produce a crystal ball. I want to keep emphasizing that, but it makes it a lot more understandable. And also, if you're going to have off ramps, these are the things you got to take seriously. Who's protecting the Shia in Lebanon right now? In that negotiation, who's going to stop the ethnic cleansing of the Shia? The Maronite Christians? The Sunnis? The Israelis are suddenly going to say, oh, we decided not to annex southern Lebanon. I mean, who's defending the Shia so they don't get cleansed? That's the big question right now in Lebanon.
Can we go to Japan? You've made comparisons to what happened in Pearl Harbor. Can you please explain that a bit more? What was the mindset back in the 1940s in Japan?
Yeah. So the reason this case is so important, Mario, is because, yes, there's lots of decisions in wars that we have fought by the different actors, but the Japan decision to attack the United States in Pearl Harbor to this day is viewed as the most puzzling of all the puzzling decisions, even more puzzling than Germany starting World War I. And why is that? It's because the United States was a Godzilla and Japan was a rising power, but Japan was clearly much weaker than the United States. And so what happened in this case, and by the way, you'll see the comparison here that where what happened is the United States slapped oil sanctions on Japan, which was going to crush its economy for sure, because it's an island. There's no land pathways at all. And that was going to bring down the Tojo government for sure. They had very clear understanding of why that was going to happen. And that was their calculation. That was 100% likely. And they had 2 years, not 2 months, not 20 years. They had precise calculations of what they were expecting. And so their decision was that under those circumstances, they would take an enormous risk, which is the only way that they were going to be able to survive was if they could knock out enough military capability of the United States, all the battleships, that's what was at Pearl Harbor. If they could knock out the battleships, maybe, and this was a maybe, the United States would decide not to come and crush Japan. They would decide they had to go and deal with Germany. And so they were hoping that what would happen is that the United States would realize they would have to spend years, and it took 4 years to conquer those islands in Japan. So that it really did take a while, but we were rich enough and big enough that we were able to fight both with Germany and Japan. And what they were hoping is that that would brush them back. Were they confident? Did they think it was 50% likely that would happen? No. They're weighing two horrible choices: 100% death of their regime in 2 years versus a 20 to 30% chance of survival. Not 100% chance.
So the first option, the blockade, who was going to cause that blockade? How were they so certain there would be a blockade?
It was already happening. It's the American blockade. We were blockading the oil 100%. It was already happening. And so that
100% of the oil was blockaded out of Japan.
No, into Japan. It was going into Japan.
out of coming into Japan. I mean, out of.
That's right. That's right. That's what it wasn't just a threat of sanctions here. It was actually effective. The oil. So when we talk about oil sanctions, Mario, some people think that is a threat to reduce trade into a country. No, sanctions are usually the reality of reducing trade into a country. And in this case, Japan was just hyper vulnerable because they're an island and they had no oil. And the oil was absolutely critical to the production of the military power, which is how they were suppressing their population. So if you take that away, then all of a sudden you're not able to do that. So you're in a situation where now they knew they had 2 years. So this was not going to happen in the next day. So people sometimes don't understand that we can actually get inside these decisions, and governments are making very specific analyses with timelines and so forth. They just don't know about it because it's in big fat books, which are available for purchase. But this is what we do when we actually study this. We're at the University of Chicago and Harvard and Stanford. We're actually studying the reality of the situation.
Another difference I want to ask you about is back then in 1941, Japan was a monarchy, not a democracy. So the emperor, whoever was at the time, Hirohito, he's going to be the emperor for many years to come, for an entire lifetime. In the US, Trump only has 2 years left, so he's not like defending a regime. Some people argue that he doesn't even care about the midterms. He might not even care. So the regime or the government that now in the US is very different to the government back then in Japan.
So this is again, Mario, the smart question back at me, and I want to just say to the listeners here that what's really valuable about what Mario's doing, and I've been on like 100 podcasts here, not all of them anywhere near this smart, I just have to tell you. But what you're doing is you're seeing the smart question. Here's the issue that is left out in that calculation, which is sometimes also called the rational choice theory here, which is that the utility function stops before legacy. So the way it goes for political leaders like presidents is typically before office, they like wealth. Not all of them, but a lot of them like wealth. Then they want power. But then once they're in the presidency, notice they don't want to be, they don't like this idea of lame duck. And why is that? Because after all, they've already been president. They're going to make even more money when they leave. What's going on here, Mario? And I've advised for West Wings from 2001 to 24. What's going on is the concept of legacy. And you hear this in President Trump's voice all the time. When President Trump thinks about his utility functions, what is it? Even when he was had the assassination attempt, notice he said, "I'm now in the top 4 of all. I'm in the top 10% of all presidents because I was important enough." And what does he say about what is the Mount Rushmore thing about?
Rushmore,
it's about legacy, Mario, and it's about wanting to extend the legacy of what he's done. And by the way, you can go back to the theorists of power. Your listeners may know the name Thomas Hobbes, wrote the Leviathan 500 years ago. He lays this out. He explains why the monarchs and why the leaders, what their real utility function is. And the truth is, it's pretty similar for monarchs and democratic leaders. They care about their legacy. Obamacare. Why is President Obama fighting to keep Obamacare going? What's going on there? All right. He's already filthy. I mean, my goodness, how much more money could he make? He was twice elected president here. What's going on is there's a big issue of legacy, you see, and that legacy matters more. Most of us are never going to be a president or even a leader of anything. And so we have a hard time understanding that legacy could really matter, but it matters a lot.
Yeah, 100%. I've spoken to people that are, very close to Trump and his administration. And the question I would ask all the time, because a lot of them were caught by surprise by the war, including people that have known him for a very, very, very long time and are close to him. And the answer I got most often, it was about legacy. The people, so there was kind of 2 voices that Trump was dealing with: the advisors, the executive branch by his side in the White House, and then in Mar-a-Lago, the big donors, the friends of his, the very wealthy people. And what those people did, they pulled the right string. One could put Netanyahu and his government in that bucket. They pulled the string of legacy. You'll be on Mount Rushmore. You do what no president could do. I'm sure you've heard it before, and I'm sure people behind the scenes have told you the same thing. So the conclusion, that's what really pushed Trump over the edge to start the war. And you're saying that this will play a role as part of the trap, the escalation trap.
This legacy concern, Mario, is now the paramount concern for President Trump. And it doesn't mean he's got a clear 100% rabbit out of a hat fix for this. That's not the world he's in. And I think what you see, by the way, is some genuine, not waffling, it's not talking out. See, many people underestimate President Trump here because they keep not understanding the utility function. It's really that. And so once you understand the utility function in this way and the importance of legacy, you see that he's kind of trying to search for a way to maximize that legacy, which could still be somewhat of a loss, but to maximize it under the current circumstances. So if he could get Iran to take the sucker deal, that would probably be the most golden way for his legacy. If he can get the enriched uranium with just one quick in, quick out special ops here, which of course I don't think is likely, but if you could do that, that would also be. And so what I think you see is he's going for these different pathways. He's not yet committing firmly 100% to each pathway, but every step he's chosen escalation pathway over concession pathway. And I think the reason is legacy.
Yeah. Unless Iran know this, they realize this, and they give him something that optically looks good, may strategically be silly for people that are following this closely, but may look good on the books or for the voters, that he can then consider a win.
Well, let me give you my now deeper analysis if I'm coming at this from Iran. If I'm coming at this from Iran right now. They have gotten power and influence, but the world is blaming Trump and Israel. That will change in about a year, because then it'll be clear it's not just Trump and Israel, because they'll be hurt. Then it's back to Iran. So Iran does have a tricky power decision, but it's a power decision, Mario. That's what I do. Power analysis of the first order. Not well, they're softies and they're going to give in, or it's about their religion. I'm sure those elements matter, by the way. I'm not trying to make them zero or trivial. But the real power calculation for Iran is they've got about a year before the world really gets mad at them. So what should they do? The most likely thing is sink the Trump regime, ride this all the way out to January. That's January 2027. Take all the hits and all that. Then when you have a new, you've really crippled Trump, and he's the laughing stock of the world. Now you work with the Europeans and the Chinese. And I think this is what Europe is betting on, by the way. This is what I think Macron and his company, I think this is what I see when I see their statements. They're talking about the post-Trump NATO. They mean the post-Trump world. And I think what's happening already is people are already seeing this what I'm describing, and they're not sure it's going to happen yet. So they're not betting all their chips on red 36 on roulette, but they're starting to see the realities that I'm describing. And this would be Iran does eventually make some concessions. It does look, kind of pull back, but it waits until not just November after the midterms, it waits until January, when it's unmistakable what's happened to the Trump administration. And by the way, this is why when I was on a month ago with you, I don't know if I would describe this, but Professor Pape was basically begging Trump to take the off-ramp that I was trying to explain he should take right then and there. And I was explaining, because if you wait another month, you will be in irreversible territory. This is what I meant. And this is what is happening. And so this is why it's just so difficult, because yes, there are incentives here for Iran to make a deal, but there's no incentive to bail Trump out. You wreck your enemy. You wreck them forever. Then you make a deal with somebody.
At what cost, Professor? At what cost to Iran, the Iranian people, the Iranian economy? I understand they're ideological, they may be vengeful, but
it's the same cost anyway, Mario. From their perspective, if they make a concession to Trump now, which, by the way, they tried to last May when they had the negotiations before the 12-day war. And they tried again on February 27 before this. The view, I'm sure, is going on inside of the Iranian government here, because all the doves have been killed. We killed all the doves. We didn't kill the hawks. We killed the doves. Is that if there's concessions now, they're just going to come right back and take even more 3 months from now. There's no, again, back to credible commitment here. There's no making a concession to the United States and Israel now only makes them stronger. That is the United States and Israel. And 3 months go by, or maybe after the midterms, maybe Trump will wait till after the midterms or whatever, or Israel wait till after the midterms. And then it's all right back at it. And the reason is because there's just more to get from the sucker. Once you've got a sucker who's willing to give you a sucker concession, why are you leaving the sucker alone? This is what in business, when you find somebody who gives you a quote, a really good deal, notice how often you go back for more really good deals. That's what we've done to Iran here. And the suckers here, the ones who were the more dovish people, that's exactly who we killed on February 28th. The most dovish. I'm not saying there were pure doves, but the people we killed, the supreme leader and the 20 people he was meeting with, those were the people meeting about the negotiations. We murdered them all. And what are you left with? The IRCG, the most hawkish group. And I think they do want a deal, the IRCG, a deal that cripples the United States. That's what I think they're up to. This is big boy politics, Mario. Yeah. And I don't think that we can keep expecting the other side is going to be suckers here. My books are called Bombing to Win for a reason, not hoping to win. And I think you've got to have real strategies that really take this stuff into account. And we just haven't been. We're just sort of assuming the other side will be impressed by our shock and awe brilliance. here. And, for really pipsqueak countries or small countries, that may work. Iran's not that small. It was never that weak. We've really taken on a real thorny problem. And you're asking all the smart issues here of why these are problems. They're not just going to fall away.
Professor, it's an absolute pleasure as always. Thank you so much for your time, sir. And I'd love to have you again if you end up being right, which obviously you have been for a while now.
Bring me back if I'm wrong, and then just grill me like crazy. Everybody's going to want to
grill you because you said because you also said there's a small likelihood. A small likelihood is still a small likelihood.
Always I would say it's only 70 to 75, maybe 80% likely we're going to have the limited ground operations here, maybe around escalation. It's not 100%, but what I'm hearing when I hear JD Vance this week and also Pete Hegseth this morning, my estimate of ground operations not going down. It's going up because they're making it absolutely crystal clear what the goal is here, what the ultimate goal is here. And so that's where we are. And there is some chance. And I really do hope, because I have Social Security. I'm going to want Social Security too. You're younger than I am. You're going to have other options. I really do have a family, a wife, Social Security. Where is that actually coming from with our $40 trillion in debt? And as this goes over these proverbial cliffs.
Wow. Yeah.
This is for me. I have real reasons to hope I'm wrong.
Yeah. Professor, thank you so much for your time, sir. Really, absolute pleasure, sir.
Absolutely. Great talking to you.
Pleasure's mine. All right, everyone, we've got Colonel McGregor joining in a few seconds, one of your favorites. I'll read out I hope you enjoyed the conversation with the professor, a more somber conversation and the other perspective. As you know, I'm very optimistic about this. I think the wars has pretty much ended. I've made my opinion clear for a while now. Even before the ceasefire, I've been saying for the last 3 weeks, 2 weeks, the war's about to end. The war's about to end. I think it has ended now. We'll see what Colonel McGregor thinks, especially with the announcement that, and that's a positive announcement about the ceasefire in Lebanon, because that gives Trump a win. I'll read out the ceasefire announcement for you all. Let me see if I can find it now. So that was a post by Trump taking credit for it, which I think he should. Why? Because that's a political win. And the more political wins that we could give Trump, or Trump gets out of this, the more unlikely he is to go back into war, in my opinion. I just had an excellent conversation with the highly respected President Joseph Aoun of Lebanon and Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu of Israel. So Trump did say earlier he's going to have them both speak together, but the president of Lebanon immediately refuted those claims because that would be suicide for him. Highly likely he'll be assassinated by Hezbollah or someone in Lebanon if he speaks directly to Israel, which is considered treason in the country. For now, I think that will change. These two leaders have agreed that in order to achieve peace between their countries, they will formally begin a 10-day ceasefire at 5 p.m. EST on Tuesday. So it's going to be a few ugly days in Lebanon before the ceasefire. We know how Israel is going to be like. On Tuesday, the two countries met for the first time in 34 years. The two countries, not the two presidents, to be clear. Here in Washington, D.C., with our great Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, I have directed J.D. Vance and Rubio, together with General Kane, to work with Israel and Lebanon to achieve a lasting peace. It has been my honor to solve 9 wars across the world, and this will be my 10th. So let's get it done, President Donald J. Trump. This is a great post. It makes me, again, more optimistic because Trump is getting a political win at a time he needs it. Because the less, let me see where the Colonel McGregor is up. He'd be coming up any second now. The production team is with him in backstage. The more political wins he has, in my opinion, the more comfortable he is to walk out of the Iran war, because he's got other reasons to call it a win, to portray it as a win. He's already doing that without the Lebanon peace deal. So you can, and I made a post a few days ago, actually yesterday, I think I made a post where I said there's a way for Trump, and I'll read it out for you guys to go and give you an idea of where I stand. And I can change my position as facts change on the ground. I'll read out my position on what could happen next. I've said this before and I'll say this again. Trump made a mistake starting this war, but made the right decision ending it, and can still turn it into a win for the US and the region. The way to do that is the following. 1, accept a proposal similar to the Colonel is ready. So I'll read out my thoughts in a bit. At least he can bring up the Colonel whenever he's ready. But essentially, Trump should go back to the Oman ceasefire negotiations that were happening. Colonel, we do have a ceasefire in Lebanon. Probably temporary. It's only 10 days.
Well, even a temporary ceasefire is encouraging.
Are you? We haven't spoken since the ceasefire at all between Iran and the US. Are you optimistic? I just spoke to Robert Pape, and he said, Mario, he thinks an invasion is imminent. Everything's pointing in that direction. I was a bit surprised by it.
Well, I think on Monday, what will happen when the ceasefire ends, if not before, but I think it'll be Monday, you're going to see what I think Trump hopes will be the final solution for Iran. You'll see a massive air and missile attack. And that massive air and missile attack will last in terms of intensity for several days. This, he hopes, will break Iran effectively, break the state, break the economy, break the society. Now, when it comes to this business of invasion, I think it's absurd. Why are we using that word? If you don't have 1 million men under arms already stationed in the region.
Limited to one of the islands. Sorry, he didn't mean a full invasion, just limited to some of the islands. A limited ground operation.
I think that will be tried, unfortunately. Whether or not it succeeds depends entirely on how can they get in there. I mean, if you look at the current so-called blockade, the blockade is about 500 miles away from the Strait of Hormuz. So if you draw a line across the ocean from virtually the border between Iran and Pakistan over to the edge of Oman, that's about 500 miles out. That's where the blockade begins. Now, that is a demonstration of the effectiveness of the strike zone that Iran has created around its country. In other words, if you move ships beyond that 500-mile limit into a range of Iranian missile and unmanned system strikes, then you're likely to lose some of those ships, or they'll certainly be damaged and put out of action. So that is a demonstration, frankly, of the problem that confronts anybody who wants to bring ground troops into the Persian Gulf. How do you get them in there without being detected? How do you assemble them and pick them up and then move them over to these islands without being detected, targeted, and ultimately hit? Once you're on the island, how do you protect anybody that you put there from the various systems available to strike the islands?
Yeah.
And then ultimately, what difference does it make? What difference does it make if you can sit on that island with some infantrymen? What do you expect those poor soldiers or Marines to do? What are they going to
set
do?
up try to control the Strait of Hormuz, at least have the capability to intercept drones and missiles if they target the ships. So offer some form of security.
That's a lot of equipment then. Are they going to bring in batteries of air defense, air and missile defense? You've got to transport that over water. That means you're going to have to lift it through the airspace. Again, I just don't see any point in it, because that's not how you control the Strait of Hormuz. There are two ways that the Strait of Hormuz is controlled. One is by Lloyd's of London and the inability of anybody to get insurance underwriters to support them who are sitting in the Gulf right now. The second way is to have tactical ballistic missiles, unmanned systems that are all over Iran, dispersed throughout the country, to essentially focus their firepower on ships that might try to go through the Strait of Hormuz. That's how you do it. Now, you don't have to have somebody there with a flashlight at night who waves it and says, stop, or we'll shoot. It's not necessary. Everybody knows if you go up there and you don't have permission to go through there from the Iranians, you're going to be targeted and your vessel will be destroyed. So that's how you control the Strait of Hormuz. Putting somebody on the ground on a couple of islands, unless they have extraordinary capabilities of which I've never heard, maybe directed energy weapons that have magical batteries that'll power them or something, you're not going to control anything. You're not going to have any impact. You're just putting targets out there. You're creating a larger target array for the Iranians.
I want to take a step back. Why are we even discussing this? I want to get your stance. Why do you think there'll be, the first thing you said, why there'll be a massive air campaign next week? So I'm in a position where both countries have an incentive to end the war. The US, Trump more than Iran. Trump knows the impact it will have on the economy. Robert Pape was telling me it's all about legacy, which I agree. And I'm sure you've had similar discussions. I've been talking to people that are closer to Trump than I, obviously, and trying to understand what his mindset was before the war, and everyone's talking about legacy. A lot of people were caught by surprise. I was just saying that to the professor, being the president to solve the Iran crisis and maybe control the Strait of Hormuz, give leverage over China. But the war did not go well. Economically, it's been a disaster. Politically, it's been horrible. Militarily, it's not as expected as well with the damages that the US has faced. So considering all these, why would he go back into the war, knowing the outcome?
Well, you're assuming rationality guides policymaking in Washington, D.C. I don't see any rationality. If we were rational, we would never have attacked Iran. Why did we attack Iran? We attacked Iran because Israel and its agents in the United States, worth billions of dollars, demanded that Trump attack Iran. Why did Trump acquiesce? Because he was told that this would be short, sharp, and decisive, that after a few days, the regime would collapse and everything would fall like ripe fruit into his lap. Well, that turned out to be wrong. So suddenly he was compelled to continuous bombing, to start a continuous bombing campaign. That failed. And so we opted for a ceasefire. Why did we opt for a ceasefire? Well, we had to bring in more firepower. We had to bring in more ammunition. We had to bring in more missiles. We wanted to bring in more Marines and airborne troopers, ostensibly for the purpose that you were discussing earlier, seizing some islands or maybe some other points on the ground, or to fly around Iran looking for enriched uranium. I don't know. That didn't go very well the last time we tried it. The bottom line is you're assuming someone is being rational. If Donald Trump were rational, Thursday night a week ago, he would have come out and said, I've given a lot of thought to what we've done and I can't go any further. Military power is the wrong instrument to solve this problem. So I am disengaging our forces from active combat against Iran. We are going to seek out intermediaries that can bring us together and hopefully find a resolution. Well, why didn't he do that? Because he is hostage to Israeli demands and to the demands that Israel's agents in the United States are making. And their demand is very straightforward. First, they wanted regime change. Regime change failed. Having failed to achieve regime change, you then set out to do what? Destroy Iran. Well, we discovered we didn't have enough to do that. Now we're bringing more there. So that's why I say this next round of strikes that will begin next week are designed to be the final solution for Iran, to utterly obliterate the country. Remember when he said he was going to bomb people into the Stone Age? That was a sort of silly way of saying it, but nevertheless, that's what he meant. And that's what you're going to see now, an effort to cause the disintegration of the Iranian state. That's very dangerous, extremely dangerous, because neither China nor Russia are going to sit quietly and watch that happen, assuming it has any chance of success. Now, I personally don't think it has much chance of success, but I'm at least going to give it a 50-50 proposition or probability chance of success, simply because I don't know what that means. I've dealt with the Air Force before, I've dealt with the Navy, and they are very good at amassing firepower. And if you're not too concerned about how much damage you do, in other words, collateral damage, and I don't think they are, then I think it's possible to do enormous, almost fatal damage to the Iranian state. But I don't think it'll work at the same time. In other words, you understand my position.
Yeah, I do. I'm going to ask you questions on the fourth statement. So you asked if we were rational, we would not have attacked Iran. So the way I look at it is that he was misled by pulling the string of legacy by the people he listens to in Mar-a-Lago, number one. And number two, by faulty intelligence, saying that we could, Israeli intelligence, for example, American intelligence saying, a 1 week operation, 4 or 5 day operation could lead to a regime change. Remember, that was all the talk in January. And that's why he made that decision. And now he's probably upset behind the scenes that Netanyahu or whoever else convinced him, saying, hey, you told me they'll be gone in a week. A month in, they're stronger than ever. So he's faced reality now. And this is why his mindset will be very different now. And then to the statement last week of him saying he'll wipe out a civilization, the way I saw it is, if you want to negotiate it and enter the conflict and try to get as much concessions from Iran as possible, you'd want them to believe that boots on the ground or a continuation of the war is on the table. That gives you a better negotiating position. Are these two possibilities as well? Are these two possible, these two theories?
I think multiple possibilities exist in Donald Trump's mind, but let's talk about Donald Trump for a moment. Donald Trump lives and dies by his mentor's 3 rules of life. His mentor, the man who seems to have had more influence over shaping the character and mentality of Donald Trump than anybody else, is a man named Roy Cohn. Now, what did Roy Cohn impart to Donald Trump? What are the 3 rules? Rule number 1, attack, attack, attack. In other words, be on the offensive. From the moment you recognize that you're in competition or in a contest of power, in any sort of conflict, you attack, attack, attack. Okay, secondly, what do? You deny, deny, deny. In other words, whatever you're accused of, true or not, whatever they say about you, good or bad, especially if it's bad, obviously, you deny, deny, deny. You never admit anything. And then finally, what do? You twist whatever the outcome turns out to be into some form of victory for you personally. Now, those are the 3 basic rules that govern the way Donald Trump thinks. You've listened to him. He can turn to an absolute unmitigated disaster and convince everybody in the room that this is actually a big success story.
Like the regime. The regime is a new regime, a better regime, a more moderate regime.
Exactly. So this is what you're dealing with. Secondly, you're talking about a personality that is, and I think I mentioned this the last time we were on together, that faces national and international humiliation. Attacking Iran was utterly absurd and stupid. You're talking about a maritime and aerospace power that is operating 6,000 to 7,000 miles away from its logistical support base. You know, this is not like Cuba. Remember, we had a blockade of Cuba. We called it a quarantine. We had 180 ships involved in that. And remember that Miami was only about 100 miles from Cuba. And we managed to bring that off. Now, it lasted, by the way, 59 days from the time the first nuclear-armed Russian, or at that point Soviet missile arrived, until the last Soviet nuclear-armed missile was withdrawn and left, was 59 days. We talk about 13 days in October as being the big crisis. It lasted for 59 days. The 13 days constituted the period during which we could have gone to nuclear war, potentially, all right? But the point is, it lasted 59 days. If you go to the siege of Malta, another island, in 1565, that siege lasted 120 days. And ultimately, the Turks gave up and left. Now, what I'm trying to get across is that if you're looking for a quick resolution here, it's not coming. In other words, this blockade will continue indefinitely at this point. Can we do that? Well, it all depends on your perspective. I think it's a dumb idea, because if it were in the Caribbean, it would be easy. When you're close to home, you're close to your logistical support base, you have harbors where you can replenish, refit, rearm quickly, and then go back into action. That's easy. We're a long, long way from home, and everything has to be flown in or shipped in over an enormous distance. That's why they brought in more light infantry, I suppose, I think, because they figure, well, we're going to need more than that. We have to be able to perhaps launch a feint against one island while we take 2 others. I mean, there could be all sorts of things under discussion. But at the same time, we have now resupplied the fleet. We've resupplied the air forces. Remember, some of our air forces will actually fly from Diego Garcia. Some may fly all the way from Mississippi and Louisiana. And some will come from Germany. And then you will have some that will come as far away as perhaps the Horn of Africa. The bottom line is, this is a very difficult thing to do for any power in the world right now. And we are putting everything on the line. That's the problem. We're putting everything on the line. And Donald Trump sees himself as being on the line. So what's he going to do? He's going to attack.
But then if you put China into the mix, they have a say more than ever before. And China's supplying the HQ-9s, the man pads as well to Iran. There's a meeting between Xi Jinping and Trump. Obviously, Russia has a say as well. Could be linked to the whole Ukraine war and some concessions there. We saw what I think would not Rosneft, with Lukoil, the deal they just did to allow Lukoil to continue operating yesterday. So isn't there a possibility that countries could come together, a coalition? Because a lot of countries, including many American allies, can't sustain a continuation of the war. The global economy cannot sustain it as well. And that's something that Trump also pays attention to when he makes his decisions. He pays attention to the voter base, the polls, and the markets. Both these things are saying we cannot have another war. This is the most unpopular war in I don't know how many decades in the US, and the global economy cannot sustain another war, from helium to the microchips to oil to the fertilizers. Japan, South Korea, Pakistan, India, China, Europe, everyone's going to come together and pressure Trump. Eventually something will, and even when you put legacy into the mix, we both agree, and what you've warned about even before the war, that will be militarily disastrous. That is the outcome. So even from a legacy perspective, Colonel, it's already bad, but people can forget it. You could put the Lebanon-Israeli peace deal potentially on the line as a win, turn Iran into a win to the voter, and make it look at least mildly successful from a legacy perspective, and then move to Cuba, try to get a win elsewhere. I know you said there's many possibilities in his mind. What would you give that one in terms of likelihood?
I think you should apply for a job in the White House. Maybe they could put you on the National Security Council staff, and you can go in and tell Trump that. He would find that very interesting and amusing. I'm sure he would pay attention to it. But what will he ultimately decide to do? What do the Israelis want? They are the dominant player. What does Mr. Netanyahu demand? When the vice president of the United States got up from the table in Islamabad and went outside to make a phone call, to whom did he speak? Well, we know that he spoke at least twice to Mr. Netanyahu. To whom is the vice president of the United States reporting? Is he reporting to Donald Trump? Did Donald Trump say anything about talking to either Witkoff or Kushner or Vance during the negotiations? I didn't hear anything. As far as I know, they went there with a very, very limited set of objectives. And those objectives were the same old demands that Mr. Netanyahu has been making. There seems to have been some discussion about enriched uranium and how that might be altered. But then we also know there was a blow-up during the discussions. And Witkoff and Kushner stood up and threatened to leave the negotiations. That's off the table. Now, I don't know specifically what it referred to, but I suspect it probably had something to do with enriched uranium. My point to you is, who is in charge of American foreign and defense policy at this point? Is it Donald?
Do you not think that's changing now? That the sentiment is changing across the U.S. The polls show people have. I was speaking to a professor from Iran yesterday, and he said something to me. He said, "Mario, most Americans want a one-state solution, and that's Palestine." I'm a professor. There's no way. Now check the polls while he was speaking. According to polls, Grok did an aggregate. 10 to 15% of Americans would like to see young Americans, 18 to 24 years old, would like to see a one-state solution called Israel. 35 to 55% or 35 to 50% would like to see a one-state solution of Palestine, and about 60% would prefer a two-state solution. That's multiple polls, so not just one poll, because the numbers don't add up. But I was pretty shocked to see those numbers. We saw in the Senate a lot of Democrats are breaking ranks with Israeli lobbies and Israeli interests. So isn't it possible that this war could be the straw that broke the camel's back, and we see that big shift? Because Netanyahu doesn't want to deal with Iran. He wants the war to continue, which is why he's saying it will continue. He doesn't want a ceasefire in Lebanon. But could Trump somehow turn it around and see the wave, the anti-Israeli wave from the American public, the younger generation, and take a very different stance to turn this loss into somehow a win by limiting aid to Israel? I know I'm just getting too optimistic here, but limiting aid to Israel, forcing a ceasefire in Lebanon, and moving ahead and ending the war in Iran. I know I sound very optimistic, but I can hope.
Well, it depends on your perspective. I think in the long run, what we have done, what Mr. Netanyahu has done, and insisted that we join him in doing, is setting in motion a wave of anti-Semitism that is greater now than at any point since the interwar period. Yeah. That's a great achievement. That's what Mr. Netanyahu has done. Now, there are some sober-minded Israeli Jews who've pointed this out. There are certainly Jews in this country, and you've talked to Jeffrey Sachs. I'm sure if he were here, he would say that's exactly right. the Jewish community always lives in a state of perpetual paranoia about anti-Semitism. And their predisposition is to reach out and destroy anyone they suspect of being an anti-Semite. I think that's part of the problem. In other words, Israel will only be safe as a state, and Jewish international interests will only be safe when all of Israel's enemies are destroyed. If they can't be destroyed, then they have to be subjugated. Take the map of the Greater Israel Project. Look at the map. What does it tell you? That they are creating a very large state in which anyone who is not a Jew is subservient to them or doesn't exist anymore. That's the Greater Israel Project. That's the Amalek solution. That's Netanyahu. I see no evidence that Mr. Netanyahu has abandoned those goals. He may come to a temporary ceasefire with Lebanon to satisfy short-term strategic interests, but it doesn't end the war. The war for him and for the Jewish state is permanent. It is now a permanent state of affairs, and that's the way it's going to stay. Now, what is Donald Trump going to do about that? What do they know about Donald Trump that Donald Trump doesn't want to be made public? What kind of influence do they have over him besides simply enriching him? You know, he's made over $1 billion during his first year in office. I mean, that's unheard of. That did not happen during his first term in office, but it happened during this term. Now, we know that Washington is a stagnant pool of corruption. That's not a mystery. And we've had J.D. Vance, the vice president, actually state that, saying you would be shocked at the level of corruption inside Washington. We all know that. But politicians, even the worst ones, and we have some of the worst that I think we've ever had, want to survive. They have this instinct for survival. And increasingly, as this goes on, they are going to be interested in disengaging from it. At some point, a decision will have to be made by the big donors that bought the election and the people opposing or supporting Donald Trump regarding whether he is now more of a liability than an asset. If they determine he's more of a liability than an asset, then I think you will see the cabinet intervene under the 25th Amendment and remove him from office. But putting J.D. Vance into the president's office is not a big deal for the Israel lobby. He's very much part of that, and he's very much beholden to them. So I don't think they're terribly concerned about that, but I don't think they've reached the point yet where they've decided that Donald Trump is more of a liability than an asset. And I think the attitude right now will be, let the quarantine or what is it, blockade run for a while. We'll see if it makes a difference.
He didn't avoid the legal repercussions of calling it a blockade. He didn't go into the quarantine terminology. He went straight to blockade. He doesn't care.
No, he doesn't. The government doesn't care. That's the sad part. That's why the whole notion of the liberal international order is just crap.
Yeah.
Total nonsense. However, we are going to strike. That's an absolute certainty, because it will be one last final attempt to turn it all back. You know, do I think it's going to work? No, I don't. But I'm sure they'll throw everything into it. You know, starts Monday. How long can you keep up intense airstrikes and missile strikes? 4 or 5 days maximum. At that point, you know, you're going to have to step back and reassess what you're doing. I'm sure we'll hit some of the same targets we hit before. I'm sure we'll hit some new ones. And I'm sure an Air Force officer has walked in and says, this is the list. I'm sure if we're going to win, it'll be because of this list. We will hit all of these targets. This is always the false promise of air campaigns. We've got the right targets now. Targets do not equate to a strategy, but in the airman's world, targets are the strategy. So I think we're going to do that. And it's sort of like the German offensive into the Ardennes in December 1944. The generals told Hitler, this is ridiculous. This will not work. We don't have enough fuel. And he decided that he wanted to launch it anywhere. And they gave him all sorts of good reasons to fall back behind the Rhine, redistribute the military power. And if he'd done those things, the war might have lasted another year. But he didn't. He threw it all away on one big throw. He was a gambler. Donald Trump is by nature a gambler. This is a man who has been bankrupt 6 times in his life, declared bankruptcy. Good Lord. How do you manage such a thing? That's almost a business model for him. So he'll gamble one more time. And if it doesn't work, well, then, I'll go out and I'll figure out a way to put a happy face on the dead rat. Look, this is a man that put his face on the figure of Jesus Christ.
What did you think when you saw that post?
Well,
what did you think when this was the Pope one?
Well, I'm not deeply religious, so
Me neither.
But my view of that is this is absurd. What kind of a man does such a thing? And then when he was confronted with this, what did he say? Well, I thought of myself as a physician, that I was healing things. Oh, come on. This is narcissism on steroids. It's self-delusion on steroids. So if you're asking what's he going to do, I've told you what he's probably going to do. It's not rational. That doesn't matter. People are not rational. Look, the market hasn't figured it out. If you look at the markets right now, the people they're nuts. They're nuts. We're going to see $200 a barrel of oil pretty soon. Oh no, we're going to win. Donald Trump's going to open the Strait of Hormuz. Everything's going to resume normality. Even if it resumed normality, the price is going to rise. We've destroyed the supply chain. I was talking to my friends in India, and I said, you've got an extension cord. The extension cord runs from the Persian Gulf 1,000 kilometers to Mumbai. That's being cut. What does this mean? Well, they're rationing cooking oil, rationing gas for cooking. The war has reached the kitchens of Asia. That's where it is. And
what about China? Don't they have much say in all this?
Well, China, again, it's important to understand the Chinese. I don't think most people in the West do. China is not some sort of evil empire that is an octopus that's trying to gain control of everything everywhere. The Chinese are preeminently interested in building up their country, increasing their prosperity, increasing their wealth, and doing business. And they know that if they acquire enough wealth, they can have influence over things that are important to them. But this is not a martial nation. This is not a nation with a long history of military conquest at all. In fact, the only time China really expanded was under the Mongolian dynasty. China is not a warlike state. So the Chinese are very reluctant to commit to any sort of military action. I can't imagine them doing it at this stage. Things would have to get worse. But at the same time, I think the Chinese are saying the Americans are on the path to global suicide. We are destroying ourselves. We are destroying not just our reputation, we're destroying our own prosperity. We're already slipping into a terrible recession. Besant just had a meeting with all the principal oil producers. You know what it's about? Nobody's saying, but we know what it's about. It's about rationing. We're not going to be able to export oil. If we continue to export oil as we're doing right now, where we have all these tankers lined up in the Gulf of Mexico, the Gulf of America, we can fill them up. But then at some point, somebody says, wait a minute, we can't afford to do this. What if we can't get what we need? So you're going to see a reining in of many things now in the United States. And we're going into a deep recession. I don't think much of the global South can avoid a depression at this stage. Imagine that. Look at Japan, who's in terrible financial condition as we are. We've harmed all of our friends. So it's obvious everything's transactional for Donald Trump. Oh, you want to be the ambassador to Botswana? You want to be the ambassador to Switzerland? I had $2 million contribution. Thank you very much. You get to go. That is what's been going on. This is bizarre. It's corrupt. It's disgusting. The American people have no idea how bad it is, but they're going to find out over the next 90 days.
How's Iran going to look like? So my assumption is there's going to be a massive balance of power shift in the region. Israel's been acting with a certain level of impunity. I think this will change after Iran's strategic win. Even if we see a bombing campaign of 5 days, I think Iran's positioned itself as the country that controls the Strait of Hormuz. That was always questioned before this war. This war was testing that theory, and I think that theory, we've come to a conclusion that Iran makes the decisions there, whether it's on paper, legally or not. Everyone knows it's always implied that Iran can shut it down whenever it decides to do so. So taking that into consideration, it gives them a lot more leverage, and also takes away the leverage from Israel to always use the US card. If you bomb us, the US may get involved. The US may defund us. Well, I don't think the US would want to be dragged into a war like this after the outcome of this one, putting aside the possible bombing campaign next week. So could we see long-term a massive shift in the balance of power in the region? And what would that mean for the Gulf? What would that mean for Lebanon, Syria?
Well, I wrote something that was published a few months ago in the American Conservative, and I compared what is going on right now, this is before the war began, to what happened in 1492. In 1492, there was a sudden reversal of the flow of wealth and power. The wealth and power until 1492 was in the Ottoman Empire, it was in India, and in the Chinese Empire. That's where all the wealth and power was. But 1492 changed everything. Once we opened up trade with the Americas, we had access to new resources, especially enormous quantities of gold. And everything reversed. The Ottoman Empire was frankly dying on the vine for a couple of centuries before it finally fell over. In other words, wealth, power, technology, it all came together in Europe. And from Europe, it went to North America. What I said several months ago was that I see the trend is now reversing. The trend in terms of power, technology, wealth, gold, silver, rare earths, everything else, that is moving towards Asia. Asia is the new powerhouse. And who are the new great powers? Well, China is obviously going to be the dominant power in Asia, but it would be a mistake to underestimate India. India can make,
Pakistan.
Yeah, well, of course, but even more than Pakistan, Persia. Now, historically in the Middle East, who are the two dominant powers? Persia and the Ottomans. Turkey has yet to be heard from. The Turks are like a fresh power. They have the largest army in NATO. They can put 2 million men into the field in a little over a month. They have modern technology, modern air forces, modern missiles, modern navy. They've got all the instruments of power, and they are waiting patiently on the sidelines. They have sent many, many warnings to the Israelis, and they now confront the Israelis in Syria, which historically they consider to be their territory. They wanted Assad out because Syria, in their minds, is part of Greater Turkey, as is northern Iraq. Now, what happens to Israel if we suddenly fail? How long do the Turks wait to act? I don't know, but they're
Act as in
militarily strike, because the Levant was part
Israel.
of an empire. Absolutely. How long do they wait before they retake ownership of the whole Levant? And what do you do if you're sitting in Egypt? You're General Sisi. You're worried about being removed by all sorts of people for different reasons. But you've got a population seething with anger over what is being done to Palestinian Arabs. What do the Egyptians want to do? They want to go to war. They want to mobilize and march against Israel. I guess what I'm saying is that we haven't heard a lot from all of these various actors lately. But as it becomes increasingly clear that we have failed, that we can no longer impose our will, despite our efforts to do so, prompted by Israel, and that Israel is now severely weakened, its ground force, please, the Israeli Defense Force on the ground is in ruins. They have people that don't show up for duty. Nobody has an appetite for any more fighting. Israel is entirely dependent now on its air force and its missiles. So what happens in the future? I mean, you can paint a number of grim pictures, but I think the picture is pretty obvious. Once it becomes clear that our offensive has failed against Iran to dislodge the Iranians from their position, then we leave. And people say, oh, we can't leave. You know, I had this conversation with David Petraeus in 2005. I went to speak at the Army General Staff College. And I mentioned to him after we'd had a short discussion in his office, I said, Dave, why don't we just leave Iraq? Oh, no, we can't leave. If we leave, then Anbar province will become a platform for the projection of Sunni Islamist terror all over the world. I said, Dave, we're going to leave. And Anbar province is not the place to stage anything. There's nothing there. So what have we done? We're just leaving. What did we do at the end of 8 years in Vietnam? We left. We just left. Why? We don't live there. We're visitors. We're temporary. So who are the winners? The people that you've been noting: China, India, Russia, Iran, Persia, and I would say Turkey. Turkey is going to be a huge winner because it's preserved all of its military power and capability. And it will be on the winning side regardless of what happens because we're leaving. This is the end of our overseas presence all over the world.
Two questions. First, what happens to the Gulf? And second, if Turkey attacks Israel, you're talking about a nuclear armed country. So they have a hell of a deterrent as well, despite Turkey's military capabilities.
It depends. The Pakistanis have always been very supportive of and close with the Turks. And they've made it very clear that if Turkey ever needs a nuclear weapon, they'll be provided. So I don't think it's a case of Turkey sort of sitting innocently in the corner waiting to be nuked. I think the Israelis know that if they end up in a fight with the Turks, and I think that's probably inevitable at this point, they're in a lot of trouble. Now, how will this resolve itself? I mean, is it possible that you could still have a large Israeli Jewish community inside New Palestine? Yes, I think that's a possibility. But you're not going to have the Sykes-Picot arrangement anymore. Do you understand?
You're talking about the possible end of the Israeli state as a risk.
Yes, I have always warned against this entire operation after 7 October. I told my Israeli friends who don't want to talk to me anymore because I wouldn't support their program that this could be the end of Israel. And they said, no, it won't. Watch us. Well, what's the key to success for Israel? It's continued uninterrupted control of the United States armed forces and state apparatus. As long as we are subordinate to them and are competing for the opportunity to do whatever they tell us, they'll survive. When that ends, and that's really what you're talking about, Mario, that's what you asked about early on. When that ends, it's over.
And lastly, what happens to the Gulf? You haven't talked about Saudi being a superpower, considering they spend the most on their military in the region, more than Turkey.
So what?
And then can't you have like a Gulf bloc as well, similar to NATO, as a way to deter Iran's dominance in the region, even deter Israel as well after the Qatar strike?
5,000 Turks could conquer Saudi Arabia in a week. I speak as a soldier with knowledge. It's a joke. The Gulf states have played a dangerous game. They played the game that we have America to protect us. We have America on our side. Therefore, you have to tolerate us. Not anymore. Are we going to be invited back in? After all, we have, 27 bases in the region, and 16 of those, I think, are in the various Gulf states. Have we done a good job of protecting them from air and missile attack from Iran? Have we come to their aid and assistance? Where are they living? Most of the elites have fled. They're in Europe or Egypt right now, waiting and watching to see what happens next. I think the old status quo is gone, and that's been the message the Iranians have sent repeatedly, and they're right. They said, we did not suffer this war and fight this war to preserve what was here before the war started. They want us out of the region. And quite frankly, I think they're going to be successful.
And as a final question, Colonel, Lebanon, what do you expect to happen there? We talked about the ceasefire when we started the discussion. We know Hezbollah. As I said before, our first discussion when we first met in Washington was about Hezbollah. That was before the war then. Or that was after the operation, the pager operation. What do you think will happen to Hezbollah? What do you think will happen to Lebanon as a country? They're in a very tricky position, stuck between Israel and Iran.
Well, remember, Lebanon is one of these places that we call it a nation or a country, but in reality, it's part of a region. You know, it's not strictly speaking an independent state. It has been, at least there's a facade of independence. But how long were the Syrians in Lebanon until they finally were driven out, largely by us? Look, Lebanon is a wonderful place. It used to be the sort of banking equivalent of Switzerland in the Middle East. Wonderful place. But the problem is that for that to work, they have to have the protection of great powers. Sometimes that power has been French, sometimes it's been a British, sometimes it's been American, but that's over. I think this entire episode is the last gasp of European colonialism. And I think all of us who are non-residents are going to be booted out. We're not native to the region. We're not going to rule there. That's the problem with Israel. You often hear people say, well, this or that is an artificial construct. Is Israel an artificial construct? Yes, it is. How many Jews were living in Jerusalem and the surroundings in 1915? Roughly 15,000. Why were they there? Well, they were planted there over their objections, by the way, by the Turkish Sultan, because he said, I want you to help stimulate economic development in Palestine. And so they went there, they were given generous tax breaks, and they were there to set up businesses. That's what they were there for. Now, suddenly we ended up with the Balfour Declaration, the Sykes-Picot Agreement, and we ended up ultimately with this Israeli state. But it truly is an artificial construct insofar as it's alien to the region in which it resides. Now, there was an opportunity, I think, for Israel to become a normal part of the region. In other words, to coexist. There were things that could happen and could be done. I think that's over now. And that's why in the various corridors of power, whether it's Riyadh or Damascus or Cairo, it doesn't matter where you go in the region, everyone says the same thing. Sykes-Picot is over. It's done. So when this ends, and I think it will end because some of what you said, the economic pressure on us from the world is going to be enormous. I'm sure that Donald Trump, in his final comments on everything, said, well, I was forced to disengage. I had to think of the rest of the world, which is crap. He doesn't think about anybody. But he'll say that. And he'll say that compelled us to leave. He'll never admit any form of defeat. But once that happens, it's over in the region for all the people that don't live there. You're going to see new states, new people emerge. Some of the old elites may try to come back. We'll see how that works. But I do know that Arabs in the region are not terribly enthusiastic about the Epstein class that rules them. And that's how they view them. So I think once this ends, it's a new world. China has been talking about the old world crumbling. It's crumbling. It's gone. We're going to see a new order arise. Now, is that going to be oppressive? Is it going to be progressive? I have no idea. But it's going to be different. And at least it's going to be determined by people who live there as opposed to foreigners.
Colonel, always a pleasure, sir. Thank you so much for your time. I'm sure we'll speak again. But yeah, it's a very gloomy description of what's to come for the region, especially like he talks about a bombing of Iran next week. It's not really what I would like to hear, but also the future of Lebanon. You're talking about the eradication of Israel as a state. It just seems very, very violent.
Well, I think violence is unavoidable.
Everything seems very violent.
Violence is unavoidable. Now, as far as the Israelis are concerned, it also depends on what remains of Israel when the war ends and whoever takes over and what sort of arrangements they are willing to make. In other words, you can't go back to the pre-war Israel, just as you're not going to go back to the pre-war GCC. Everything is going to change.
Yeah.
So that's my view. And we ultimately, Mario, we're going to have so much to do here at home. We have so many problems. Our financial condition is terrible. And, the stock market that is reaching its all-time high right now is going to be reaching all-time lows in the next few months. You're going to see a dramatic reversal. And this is not new. In June of 1929, everything looked rosy. Everyone in the government told everyone who was an investor, we live in an era of unbroken prosperity. And October 1929 rolled around and everybody lost everything. So I think you're going to see something like that happen in 2026.
Well, Colonel, always a pleasure.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. I'll talk to you soon. Thank you, Colonel. Bye, sir. Bye-bye. Everyone, we've got Pepe Escobar coming in a few minutes. Hope you enjoyed that discussion with the Colonel. I'll tell you the guests that are coming in on today's marathon. I hope you guys enjoy these marathons where we get guests with different perspectives coming on. We've had Robert Pape coming in at the beginning. It was an incredible discussion, and Colonel McGregor afterwards. Both of them, as you've just heard, Robert Pape expects an invasion or a limited ground operation of Iran. He's explained why that's the case. He talked about the escalation ladder, how stage 1 is a regime decapitation. That's what we saw in the beginnings of this war. Stage 2 would be a blockade, which is what we're seeing right now. No, stage 2, sorry, will be Iran's response, which is a horizontal escalation across the Gulf. We've seen that from the beginning of the war, from day 1. And then stage 3 would be the blockade, and then that would lead to a ground operation, which is part of the escalation trap, is that Trump has no chance because he has no way to declare victory. From a legacy perspective, he cannot get a win, and if he cannot get a win, he has to he will entrap himself in this war until he gets some sort of win. And this is what Robert's concern is. I'm oversimplifying a 1 hour discussion that we had a discussion with Colonel McGregor, who's not certain, doesn't think there'll be a ground operation because he thinks it will go horribly wrong for the US military, and Trump may not go ahead with it, but he does expect a 5-day air campaign next week, as early as next week, as a final attempt by Trump to force Iran to some concessions, but Iran will not concede. And eventually that will be, in Colonel McGregor's perspective or words, it'll be the beginning of the end for the American empire. And we talked about what happens next in the region. He's got some pretty concerning predictions, like the end of Israel as a state. Now, we're going to have a discussion with Pepe Escobar, who's also a regular on the show. I'll be having a similar discussion with him, mainly focusing on what happens next in Iran, but also what happens in Lebanon. He'll be coming on in a few minutes. Then we've got a new guest, Dr. Suzanne Maloney, who'll be coming on. Dr. Suzanne is also very critical of the war. She's the vice president and director of the Brookings Foreign Policy Institute, and we'll be having a similar discussion with her, get her perspective. She was also a foreign policy advisor at the State Department as well. And then afterwards, we do have 2 more guests. We have Matthew Ho, who's a regular on the guest. I think you guys might remember him from previous episodes, who's a senior fellow and works at the Eisenhower Media Network. After that, we have a short episode with Colonel Daniel Davis, a regular on the show as well. We do it a few times a week. And lastly, we'll be ending it with none other than Ray McGovern, who you all know as well. So a pretty long day discussing the various scenarios of what could unfold next. Now, you know my position, everyone. One of more optimism. I do think that Trump will walk away, will twist it into a win. I'll give you guys an update and use a recap for the day and some of the updates from yesterday as well, so you're all in the loop if you haven't been keeping up. So it's part of the ceasefire negotiations, a more gloomy prediction as well on the Iranian side, and that's according to Mohsen Reza, who's the military advisor to Mujtaba Khamenei, the supreme leader. He said the following, quote, "We will by no means give in on our 10 conditions in the negotiations through a naval blockade. I absolutely do not agree with continuing the ceasefire. Americans are no longer able to continue the war and are afraid of it." So this is someone that also was calling, I think it was him who was calling for capturing or sinking American ships and capturing American personnel, Navy personnel, as prisoners. So that was what he was advocating, and a continuation of the war. He's not a fan of extending the ceasefire. So you've got voices on both sides talking about a continuation of the war. But my position is that rhetoric is expected. I think both sides cannot afford, I know a lot of you may disagree, but I think both sides cannot afford an end to the war. I've said this before the ceasefire, a week before the ceasefire. I said the war is going to end soon. Then Trump made his crazy threats. I made the post again. He gave a speech as well saying it's going to be a continuation. Markets tanked, oil spiked. And I made the post again, the war is going to come to an end. Because as I see rhetoric pick up, to me, that indicates that they want the war to end. They want an off-ramp, but they're trying to force the other side to concede. Before war, if you see, before the war started, it was calm. The rhetoric was calming down. Both sides were talking about the negotiations going well. The Omanis were talking about the negotiations going well. And what happened afterwards is, Trump and Israel started bombing Iran. Right now, we're seeing the opposite. We're seeing the rhetoric pick up, and for me, that indicates an end to the war. And Trump did say in his Fox News interview, which to me is not a positive indicator, but can be interpreted as such, and that the war is over. And he's starting to move on. There's indicators that he's starting to look at Cuba already, which is a positive indicator for anyone that wants the war in Iran to end. Now, Iranian sources, again, paint a much darker picture to what Western sources. Western sources are talking about an end to the war. Stock market is hitting record highs. Oil prices, the futures are down below $100 again. I think it's about $92, $93 a barrel. But according to Tehran, the sources are saying, and the media outlets are saying that talks are progressing, but the atmosphere is, quote, far less positive than what the US and the Pakistani media is suggesting. The gaps go beyond the Strait of Hormuz and the nuclear file. Multiple issues remain wide open, and the distrust towards Washington is described the distrust towards Washington is described as extreme. And I don't blame them. There's massive distrust. I had the professor, I think it was published today. The Iranian professor came on the show yesterday. It was pre-recorded. We posted it today. I think you should definitely listen to it. So it's in my videos, not in the lives. In the video section, it wasn't a live. He's in Iran, so he doesn't have StreamYard to do a live. And in that discussion, he talked about the sentiment in Iran. A lot of people, not saying they want the war to continue, some do, but they expect the war to continue. That's the level of distrust in Iran. This matters because the optimistic framing coming from Washington and Islamabad, Pakistan, sets expectations that may not match reality. Trump is saying the war is, quote, very close to over, while Iranian negotiators describe unbridgeable gaps on multiple fronts, creating a dangerous mismatch between the two countries, the rhetoric from both countries. Again, I feel it's all part of the negotiations, but I've been wrong before about this war from the get-go, and I could be wrong again. The distrust is earned. Iran negotiated a nuclear deal in 2015. The US pulled out, JCPOA. Iran entered talks in 2025. The US bombed them. And then, so that's the talks in Oman. And obviously there were talks about, there were discussions before the Operation Midnight Hammer, the 12-day war that caught them by surprise. Trump was talking about a meeting and negotiations there. Russia's Security Council is also sounding the alarm. That's not good at all. US-Iran talks may be a cover for a ground invasion. That's according to TASS News. That's referencing the Russian Security Council. On top of the thousands of troops already in the region, Trump is moving an amphibious assault group led by the USS Boxer, carrying 2,500 Marines, and an aircraft carrier strike group led by the nuclear-powered USS George Bush. It wouldn't be the first time the US has used negotiations to cover for an operation, a military operation. And yeah, you've got the Iranian military advisor, I think it's the same guy I referenced earlier, threatening to sink American ships and take hostages, and he opposes any ceasefire extension. That's what I was talking about earlier. Then you've got the blockade that is ongoing. Today's updates are, well, we talked to, CENTCOM is saying that the blockade is working. They've turned around many Iranian ships that were trying to break through. Well, according to Middle East Spectator and tanker trackers, Iran has shipped out 9 million barrels of crude from the Gulf of Oman since the US blockade started. That's the Gulf of Oman outside the Strait of Hormuz, plus another 2 million the day before. The US is not touching the sanctions waiver. The waiver is still there. So the American blockade is still ongoing. There's no exceptions, at least not formally. There's no exceptions being given to Iranian tankers, yet some tankers have gone through. A lot of people, when my team posted the statement by CENTCOM, a lot of people got upset. And obviously, we post the news from all sources, whether it's TASS or CENTCOM, but a lot of people were upset by the claims that the blockade is working. And this is a report here by Tanker Trackers that it is not working. And we have to remember, and I've talked about this on previous shows, that Iran has a massive fleet of kind of a floating oil reserves. There's all these tankers that are floating around in the Indian Ocean and the Arabian Sea that are past the Strait of Hormuz. And obviously they've got a lot in the Persian Gulf that are stuck and, according to CENTCOM, are trying to get out and not able to. Now, I've had Malcolm Nance on the show yesterday. You should check that episode. We did a marathon. He's the first one in that discussion. And he talks about how easy or difficult, and I've had the Admiral as well, both discussing how easy or difficult it is for ships to be able to break the blockade. Now, both have said it's actually very difficult, and 16 warships is more than enough to form that blockade at the Straits. Larry Johnson was on the show yesterday. He made the argument, and I think Colonel McGregor made a similar argument, that actually a lot harder than people think. And he gave Cuba as an example of how many warships were involved in that, which is significantly more than what we have now with the Strait of Hormuz. We've got the IRGC General Ismail Koswari says Iran could reroute oil exports through Russia if the Strait of Hormuz blockade holds, and that through the Caspian Sea. So his argument, and one argument many made, is that Iran has alternative routes, land routes through the bordering countries, all the way from Azerbaijan to Pakistan, to be able to get oil out of the country, and I've got the Caspian Sea to go through Russia as well. So I don't know about those routes. I hate, different people give me different analysis, different sources talk about, different numbers of what could be exported through those. I know it's a lot less than the Strait of Hormuz. How much less? Is it enough for the wells not to be flooded and they have to close down the wells? Because if there's no exports, we talked about it in the Gulf, a lot of these wells can't sustain, can't keep pumping out oil without being able to export the oil. So they have to shut them down to be able to start them up again. It would take a long time. That's the issue with the Gulf. You can't just turn off these wells and turn them back on, switching them back on in an instant. So the issue is that if Iran can't find alternative routes to be able to export, those wells will be in serious trouble and their economy could be suffocated. Now, again, we don't know how many ships they're able, how many barrels of oil they're able to ship out. They're obviously not going to admit it. If they found ways around the blockade, they're not going to talk about it publicly. Lebanon. So that's a big thing there in Lebanon, which I've been covering very extensively. I made a post earlier today. I'm pretty pissed off at, very upset at what Israel's doing. I've been seeing the videos. They're Gazifying South Lebanon, and I don't use that term loosely. Now, for anyone that has been listening to me for a while, you know my position. I've always said Israeli strikes on Lebanon are justified thanks to Hezbollah. Hezbollah gave a justification for Israel to strike Lebanon. And the only way that will stop, Pepe's here. So Pepe's going to be up with us any minute now. He's live in the other studio. So he'll be up in a few seconds. The only way for Israel to stop bombing Lebanon is for Hezbollah to disarm and merge with the Lebanese military, because Israel no longer has justification. I think the international community, their tolerance has a limit. So when Hezbollah is striking Israel, Israel easily can justify striking Lebanon. And what they've done is they've used that justification to escalate it. And they're destroying homes, schools, hospitals. They're just bombing them, just demolishing them, as they did in Gaza. I've seen the videos. It's just heartbreaking. For me, it's just clearly a war crime. So now I'm I've changed my position. I still despise Hezbollah, and I think they put Iranian interests over Lebanon. But I made the statement. I said, you know what? Until Israel pulls out of Lebanon or guarantees that they will pull out of Lebanon, there have to be some sort of guarantees applied, guaranteed by the international community or some larger country, maybe even Europe. France has been active in Lebanon, but someone has to guarantee Israel pulling out. When that happens, Hezbollah needs to disarm. Israel pulls out. Israel has no more justification to be able to invade Lebanon. And Lebanon's military needs to be rearmed by the US, France, and the Gulf and other countries in order to deter any future aggression by Israel. I think that's the only solution for the Lebanon problem. I know it's very complex. Trump may be able to pull it off. He just achieved, after Iranian pressure, a ceasefire, a 10-day ceasefire, which is not that significant, but significant nonetheless. But what's more significant is a meeting between Lebanon and Israel, not between the leaders, but between the governments themselves and the representatives between both governments. I think the prime minister was there. There's been a delegation by both sides that were there. And Trump spoke to President On, but I know he spoke to Netanyahu in order to make that happen. But I'm very concerned about the Lebanon situation. It's very complex. And I think what happens in Lebanon is dictated not by the US, not by Netanyahu, but by Mujtaba Khamenei. What he decides to be the Iranian foreign policy moving forward, will it continue being supplying and supporting a network of proxies or allies? I'm going to use the word proxies across the region as a form of applying their dominance in the region, but also deterring any aggression against them, because the proxies, Houthis can strike Saudi if they're aggressive to Iran. Hezbollah can strike Israel if Israel attacks Iran again. So Hezbollah is a very strong deterrent against any aggression by Israel against Iran. So if there's enough concessions given to Mujtaba Khamenei by the US, we may see a dismantling of the proxy network, or at least Hezbollah. That's the only way Lebanon will prosper, again, as long as Israel pulls out. But I have my doubts. I think there's the strategic advantages of having that proxy network. We've seen that unfold in this war. Strategic benefit for Iran at the cost of Lebanon. And I think that they have no reason to dismantle their proxy network. They have the upper hand. They are making the decisions right now. They won this war strategically, whether you like what I'm saying or not. These are the facts. And I think they dictate a lot of the terms to an extent, because, they're still facing the world's biggest military at their doorstep that could invade. And the distrust they have in them not being sure whether Trump will actually invade or not, that actually works in America's favor and Israel's favor as well, because Iran also doesn't want the war to continue. No, and they won strategically, but they got decimated from a military perspective or a numbers perspective. The damages they faced, they're going to take years to rebuild. So both sides don't want war, and Iran's trying to see how far they can push it and how much concessions they can get. And considering Trump's attention span being very limited, he's going to move on to the next thing. I think Iran knows they can get a lot of concessions out of Trump and Israel. We have to also understand Israel, according to many reports, and I think it's no secret now, Israel's ability, their missile interceptors, the munitions are very low. They're at concerning levels. So they also cannot sustain another barrage of Iranian missiles. And if Iran was able to rebuild, which they will be, rebuild their ballistic missile program, Israel, there's a strong deterrent against Israel from going back into this war. And there's a deterrent against the US and the rest of the world by Iran's ability to close the Strait of Hormuz. So what does that mean? If that power, if we're going to see a massive shift of the balance of power from Israel to Iran, from one axis to another, where the Gulf is in the middle, and I'll see what steps they're going to take. But we're going to see that balance of power shifting. That's going to be more balanced in the region. Will that balance lead to more peace, more war? We'll see. And how will Israel look after the Netanyahu administration, which could hopefully happens in our lifetime, but happens in the next few years. That's disgusting. Israel's Hayom, the newspaper owned by the Adelson family. Okay, bring up Pepe Escobar. He's ready. Published an op-ed arguing that Israel must establish a permanent buffer zone in southern Lebanon, quote, devoid of a civilian population. Israel has no choice but to reestablish a security zone, this time devoid of a civilian population. Statements like this are what disgust me of the Israeli foreign policy, which I'm sure Pepe would agree with. Pepe, how are you, sir?
How you doing, Mario?
Man, I'm upset.
You are in the middle of a marathon, Lisa told me.
Yeah, but I'm upset, Pepe, at what's happening in Lebanon. Wow. Like the videos of them just demolishing the hospitals, the schools. Man, that is disgusting. That is disgusting.
But we already, Mario, already know the whole planet, even in the southern Gobi Desert, people already know that. They see that on their phones every day. It's what they do. This is a killing machine.
Pepe, let's start with Iran. I just spoke to Professor Pape.
I prefer to talk about Iran.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't that much better. No, the last two guests I had with Professor Pape and Colonel McGregor, and Professor Pape says we're stuck in the escalation ladder, and the escalation traps are, which I'm sure you've heard him talk about it before.
No, he's right. I saw one of his podcasts yesterday. He's absolutely right. It is an escalation ladder. Absolutely.
And do you think we're going to see a ground operation, Pepe?
It's quite possible. Karg. We're not betting on anything, but all the signs that are literally in front of us point to the possibility after the ceasefire expires on next Wednesday, right? The possibility, I would say, of a mini ground invasion, and the number one candidate would be a Karg, because this is now, it has become an obsession among the people around the Secretary of Forever Wars and Steve Miller as well. It's going to be, obviously, it's going to be a disaster. And everybody can tell you and your audience, Colonel McGregor, Martianov, Pape, you name it. You name it. But we have a parallel kabuki being played, which is the so-called negotiations towards a possible Islamabad II. Munir and Arakshi and Kalibaf, it was very, very friendly. He was received as an old buddy in Tehran. And apparently he's going to the U.S. Tomorrow. He'll be in the U.S. tomorrow. Theoretically, to relay to the White House what the Iranians told him face to face, Arakshi, and then especially Galibaf. But this is still a kabuki. We don't know the details. We don't know what the Iranians are proposed. If the Iranians were answering basically to the threats that Vance emitted in his last 3 minutes in Islamabad this weekend, or if this is a completely different story. So the fog of war, as we all know, is now it's intergalactic. So which narrative is more credible? What we don't see, which is the preparation for a possible ground war, or what we are seeing, which is this Pakistani, by the way, a very, very clever way of maneuvering a situation that's practically impossible from any point you look at it. But Munir especially is doing a very, very good job. And Munir is probably the only person on the planet, as we speak at the moment, who can pick up the phone and talk to Trump anytime he wants, and at the same time received as a brother in Tehran. So this is the real game being played now. It's fascinating to watch. But this doesn't mean that we are on a solid road towards the possibility of a second Islamabad. It's still very, very far away.
Do you think Asim Munir, so Asim Munir is the leader, de facto leader of Pakistan. I've been covering Pakistan for a while. I've been critical of him because of Imran Khan.
Me too, Mario. Come on. My best friends in Pakistan, they were advisors to Imran Khan. But of course,
I applaud Asim Munir on foreign policy. That's my position. I criticize him on domestic policy. That's my position. I've been very vocal about it.
I would say the whole of Pakistan criticized them all.
Yeah,
they don't have a domestic policy to start.
Yeah, well, it's the democracy is just screwed. But that's a different story. So Asim Munir, do you think he has what it takes in being able to get both sides? Because you said he can pick up the phone and call both sides. Do you think he has what it takes to be able to force concessions on both sides to find a way where Trump?
He's not forcing concessions, Mario. He's playing the go-between. Let's say he is a glorified messenger at the moment, but that's it. He
cannot influence them much.
Definitely not. He's passing information back and forth, but he is in an extremely privileged position because both sides trust him. There's nobody else who could play this role now, right? So the Pakistanis are very clever to position themselves to be, okay, now we are indispensable as go-betweens. But we don't know if we're going to have anything tangible out of this gigantic kabuki, in fact.
So let's look at I was just going through the latest developments earlier. I want to get your perspective on the Iranian side, because you know Iran extremely well. You've got the military advisor to the supreme leader. He said, we will by no means give in to our 10 conditions in the negotiations through a naval blockade. I absolutely do not agree with continuing a ceasefire. So he does not want a ceasefire. And I think it's the same one, or another advisor, but I think it's the same one that said that he wants Iran to sink, the army to sink. There is threatened to sink U.S. ships and take hostages, and opposing any ceasefire extension. I think it's the same guy. So what is the sentiment like in Iran? I spoke to the professor yesterday. I keep forgetting his name.
Sure.
You probably know him. Not Marandi.
Not Marandi.
No, not Marandi. No, I've spoken to him. Fouad Izzadi. Yeah.
Fouad Izzadi is great. From University of Tehran. He's very, very good. Yeah.
Well, he told me he thinks there's a 60% in Iran. For them, this is again same as what Marandi told me after the 12-day war. He said, "Mario, this is a ceasefire. This is not an end to the war, and we're preparing for a continuation of the war." And he gave it a 60% chance. What's his mindset there?
Yeah, no, that's it. Among the deciding players in the IRGC, and this is the military advisor to Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei. He is a former top commander of the IRGC, an old fox, very respected and respectable. So when he says something in public, That's it. This is the position of the leadership of the IRGC.
Ooh.
They have no illusions, and they are ready to restart the war. And of course, their own conditions, their own demands, which we can extrapolate in a sense, but not so much. If they're saying that, is because Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei supports this position. They will never say something as incisive and incandescent like this without support from the leader. First of all, you have to respect the ceasefire and not break the ceasefire. If the ceasefire ends next Wednesday, anything can happen, but we are ready to go back to war, unless there is something out of the Pakistani engineered kabuki. So it's a series of ifs. Everything is conditional. At the same time, there are no illusions. And we already had a direct message in the past 24 hours. If the blockade of Hormuz, which is not the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, the blockade of all Iranian ports, but very, very important, they are not blockading the port of Bandar-e-Jask. Bandar-e-Jask is outside of the Strait of Hormuz. It's about 100 miles east. It's in the Gulf of Oman. And they have all the necessary conditions to export from Bandar-e-Jask. Not 1 million barrels, which was the number being floated around. For the moment, around 300,000 a day, which is, in terms of Asian clients, it's already substantial. 30% of what they could later on, export later on, but it's already a start. And this bypasses Hormuz completely. But what the IRGC is actually saying now in public is, if this blockade by, I am calling them Indo-Pac-Com, it's not CENTCOM anymore, but for all practical purposes, this is Indo-Pac-Com. So let's talk a little bit about Indo-Pac-Com. What are they doing? Are they completely blockading an area? If you look at the map from the southern coast of Iran in the Sistan Baluchistan province all the way to the other side, is over 350 kilometers. It's a gigantic area. They cannot patrol all that. So a lot of tankers are finding a way to go from west to east and from east to west. And the trackers are on it. You know, tanker trackers is always saying, this guy passed the other way. So it's a blockade that is not blockading much, right, at the moment. But from the point of view of the IRGC and the IRGC Navy, they're already saying, if this blockade doesn't end, it's very simple. We're going to blockade the Strait of Hormuz, the Persian Gulf, the Gulf of Oman, and the Bab al-Mandeb. Don't forget, all of you, our audience, for the moment, the Houthis are in the VIP cabin just watching the match.
Yeah, very good.
Just waiting for the right moment. It's like you have Messi just waiting to get inside the game, you know. So
Saudis will be watching them like this.
And the Saudis are
eating their nails there.
Exactly. And also very important, Mario. Today we had, I wouldn't say a direct, but at least an indirect confirmation after there was a conversation between the foreign minister of Saudi and foreign minister Arakshi that Saudi Arabia is not entering the war against Iran side by side with the US. This is enormous. This is the absolute opposite of the Emirates, which for all practical purposes is at war against Iran. Who's losing infinitely more than the other under the current circumstances? The UAE compared to Saudi. The Saudis have a lot of leeway. They still have the east-west pipeline. They're still exporting from Yanbu, the port of Yanbu. especially for their Asian customers, China included, but other Asian customers. And they are part, don't forget, very important, they were part of the original four Muslims of the apocalypse. No, that would be a little too much. The four Muslims who met in Islamabad before the second meeting and before the ceasefire. And then the foreign minister of Pakistan went to China to talk to Wang Yi, etc. It was Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Egypt, and Pakistan. So Saudi Arabia is, even if I would say in a more discreet position, they are part of this Muslim conglomerate who's trying to find some sort of agreement. It's the complete...
As a way, is that agreement with Iran, you mean? Agreement with Iran. So you're talking they formed like an alliance or a group of countries that are trying to form a better relationship with Iran, or that alliance to deter Iranian growth? What is Saudi's position with Egypt?
Exactly. It's not... okay, being very, very diplomatic, they are trying to find some accommodation with Iran at the moment, but they still don't know what's going to happen long term. That's another story.
So but they have no choice because they have the Houthis.
They have no choice because they are in the theater of war. Absolutely correct. Does this imply that the GCC is dead? If we want to be really, really radical, yes. For all practical purposes, the GCC is already...
But why, Pepe? Why wouldn't the UAE join that alliance? The UAE is in a very vulnerable position as well. Now, I understand you've been very critical of their foreign policy.
Much more fun.
Yeah, so wouldn't they change their position as well after this war? Can they revisit and say, look, we have to... The balance of power is shifting in the region after this war. The only way forward, especially because they pride themselves on stability and security, the only way forward is to, similar to Saudi, find a way to get closer to Iran and maybe form some sort of pact or alliance.
Mario, I'm going to say something that could get me killed, but I'm going to say it anyway because I'm an independent analyst. Try to explain this to the gangster MBZ. Impossible. Did you see his son, the way he went to Beijing? He had a meeting with Xi Jinping. He was lecturing Wang Yi and Xi Jinping in Beijing. Who does that kind of stuff? Only self-entitled pricks. Of course, he's the son of MBZ. He's not a realist. And he's not defending the interests of the Emirates doing that. Oh, the Chinese were very, very... It's very hard to see the Chinese pissed at this ultra high level diplomatic.
They've also made the right decision to make the UAE. They're probably the most successful story of a country in the Gulf pivoting away from oil, at least thus far. So I think pragmatism, I don't know them personally, obviously, but pragmatism could eventually prevail as well. Is that a possibility in your mind?
Well, we would like to be optimists on this.
I'm always
regard.
an optimist. I'm always an optimist. That's why I'm always wrong, Pepe.
Yeah, that's me too. I'm still an old hippie romantic in my heart. But we have to be realists at the same time. The Dubai business model is dead. So half of that, I'm not even talking about the other Emirates, because the other Emirates are not even playing this game. They are distancing themselves from Dubai and Abu Dhabi. So you never hear anything about Sharjah, for instance. Sharjah is just observing what's going on. But Dubai, Abu Dhabi is a completely different story. So half of it is collapsing. Everything about Dubai, the whole Dubai dream is totally collapsed. Abu Dhabi is different because of the oil. But if they continue to align themselves with the US, from the Iranian IRGC point of view, wow. It's a highway to hell for them. It's guaranteed.
So unless they, so that visit so I didn't know who, I knew someone from the UAE did visit China. I don't know who it was. I don't know the details of it. But doesn't that also,
the son of
the president. So doesn't that show an approach of pragmatism as well? So they are building, that indicates they're not moving away from the US, but moving away from the US, diversifying their security. And moving to China means moving closer to Iran. Iran and China are one. So doesn't that indicate maybe a path to being somewhere in the middle?
Mario, they don't see it this way. They went there to, do you know what this guy was telling Xi Jinping during the audience, which is completely absurd? He was trying to force the Chinese to abandon their strategic partnership with Iran. You cannot tell the Chinese, especially in their seat of power in Beijing, who they have to associate with. So obviously they got a reprimand from Wang Yi and from Xi Jinping as well, directly. Go back to your whatever in the middle of the desert and tell your father to behave. They treating him like a punk, So this is completely absurd. Why send a guy in a very, very touchy diplomatic mission like that when you're trying to lecture your host?
So what about the rest?
It's completely absurd. I was trying to keep my judgment. Okay, let's see what they're going to do when they get to Beijing. When you see what they had, a golden opportunity to sway China and to explain their predicament to Xi Jinping himself. Come on, and they
have to
do it.
What about? So can I give you the other perspective? You've got that letter from Al Habtoor, who doesn't represent the royal family but is close to them as well, the billionaire.
Very close.
He was probably the most scathing letter by anyone, and even more than the Qataris, against Trump and Israel. He blamed Trump for the war. He blamed Israel for the war. He went off at Lindsey Graham. So I feel, if I had to guess, I think that applies to the entire Gulf. I think, and to a different extent, I think the entire Gulf is in a position now where the feeling of the kind of the belief of having a security umbrella called the United States has not been demolished completely, but it's very different. It's been perceived very differently to how it was perceived before this war. And I'm in the belief that they will all, in one form or another, do one of two things. So a lot of people are talking of a Gulf alliance. I'm sure you've heard people talk about this as a way to deter against Iranian growth. Another one would be rapprochement with Iran as a way to deter Israeli aggression and growth, because there's going to be a big balance of power shift from Israel to Iran. Either way, the whole region is going to change. And I think what it will depend on is probably a very good question for you, Robert, because Pepe, no one knows the answer. And everyone's asking me like I know the answer and I have no freaking clue. I think it's Mujtaba that will be making most of the decisions on many of those things, including Iranian Gulf relations, Iranian foreign policy, whether they're going to continue having their network of proxies or allies, whatever term you want to use. Like what's going to happen in Lebanon is up to Mujtaba, more than Netanyahu, more than Trump, more than President On. So the big question is, Mujtaba, when he comes out of hiding, assuming he's in hiding, but I would assume so because of the strikes, when Mujtaba comes out of where he is and it's public again, even if he doesn't come out, what is his position on all this? So that could be maybe a good follow-up question.
He's very well protected, and they know how sensitive the security situation is. Practically everybody in Tehran doesn't know where he is, but of course there are communications. And the communications are direct. The communications are face-to-face, nothing electronic whatsoever. It's mega analog, of course. It has to be at the moment. But as far as we know from our friends and sources, yes, all the ultra-sensitive decisions or the green lights come from him. In terms of the negotiation via the Pakistanis, for instance, Ghalibaf now is the face of Iranian negotiators for the whole planet. It's like, is he the guy in charge? To a certain extent. To a certain extent, he's much more in charge than the president, Pezeshkian.
And he's loyal to Mujtaba, very loyal, correct?
Exactly. But his loyalty is to Mujtaba, of course. And the background is essential because Mujtaba, until 45, 50 years ago, days ago, he was the #1 channel in detail between Ayatollah Khamenei and the leadership of the IRGC. So Moshtaba in the IRGC, it's like brothers, and they understand each other very, very well, and deep respect for him because he was in contact with them every day for at least the past 17 years, they told me in Tehran. He was the conduit number one because Ayatollah Khamenei had many other things to do, but IRGC was Moshtaba. So the decisions come from him. In terms of what came out since yesterday about the American blockade, I'm sorry. If you have his military advisor, the number one military advisor to him personally, Moshtaba, saying, if this blockade continues, we can paralyze and blockade completely Strait of Hormuz, Persian Gulf, Sea of Oman, and Bab el-Mandeb.
Oh,
this is very, very.
That's why I think.
Yes.
This is why I think Trump will not do anything anymore, because the deterrent that Iran has is terrifying for any president. The global economy is screwed.
It's terrifying for the global economy. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And when you consider that the known role being played by Ansarallah, the Houthis so far, is a masterpiece in itself. They're just there quiet. I sent a message to one of my contacts in Sana. He said, we're just waiting. We're just waiting. Yeah, and they've
already cleared the rubbles from a lot of their underground missile silos as well. Not sure if you've seen that. Iran, they've cleaned the rubble really quickly. They've built bridges, rebuilt bridges very quickly. I saw two of them. We know there's a lot of reports that China's supplying HQ-9A defense systems and man pads to Iran as we speak. It's happening right now. Have you seen that?
This is very, very tricky, Mario. Because we have to understand how Chinese diplomacy and Chinese military matters work. Secrecy and very, very discreet always. It's unlike the Americans. They never announce publicly they are doing so and so. So what we had from the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, no, we're not sending anything to China. But this is a pro forma diplomatic maneuver. We didn't hear directly from the Chinese Minister of Defense. For instance, in the past 2 days, we had a quote, and I was trying to find out if this quote was real or not by the Chinese Minister of Defense. It took us a while with our Chinese friends, and they said, look, no, this came out in a small Chinese channel. So there's no confirmation. And the Minister of Defense, they didn't say absolutely anything about it.
Is that about which quote? Sorry, is that the quote about supplying XYZ weapons to Iran? Or a different quote?
It was, I'm sorry. No,
there's another quote. There's another quote. I don't know if you have, there's one of the Israeli defense minister saying, Iran, something along the lines like, we're going to continue trading with Iran. We have a deal with them. And Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz, and they've given us permission to pass. So that was a quote which I found to be significant. I'm trying to find it, that China made, the defense ministry made. So I'm not sure if that's the one that is they're questioning. But essentially, they said that the part of it that really surprised me is when they said Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz.
This was part of the quote. But apparently, this particular quote we're after was not a real quote. But basically, what the Minister of Foreign Relations is saying, yes, we have to respect what's going on, and we are in favor of opening the Strait of Hormuz. So this is directed not only to the Iranians, but also to the Americans. It's directed to both sides. And this is how the Minister of Foreign Relations plays. It's very ambiguous. It's very vague. It's very ambiguous. And they will never get into details. For instance, that Iran is using the Beidou satellite system, for instance. You never.
That was my next question.
Directly in the Chinese media, because this has to come from the top.
Yeah.
So if, for instance, the Xinhua news agency publishes, this means that the top authorized that. If nobody is talking about it, it's because nobody has been authorized to publish anything like that. So the way media works in China is it's very complex. So you have to go through former PLA top people. Some of them retired. Some of them, for instance, one of my best friends, he's an ex-PLA colonel. But when we met in Beijing a few months ago, for instance, we had an off-the-record lunch. And because we trust each other, I told him, look, everything you tell me here, I won't publish. And he said, okay, I trust you. But he didn't tell me everything, of course. This is what they can talk about with foreigners, even people that they trust. So for all of us foreigners, when we are in China, we had to navigate. It's very, very complex. But we find nuggets in the Chinese, in Weibo, even in their TikTok sometimes, or in WeChat groups, especially. For instance, the guys from Guansha in Shanghai, just to give you an idea, if you add up all their channels plus their top editors, etc., they have more than 200 million followers. Yes. So among these guys, you have very well-informed military guys, so they can, you see a nugget here, a nugget there, but never, for instance, a complete admission that, look, we just transferred ultra cool radars to the Iranian military. No, you never see something like this.
How big of a role do you think they'll play in what happens next in Iran?
A lot, Mario. In terms of accurate targeting, tell me about it. There's no question. It's a mix of Russia and what Russia and China gave to the Iranians. The accurate targeting has been, especially the last 10 days before the start of the ceasefire. Wow, now it's brutal. It's impeccable. So obviously, it has everything to the radars that they have, first-class radars that they have, to the ISR that they are receiving from Russia, from China, from one or the other. And of course, their access to Beidou satellite system, where they can see everything that the Americans are doing in real time. No question.
And they would like to see the war end. You stand by that?
The Chinese?
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Of course, because whatever, any way we look at it, they are being deprived of substantial source of oil. Let's say they were getting from Iran, I think, 1.3 million barrels a day, something like that, between 1.3 1.5. Let's assume that they are getting for the moment 300,000 or 400,000. They still have to find a replacement for that from their other sources, and there are many. In terms of gas, pipeline from Myanmar. Also in terms of gas, their pipeline from Turkmenistan. Oil, they could get some more extra oil from Kazakhstan, or from the ESPO oil pipeline from Russia. And also in gas, they could get more gas in the Power of Siberia one from Russia. So they have a lot. They have a menu of
and also that on top of it as well, even with the blockade, just so you know, there's a lot of sources that are saying Iran shipped out 9 million barrels of crude from the Gulf of Oman through I don't know which ports. 9 million barrels.
1 million, and these 9 million barrels, they were floating around. It's part of the shadow fleet.
That's part of the floating storage.
Yeah, the shadow fleet. We don't have definitive numbers, but it's guaranteed, it's over 120 tankers. And they are a little bit everywhere. Some are near the Persian Gulf. Some are near Malaysia, because Malaysia is a key transshipment point from ship to ship. And then on a Chinese ship, this oil goes to China. So they have zillions of, just like in the way they moved money around.
No, okay. So I got confused. I thought those were. I thought these came out of the port on the Gulf of Oman that we were talking about. These are the floating tankers that have in the Arabian Sea and the Indian Ocean, or this case, the Arabian Sea.
Tankers, exactly, in the Sea of Oman, in the Arabian Sea, but some of them near Malaysia, near the Strait of Malacca, for that matter.
Interesting. Before we go back to
it's an extremely complex network, Mario. It's dizzying. Just to follow their main move, you lose your sleep every day.
Yeah. So they did. The advisor to Mujtaba also said, the advisor that we're talking about, the IRGC advisor that he said he works directly on the IRGC. Yeah. Sure. So I think he was also the one that said that, or another advisor that said that Iran could export oil through the Caspian Sea through Russia as well. Is that true? Do they have tankers in that sea as well that can export through Russia? And do they have other land routes through Pakistan and other regions?
They don't have the infrastructure, Mario. I was there. Okay. I was at Bandar Anzali port last year when we were shooting our documentary on about the North-South transportation corridor. I visited Bandar Anzali port. When I arrived there, I told the guys, look, where's the port? They say, it's here. And I said, you must be joking. The infrastructure is 1970s. I saw a few. I saw in front of us. We took a boat and we were navigating around the port. I saw a few mini cargos from Astrakhan in Russia. There is a direct link, a maritime link across the Caspian from Astrakhan in Russia to Bandar Anzali in the. So they don't have the infrastructure and enough ships to load oil in the Caspian, the Iranian Caspian, and take it to somewhere else, and then Russia will distribute over them. They can do that, unfortunately.
So, is there any pipelines through?
This corridor has to. There's still a lot of investment in this corridor, and the Russians are investing in the corridor in Iran as well. Please,
is there any pipelines they could use? So I'm just trying to see what alternatives they had to the Strait of Hormuz beyond the port in the Gulf of Oman that you referenced earlier. Beyond that, Turkmenistan, okay, which you referenced briefly earlier. So not Pakistan, not Afghanistan, not Azerbaijan. It's Turkmenistan is there.
No, because this is very important. They do swaps. Because, for instance, it's very funny. Near the Iran-Turkmenistan border, it's easier for them to get Turkmen gas than gas from Iran. So they do swaps already. So you have the Iranian grid linking with this mega gas pipeline, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Xinjiang in China. So they can export. They can export. I don't know about the spare capacity of this pipeline,
so
which is
that's a pipeline. Okay. So that oil pipeline is like an alternative to the Strait, but it's we don't know the capacity.
Gas.
But it's a gas pipeline. What about oil?
For China, it doesn't matter, Mario. Oil, gas, no problem. As long as they get the energy coming, it's cool. So they have many other options. And once again, this port, Bandar Jask, in the Gulf of Oman, they could maybe raise their export capacity little by little from 300,000 to 400,000. And maybe in a few months, they can get to 700,000, 800,000. That's already enormous compared to the 1.3 million that China used to get every month directly from Iran. The Chinese are not worried. When we talk to the Chinese, they say, look, our reserves can last, depending on how we use them, until September. No problem at all. And of course, they have all these plan B, C, D, etc., all across Eurasia. Yeah.
I think China's a lot more prepared for this. I'm worried. I'm just wondering about Iran, whether they can sustain the Strait of Hormuz closure, because the wells will be full and they have to shut it down if they can't export them.
India is not, Mario. India, they depend on
India's screwed. India and Pakistan. That's why Asad is up in arms.
Exactly. India, if I remember correctly, they have less than a month of reserve. I think it's 20 days or something. It's nothing. They are desperate. They depend on Russian oil now. And of course, and they depend, of course, of what they import from the Persian Gulf. And ships to India through the toll booths, they were passing through until the start of the blockade. Paying, very important, paying in yuan to SIPs.
So what happens to Iran's capacity, though? So I understand Asian countries are screwed a lot more than China, especially
Yes.
Japan, South Korea, even Pakistan. That's why Hassan Munir needs this. And he's not only doing it as a favor. But what about Iran's capacity to export? Because you said the port, the Gulf of Oman, the capacity is limited, and the wells are going to be full version. Remember how we talked in the Gulf, when the capacity is shut, the wells will have to be shut because they can't keep, getting oil out. And when the wells are shut, to restart them will be very expensive, very time consuming. Isn't Iran in a similar position where they might be in a tricky position soon with the blockade?
Well, this plays, I would say that this plays very strongly in what we learned from the past 24 hours, that if the blockade, if the US does not disconnect this blockade, they will paralyze everything. This is a direct threat. Because of course they know that they know that it's very, very complicated, and it depends of some tankers, Chinese-owned tankers, or tankers from the Iranian shadow fleet dribbling across the American barrier. Apparently, it's happening. If you look at tanker trackers, somebody is passing through, anytime, but not enough. The volume is obviously not enough.
So this is a question now: who blinks first? That's where we're at.
Once again, is who blinks first? No question about that. The Iranians, they're basically saying directly, "We're not going to blink. That's it." In fact, this is an ultimatum to the US. Okay, after all, this is an act of war. Whatever you say about it, this blockade is an act of war, period. So that's it. Okay, you want to continue with that? All right, so this is our response. Then it's blocked for everybody. And it's blocked for the global economy, not only for the unfriendly nations, right? It's the next few days are, wow. It's a real cliffhanger. Until the end, it's Wednesday, nah? The end of the ceasefire.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Wednesday.
They're talking about an extension.
The Iranians already said no. Exactly. The Americans asked for a 2-week extension. The Iranians interpreted this. They need more time to reposition and to get more weapons. So they said no. So who can bridge this gap? From a diplomatic angle, the Pakistanis are trying. But from the geoeconomic military angle, there's nobody to bridge the gap. Literally. What is the gap? Okay, let me throw a volleyball here. The Chinese, which is not the way they conduct their foreign policy, they could intervene directly and basically tell the Americans, this is what you're doing is an illegal, in terms of international law, it's an act of war against Iran and against us. Because we know that the number one target is Chinese tankers and Iranian tankers who are bringing energy to us in China. So are you ready to enter the fight against us? And then the Americans will blink. This will be the only way. Yeah, and we know it's not going to happen. We know it's not going to happen.
Wouldn't another blink be the closure, as we said, of the various other straits, like the Bab el-Mandeb Straits, closure of all other routes by Iran? That would force Trump to blink as soon as they start indicating they're going to close the Bab el-Mandeb Strait and strike the pipeline in Saudi. That will just screw the global market. So that will be one other alternative. But on China, there's another theory that this is all about China from the beginning. And this blockade right now is a way to strangle China. What do you think of that? Is that all a Cold War against China right now, or a proxy war against China?
Mario, this is not a theory. This is the purpose of this whole geopolitical play. Starting with Venezuela, moving to Iran, moving to the Strait of Malacca, this very, very dodgy deal between the Ministry of Defense in Jakarta, the Ministry of Defense of Indonesia, with the Secretary of Forever Wars in Washington. This is immensely dodgy. I haven't had time yet to check with Jakarta. Okay, what the hell are you doing? And you are a BRICS member. So this is something that many of us will have to investigate in the next few days and weeks.
I've said this from the get-go. This is all about the control of the Strait of Hormuz against China.
Of course, and this is all about controlling the sources of energy going to China, force them to remain within the petrodollar, and if they don't, we go there and devastate you and kill you, which is
so. But Pepe, that's on that theory then. On that, so if that theory is accurate, that increases the likelihood, which is, by the way, a theory I believe. I think it's more about China than Israel or about nuclear weapons and all that. If that theory is true, that means the objective has not been achieved, and the objective is not achieved. That means unless the blockade is part of that mission, the blockade obviously can't remain there forever, but it's part of a strategy to have some influence, whether through military means, through a blockade, something to give the US control of the Strait of Hormuz and give them leverage over China, because China has the rare earth, has leverage over the US. But if that's true, that's a bad thing when it comes to peace, because the objective, as we said, has not been achieved.
The objective is not peace, Mario. And that's why all of us should be terrified. The objective is protect the assets of the empire and the reserve currency, which belongs to the empire. And anybody that goes against this arrangement, that's it. It's highway to hell. It's what happened first with Iraq, with Libya, etc. Afghanistan, no, they didn't have oil. That was different. That was control of Eurasia, influence across Eurasia. But in the case of the most important, the holy grail of the whole thing, which is the Strait of Hormuz, that's it. The Strait of Hormuz has to be controlled by us, Americans, and everything has to be dealt with in petrodollars. At the moment, they don't have the Strait of Hormuz, and we already have the Petro Yuan in action. So no wonder they are like scurrying cockroaches. They are desperate. What are they going to do? Bomb Iran to the Stone Ages? It's not going to solve anything because they still won't fold. They proved again and again. So they are moving around. They arrived at the Strait of Malacca for all practical purposes. If the Indonesians are stupid enough, I hope not. I love Indonesia. I work in Indonesia a lot. But they can be they're ruling. In fact, Prabowo is an old general. He was very close to Suharto. So there's not much difference, If they make this decision to give overflight rights to the Americans in Indonesia in the Strait of Malacca, from the Chinese point of view,
what is the can you tell me more? What is that partnership? So for everyone listening, the Strait of Malacca is the most important energy chokehold for China. A lot of what comes out of the Strait of Hormuz goes through the Strait of Malacca, and a lot of countries share borders with it, including Indonesia. And now there is a pact between the US and Indonesia, which I would love you to explain.
We don't know the details. It's something that I need to find time to read the whole thing, in fact, and see what's in this military pact, how deep it is. And for instance, I already saw that the Minister of Foreign Relations in Jakarta told their own Ministry of Defense, you cannot do this. We are essentially a non-aligned nation. And we are a BRICS member. We cannot do this because this will go against one of the BRICS founders.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that. So we still need to see the letter of the new military agreement. That's number one. But it was not an accident that in the middle of the whole Strait of Hormuz kabuki, we see the Secretary of War signing this with the Ministry of Defense from Indonesia. This was the Americans sending another message. Look, we're going after you in the Strait of Malacca. A message to the Chinese. And why all that is happening now, Mario? Don't forget, what's going to happen on May 14?
The meeting.
Donald Trump arrives in Beijing.
Yeah.
So everything that you're seeing now is
all roads lead to that meeting.
Trump amassing cards is going to arrive in Beijing with all his cards and say, look at all my cards, What are you going to give?
To counter the rare earth card by China, their biggest card.
Yes. Is that enforce China to do something about rare earth. But that's the problem with these people. Because they're so pedestrian. They don't know how the world works. They don't know about codes in Asia. They don't know about saving face. They don't know about Chinese culture. Nothing. You cannot pressure China to do something like this. It's out of the question. But this is the way they're acting. All of that is extra means to pressure China. And they have less than a month. In fact, 1 month. Now today is 6. Yeah. In 1 month, Donald Trump is in Beijing with all those cards, forcing the Chinese to bend to his will. It's not going to happen. Forget it.
As the last topic, Pepe, to briefly cover is Lebanon. What do you think is going to happen there? That's more heartbreaking for me. I'm a lot less optimistic. It's very messy.
The devastation in southern Lebanon is, gosh, they're eliminating whole villages. Yeah. Literally. You look at the village how it was, and you look at the map now. They're gone. When I was in Lebanon last year, we went to 2 villages in 2 parts of the border, different parts of the border. 2 villages that were destroyed by the Israelis. One of them after a ceasefire, and another one during fighting, and then they came back and destroyed what was not destroyed during the fight. You have to see something like this in front of you. It's really apocalyptic. There's nothing left standing, really, and they are reproducing.
Insane.
Yes, exactly. We've seen, all of us. We've seen the videos, but still, Hezbollah is resisting, and they are kicking their asses whenever there is a face-to-face encounter, because Hezbollah, they know how to fight face-to-face, real. It's not about killing women and children. They know how to really fight. So they're kicking their asses big time. But Hezbollah, they don't have enough firepower and enough manpower, because the Israelis are throwing everything into this offensive. They want to devastate southern Lebanon all the way to the Litani River. This is the plan. And this was always the plan. And now they think that they can do it, get away with it, even with this fake ceasefire, which is not going to be respected. Everybody knows that. And the ceasefire was not with Hezbollah. The ceasefire was with the traitor posing as president of Lebanon.
We don't like him.
These people are totally despised in Beirut and in Lebanon.
He's a general. He's ex-military. The Lebanese army is the most loved institution, more than Hezbollah in Lebanon.
It doesn't matter, Mario. They are despised because they are seen as traitors. That they are giving. This is how can I put it? The Beirut street. Let's put it this way. And everywhere, not only the southern part of Beirut, which is essentially most of it Shiite, but if you go to the Corniche, where you see a lot of Sunnis, a lot of Christians, wealthy Sunnis, wealthy Christians, these people are giving almost 30% of Lebanon to the Zionists. This is the interpretation. the real popular interpretation of what's going on.
So what is so Lebanon's a very tricky position because I'm appalled by
Very.
what Israel's doing. I think it's a war crime, and I think they, what they're doing in South Lebanon is what they're doing to Gaza. But at the same time, Hezbollah is giving them justification to attack. I'm not talking going back 40 years. I'm talking Hezbollah now. Drag Lebanon. I said this to the professor from Iran 2 days ago. That's what we disagreed. We agreed on a few things. We disagreed on this. I said, Professor, Iran did the smart thing in their best interest, and that's drag Hezbollah into this war. And they have the right to. They've funded Hezbollah militarily for decades, and they have the right to request Hezbollah to support them when needed, because Iran supported Hezbollah when they needed. Iran is the reason Hezbollah is more powerful than the military. And I said to him, Professor, on Hezbollah, do you at least take the blame that Iran sacrificed Lebanese interests for their own interests to drag Lebanon into the war? Now they're doing the right thing by standing their ground, surprisingly, so far. Standing their ground and forcing a ceasefire in Lebanon, and hopefully they'll force Israel to pull out as part of the ceasefire. We'll see. And then I asked him, what is the solution to the Hezbollah issue? If Israel either pulls out of South Lebanon or guarantees, someone offers a guarantee, the US, the French, someone offers guarantees that Hezbollah, Israel will pull out of South Lebanon, should Hezbollah merge into the Lebanese military? He hesitated, but he said, Mario, it's up to the Lebanese. But if they think this is the right solution, then sure, they should merge. But as long as there's a deterrent to Israeli aggression, which means, and I agree, there should be a rearmament to some extent of the Lebanese military, because Israel cannot be trusted. And I agree with him 100% there. Israel cannot be trusted. So my question to you, Pepe, is it is a very tricky position because I'm in the middle. I want Hezbollah to go, I think, or merge with the Lebanese military. I want Hezbollah to merge with the Lebanese military. So then it's under one institution, answers to one party, and that's the Lebanese government, which represents the Lebanese people, and not the US, Israel, Saudi, Iran, no other country. But at the same time, what is to ensure that Israel pulls out of South Lebanon and does not annex the territory as they did in Palestine? Because I'm starting to get very doubtful of their intentions. What's the solution for Lebanon? It's even people that are critical of Hezbollah, they're like, on one side, we want Hezbollah to disarm. They blame them for this. The favorability rating of Hezbollah has dropped significantly since October 7th because they see Hezbollah dragging Lebanon into this war. But at the same time, when Katz makes a statement about people in Lebanon not coming back to the south and demolishes villages, people are like, yeah, but we also need Hezbollah to deter Israel from annexing Lebanese territory. So it's a tricky position to be in. That I feel like Lebanon is a pawn between those superpowers. I just don't know what the solution you think should be.
There is no solution in Lebanon, unfortunately. Very realistic.
Yeah,
very
realistic. Told me
realistic.
that same thing.
And there is only one resistance force, which has a military wing, and it has a social wing, which is very, very powerful. It's crammed with intellectuals, very well prepared people. Hezbollah members of parliament are. I talked to them some of them last year. They are extremely well prepared. They have their think tanks. So it's two sides: social action and military resistance action against Lebanon being totally fragmented or most of it gobbled up by Israel. There's nothing else. The Lebanese army will never do that. The Lebanese army, they cannot control a UN post anywhere. It's pathetic. It's not a real army. And he has people who don't have the fighting experience of Hezbollah and rebuilding themselves over and over again since 1982. So there's no solution. You have a resistance force which is fighting for the people of Lebanon, not only for the Shiites in Lebanon. They're fighting for the Sunnis, for the Maronite Christians, for everybody, for the whole mosaic of Lebanese life. And they know that the Zionist plan, there's only one plan. There was always only one plan: fragment, harass, destroy, and gobble up Lebanon. So it's once again, it's a Zionist regime on one side and a resistance on the other side. It's very straightforward. Why do you think Hezbollah, with young people all over the world, people respect and understand what Hezbollah does? They see Hezbollah like they saw because the unfavorability rating against Israel is at record lows.
a record high is the unfavorability. The favorability is at record lows. People around the world are so critical of Israel. They see any movement, even violent ones. Hamas is a lot more violent than Hezbollah, but even more violent ones, a lot more favorably than they would have before. If Hezbollah was fighting a country like any other country, people would not perceive it the same as Israel because of what Israel's doing.
Because what Israel is doing, you need no words for it, Mario. The images tell the whole story. The horrifying images tell the whole story. And even across Europe, people refuse to see for decades. Now they're waking up, thanks mostly to the younger generations in Europe. They are teaching the older generation or the baby boomers in Europe. Yeah, you know.
I just worry that Hezbollah is also, because you make a very good point, but I worry Hezbollah is offering justification for Israel to do what it's doing. And if you go down the path of Jordan or Egypt, it'll be very different.
No, it's not. It's not the case. They are very, very serious people, Mario. It took me years to understand them, to read about them, to go there, to talk to them, to visit their think tanks. They toured Dahieh with me, showing all the places that were bombed and then rebuilt. They took me to the villages bordering occupied Palestine. They showed me how they were destroyed. So after a while, when you see the facts in front of you, there's no controversy.
You can't have their loyalties split between two countries. To what level is up to whoever, and obviously ideologically.
They don't. No, they are Lebanese. They are Lebanese,
but they're also funded by Iran.
It's a completely different story. For instance, over the years, when you saw the interaction, this is the key interaction: Sheikh Nasrallah, Soleimani, and Ayatollah Khamenei. They were always meeting each other and interacting with each other. There was always the key matter of mutual respect, and mutual respect coming from two different nations, sovereign nations. So they respect their interconnected sovereignty. For instance, the genius of Soleimani as a military strategist, when he was organizing how the axis of resistance works, is that he understood the particularities of each nation. Syria,
but when you have the Iranian ambassador, the Lebanese government asked Hezbollah to disarm. They did not. The Lebanese government asked the Iranian ambassador to leave.
But if they did,
but as a country, but which country in the world has two militaries and one of them funded by a foreign country? I can't find one example where it works. The other examples are like Congo and other countries which are failed states. That is my concern, is that I see the resistance aspect and the deterrent. And I'm, for the first time today, after I saw what happened in South Lebanon, I'm very critical of Hezbollah. Very, very critical. I think they should disarm or merge into the Lebanese military. That's my position. But today I said the statement. I said, you know what? After what I saw Israel do, I'm like, they shouldn't disarm unless Israel actually pulls out, or there's guarantees they'll pull out. Then they can disarm. Otherwise, there's no deterrent for Israel annexing South Lebanon. But I also said, I blame Hezbollah for where we are, because you can't have a country do well when the government that was elected. Lebanon has elections, not perfect, but the international bodies say they're not. They're genuine elections, even though they're not perfect. So Lebanon has elections, and Hezbollah has their representations in the parliament. You can't have the Lebanese government telling a militia to disarm, and they're like, no, we're not. Telling the Iranian ambassador to leave, and then the Hezbollah militia threatens the Lebanese government and supports the Iranian ambassador to stay in the country when the government asks him to leave. Or when you've got IRGC commanders with Hezbollah members in the barracks, strikes on Hezbollah targets included IRGC commanders when Nasrallah was killed as IRGC commanders. So I feel like my position is Iran has the right to dictate to Hezbollah, my position, because they've funded them. That's their right. And Iran is Iran first. They're doing the right thing. Hezbollah has to listen to Iran because they fund them. But Nasrallah was really good at balancing it, my opinion. Nasrallah was really good at balancing Iran and Lebanon. And by the way, I'm not saying they don't care about Lebanon. They're Lebanese. They 100% care about Lebanon. But I think the structure itself, the incentives are misaligned, where they have to be aligned by not dismantling as an organization, but merging with the Lebanese military. That means Hezbollah personnel still are part of the military. And that's historically that's worked. There's been instances where it happened. Latin America, you know more than I think that's the only solution, as long as there's a guarantee that Israel will pull out. Because if
there will never be a guarantee, Mario. Look,
Yeah,
I get your
probably.
point perfectly. My suggestion is go to Beirut, spend 2 weeks, and go to southern Lebanon. You will understand everything. You have to go there and see for yourself. Number one. Number two, the Lebanese army doesn't exist. It's a joke.
That's true.
It's a paper army. The army that defends Lebanon is Israel. Oops, sorry, I'm totally crazy. The army that defends Lebanon is Hezbollah.
Someone will clip that now, Pepe. So that will go viral. Someone will clip you now.
Oh, man. If you put this online, it's going to be viral. There's no question. Okay, most important point. Israel will never give up Plan A, and there was never a Plan B. Once again, Lebanon has to be incorporated into Eretz Israel, period. That's it. So any Lebanese, Sunni, Maronite Christian, Shiite, whatever, Europeanized, Westernized, when they look at that, they said, no, this is our country, and we have to defend it any way we can. And their best way of defending themselves is via Hezbollah. After that, then we can get into all the minutiae and all the details, ideological, military, Shiites, Sunnis, majority, how the system in Lebanon was on purpose divided into these three ethnic groups and faiths, so it will always be a mess, and it is a mess. And at the same time, it's a very vibrant society. Beirut is one of the most captivating big cities on the planet. You see multipolarity in Beirut in every corner. It's one of the greatest cities in humanity. But it's not enough. It's not enough. Don't forget that on the other side, we have a death cult. And the death cult wants to spread death all over Lebanon, which is exactly what they're doing in southern Lebanon now.
Pepe, thank you so much for coming on the show, man. Really, really appreciate it. I enjoyed the back and forth, especially the insight into China's role in all this. That was the most fascinating. But I'm having you again soon. Thank you so much, sir.
All right. Cheers. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah,
Cheers.
Pepe. Have a good night, sir. All right, everyone. We've got Suzanne coming in on the show, and Trump has made a few statements that I'll be reading out shortly. Suzanne, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good, good. Trump just is making a speech as we speak. He said the blockade is going good, very powerful. We're making a lot of progress in that. That was a few minutes ago. Iran wants to make a deal, no nuclear weapons. There's a big factor. That's Trump saying. Iran wants to make a deal, no nuclear weapons. That's a big factor, and they are willing to do things today they weren't 2 months ago. He's trying to make this into a win. The stock markets are coming down. He means going up, I guess, or maybe someone wrote it wrong. It looks like we're going to make a deal with Iran, looking good. Negotiations may take place over the weekend. There is no 20-year limit. They will not have nuclear weapons, which is weird because there's reports that the Americans are asking for a 20-year limit, and Iran only wants to give a 5-year limit. If there is no deal, the fighting will resume. There will be no extension of the ceasefire. That's Trump saying that. Funny, because Iran said initially they don't want an extension. The Americans wanted an extension. I'll read out the rest of the statements briefly. We have a lot of agreement with Iran, and we think something might happen pretty soon. And the rest is unrelated about the Pope. And then he says, I don't know if I'll extend the ceasefire. I will if I need to. Okay, so he's open to extending it based on these statements. And he says, we have a very good relationship with Iran right now. It's hard to believe. I think Arab countries will make a contribution towards the cost of war. So I would love to get your thoughts on these statements, and then we go back to everything else that's happening. But let's analyze these statements. He's saying Iran does not want a nuclear program, even more, no 20 years. He's happy to go back to war. I feel it's all rhetoric. He wants an off-ramp, but I've had people smarter than me, including Professor Pape, Colonel McGregor, that were on the show earlier, that said, Mario, Pape thinks the decision for a ground operation has already been made. He's seeing the signs. Colonel McGregor thinks that there will be a 5-day bombing campaign, and that will be the end of it. And others are split. So a lot of questions there, Suzanne. What do you think? Where are we at?
I think the president wants a ceasefire, and I think that he needs a ceasefire because he's got about 3 weeks before he goes to Beijing, and he can't have an active war tailing him as he tries to engage in this summit diplomacy with Chairman Xi. So I think some of what we're hearing and seeing is preparation for a set of scenarios in which the Iranians simply drive too hard a bargain. But he's trying to, I think, project confidence for markets at this point in time, because really we're in an economic war in many respects.
Can you expand on that? We're in an economic war.
Well, fundamentally, the Iranians turned the tables by taking control of the Strait of Hormuz, and this is an energy disruption unlike anything we've ever experienced. And we've obviously had significant disruptions both after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but more importantly during the 70s with the Arab oil embargo and then with the Iranian Revolution. Those were very disruptive. They had enormous economic implications for the West in particular, and obviously also political implications. The president appreciates this very keenly. He has tried to seize back the advantage by implementing this blockade on Iran to apply economic pressure to Iran. But still, it is Iran that has the global economy in its crosshairs and in a chokehold, really. And so time is of the essence. The sooner this is settled, the better the recovery, the quicker the recovery may be, and the better the president's prospects in midterm elections might look. So I think fundamentally, we need to see this come to an end, probably even more than the Iranians do.
So what is the Iranian incentive to end this? Because I think the other worry, and I've talked about this before, is they're emboldened to continue the war because of the successes they've had. And they might have very maximalist demands. Professor Pape thinks that they're more keen than ever to have a nuclear program as the ultimate deterrent. I thought the Strait of Hormuz closure is their nuclear program, as McGregor said. But Pape thinks no, they do want. They're almost certain now to build a nuclear weapon in the next few years, end up being like North Korea, and not end up being like Libya. So that's one worry. The other one is they want to control the Strait of Hormuz. They want reparations. They want sanctions lifted. Do you think Islamabad, Pakistan, Asim Munir could find a middle ground?
I think we have to find a middle ground, and at least from the early signs of the first round of negotiations, I think the Iranians are prepared to be serious about this. I think many of us were concerned that they might just, as you said, they'd been emboldened by their success in the early weeks of the war, and they might miss the opportunity to lock in whatever gains they think they can from this conflict and simply go for broke. And we saw that, for example, during the Iran-Iraq war, when after having evicted Iraqi troops from Iranian territory, the Iranians had the opportunity to take an off-ramp. They were offered reparations from the Saudis and the other Gulf states at that time to end the war. Instead, they decided to take the war to Baghdad, and another 6 years later, and billions lost and hundreds of thousands of lives lost. They had to settle for something far less than what they had originally hoped to achieve in terms of ousting Saddam. That was, I think, at the time, a huge miscalculation on the part of the Iranians. And I think what we saw by their willingness to go to Islamabad, by at least what seem to be terms that are not so far out there that they don't provide some ground for possible negotiations, that they are in fact trying to drive to an end to this conflict as well. They've got a huge reconstruction challenge on their hands. They want to try to ensure that they can remain in charge. And obviously they survived the decapitation attacks, but it's a very precarious situation. I assume they're also getting some pressure from Beijing and other capitals because this will have huge implications for the global economy if we saw a prolonged closure of the Strait of Hormuz. And so that it is time for the Iranians to settle. I think the president wants a deal. It's not then axiomatic that we get one simply because the two sides are willing to talk. But it's not clear to me that either one really has the readiness to play this out over months that it might.
So you're in a very similar position to me, that both parties have more incentives to walk away from this war than continue it.
I believe so. I mean, you can make an argument for either side that they're going to move forward, and I think the signs that there are operations being considered are very clearly there, with a third carrier strike group and other capabilities being moved to the region. But, this is precisely what President Trump campaigned against, really, from the start of his political career. He criticized the trillions spent in Iraq and Afghanistan. His base does not want to be paying, already much higher prices at the gas pump in exchange for a war that they don't really see any direct dividends for. So I think the president wants out, and I think what we can see from Iran at this point in time is that if they can lock in some gains, they will also walk away.
But what if Trump is fighting this war because of legacy? That's what a lot of people are saying. And the way they convinced him to fight this war is, he was listening to his executive branch, his military advisors, who were telling him, look, it's not a good idea. The regime won't fall. And then he's got, in the other ear, in Mar-a-Lago, he's got the donors, the backers, the wealthy people that, kind of influence some of his decisions to an extent. They're telling him you could be, they pulled the legacy string. They're like, you could be the first, there could be on Mount Rushmore, you could be the first president to solve the Iran crisis, something that no other president has done for decades, since 1979. So that's like the other narrative. And if it is about legacy, which I'm sure it's important for Trump, it's important for any president, some more than others. Well, if Iran doesn't give him some sort of win, from a legacy perspective, that's not going to turn out very well for Trump. So isn't there an argument to be made? Isn't there a scenario where he would rather face the political consequences, because he's not running again, even if it leads to a disaster in the midterms, in order to achieve victory in Iran and control of the Strait of Hormuz, or the strategic benefit of controlling the Strait of Hormuz? So isn't that a possibility, and does that concern you? I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's likely, but it is a concern nonetheless.
Oh, I absolutely agree. And I don't think it's over yet. I don't think it will be over even after it's over, because I think we'll probably have a continued bubbling conflict that isn't quite as severe as what we're experiencing right now. But, I do think that the president needs something that he can brand as a win. I was talking with an official early in the war who said he really needs his, season finale for this war that he can, that gets great ratings. And, so he can't have a war that ends with Iran in control of the Strait and with some capacity of highly enriched uranium that could lead them to a quick breakout to nuclear weapons capability. So, what that looks like is for the negotiators to try to hammer out some constraints on Iran's nuclear program. I think many in Washington are looking at this as a weaker version potentially of the JCPOA. And potentially, he can point to having degraded some of Iran's military capabilities, its conventional ballistic missiles, and its wider economy, and point to the fact that as a victory. I don't know that it will sell. But if we see markets respond, if the disruption to oil supplies can be mitigated quickly and prices come down in time for the kind of summer holiday season here in the United States, it's possible that this, he will still have his base who are so fervent in support of him that they don't always vote in their own interests. But we're still. I don't think it will be a victory by any historical standpoint. I think when we look at where Iran was in the weeks before this war and where it is today, I think it is a huge strategic setback for the United States. It's a huge tragedy for the Iranian people, because there was another course. We could have invested our time and efforts and the billions that have been spent on this war in trying to advance the cause that the Iranian people came to the streets for over the course of January and on many moments before. And instead, I think the president, as you say, was seduced by this idea that he could have this, unprecedented outcome. I think it was also the success of the early success of the operation in Venezuela, and he went for broke. And I think.
Can you go back? Sorry, what would you went back to the protests in January? What was the opportunity there?
I think the opportunity there was to try to invest in what we could do to enable Iranians to mobilize successfully against their regime. It was not going to be easy. It was not going to be a quick turnaround. But in the long run, what Iranians need in order to be prepared to challenge the regime is a political organization that can really confront this system. They need access to information and resources that enable them to apply pressure on the streets. And we also need to be working to try to avoid this, prevent this regime from applying the kind of force on the streets that it did, as well as closing down the internet. Of course, the Iranians have been without any contact with the wider world for the most part since the start of this war.
Well, that alternative scares me more. You're talking about a regime change operation, not with troops on the ground, which is what is needed for a regime change operation, but without even bombarding the country, which, you know, one could argue will have less rally around the flag, which we had when you bombed the hell out of the country and killed the supreme leader with his family. But at the same time, arming the protesters, and none of that ship has sailed anyway, but just curious, arming the protesters could lead to civil war. Arming groups, the Kurds, etc. That could be even worse than what we're facing right now.
Oh, absolutely. And I wasn't suggesting that we should be trying to ship arms into Iran. What I'm suggesting is that there is, you know, a very large proportion of the Iranian people who would like to see a more responsible, reasonable, representative government. And they're very well educated. They're very well aware of the success stories across the Gulf in terms of economic development. And they want something better. They want a different outcome. And so if we were to help support those aspirations by investing in information, political mobilization, not through arms. This is not going to be a battle on the streets. It will take time. It would take time. But unfortunately, I think what we've done is, you know, close off that opportunity, at least in the near term, because as you say, you know, in the aftermath of a horrific conflict like this, in which the government has continued to threaten its own people time and time again, it's going to be much harder for Iranians to protest. You know, we've seen executions continue even as the bombs have been falling on Iran. So it's a regime that is now even more determined than ever and more violent than ever in terms of its approach to the region as well as its approach to its own people.
So then, what is the region going to look like, Suzanne, as a final question? What do you think is going to happen next? What is the balance of power between Iran and Israel? What is the Gulf going to do? There's some people that are saying the Gulf is split. Some of them want some sort of rapprochement to Iran. Even Saudi was being one of their camp. Others are a lot more hostile towards Iran, the UAE being in that camp. I'm of the opinion that all of them will find a way. A lot of people are very critical of the UAE, or some people are critical of the UAE throughout this war, but I think the UAE will position itself as a neutral country in all this. Bahrain, I don't know enough about. Saudi, I think, will do the same. They're worried about the Houthis. I think they'll accept Iran as a neighboring superpower. They won't keep the policy of weakening Iran will no longer be policy. I could be wrong. Oman, Qatar, we know their stance. Kuwait will have to do the same as well. They can't decide on their own. Bahrain will have to follow suit with the Saudi and or the UAE. So putting them all together, I do think we might see both a pact between those countries as a deterrent to Iran, but also improving relations and accepting that they have to live with a powerful neighbor called the Iranian Revolutionary Guard.
I totally agree with you. I think that, you know, it's a very unpleasant bargain for Iran's neighbors because, in particular, the United Arab Emirates has been disproportionately impacted because the Iranians have heavily targeted drones and missiles at infrastructure across the UAE, even more obviously than they have done against Israel. So there's going to be a huge bitter feelings in the region toward the Iranians, and that builds on 47 years of strife and tensions and, you know, efforts by Tehran to try to foment violence and subvert the governments in the Gulf. But, you know, realistically, I think all of these governments are very pragmatic, and they recognize that they're going to have to live with the Iranians on their periphery. And they can't afford to have an Iran that is incentivized to take these kinds of actions in the future, to disrupt the traffic to the strait, to potentially simply use their drone capacity to create the perception of risk around these economies that are so heavily dependent on their connection to the international system and their investments in technology and tourism, in finance. The Gulf needs some degree of stability and peace. And in that respect, I think that, you know, what we're going to see is the Gulf states having an incentive in helping to move Iran to a more stable economy and potentially to a more stable and reasonable government.
Trump also said, I would love to go to Pakistan. Pakistan has been great. They've been so good. Islamabad, I might go. Does that reconfirm what me and you believe? Is that the US Trump is in a position where he's adamant to ending the war.
Yes, I believe that the president would love to visit Islamabad, in part because the Pakistanis have been putting him forward for a Nobel Peace Prize, and he has seen himself as a peacemaker, despite the extent to which he has been reliant on the military in the second term. So, if he could be confident that he was going to get some sort of historic outcome, I'm sure that he would be there. And of course, it would be a historic outcome if you had the American president in some degree of contact with senior Iranian officials. Already we're in new waters with the negotiations that took place. And, anything's possible.
What happens to Lebanon, though? He announced a 10-day ceasefire in Lebanon. That's great news. But I'm just appalled at what Israel's doing in South Lebanon, Suzanne. Honestly, it's freaking horrible. Like, I've been very critical of Hezbollah. I think Hezbollah should be disarmed, merged into the Lebanese army. I've been saying this for a long time. I've always been very critical of Hezbollah for putting Iranian interests above Lebanese interests in many instances. At the same time, what Israel's doing is another level. It's honestly, and I don't use this word loosely. I tend to be as objective and nuanced as possible in my stances. But for the first time, I'm calling it the Gazification of South Lebanon. They're just demolishing villages. It's insane how the international community is letting that happen. Is Lebanon just destined to fail as a little tiny country with all these countries and with all these superpowers having their fingers in the pot?
I think what's happening in Lebanon is a tragedy as well, in part because for the first time in many years, you had a Lebanese government that was actively trying to disarm Hezbollah. Hezbollah had already been so heavily degraded. I understand that this security threat for Israelis is quite real, but I agree that this outcome is not going to actually advance their security interests. We've seen this movie before. We know that what happens when there is this level of disruption and destruction is that there's also radicalization. And unfortunately, I think this is only going to exacerbate the security threat from Lebanon rather than address it. I do hope the ceasefire can hold.
Yeah, I'll be speaking to IDF spokesperson Jonathan Conricus shortly. We have good conversations, me and him, back and forth. But since the statements by Defense Minister Katz, he literally said that South Lebanon, the Lebanese people will not be able to return to South Lebanon even after the war. Like, I'm starting to worry that annexation of South Lebanon is on the tables and seriously being considered by Israel, despite all the people within the Israeli government that told me otherwise, which would be heartbreaking.
Absolutely, and it wouldn't be a stable outcome. We need to ensure that Lebanon doesn't become a failed state. We need to ensure that Israel's neighbors can live in peace with it. And, if the Abraham Accords are to hold, if they are to be expanded someday, potentially with the inclusion of Saudi Arabia, that's not possible if Lebanon is collapsed as a result of these actions.
Suzanne, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your time. It's good to have you for the first time. I would love to have you again. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. So we've got our next guest coming on. It's Jonathan. Sorry, let me see who it is. Jonathan Conricus is coming on in half an hour, and I think will be a pretty heated conversation, me and him, in terms of what's happening in Lebanon right now. We do Matthew Ho coming on the show any second now. He's just backstage. We're sorting out his audio. In the meantime, I'll read out the statements by President Trump. Let me just get them for you. There they are. So these are the statements by President Trump. Iran wants to make a deal. They are willing to do things today they weren't willing to do 2 months ago. So this is clearly Trump saying that, he wants to off-ramp. He's trying to portray it as a win. Lebanon ceasefire will include Hezbollah. Obviously, that's what the ceasefire is all about. But it's only a 10-day ceasefire. Let's not get too excited. By the way, when Matthew's ready, guys, just bring him up, Lisa and KK. No need to ask me. If there is no deal, the fighting will resume. I think that's a pressure tactic. I don't think he means it. Obviously, if he has no choice, he has no choice. But Iran will give him an off-ramp. Don't know how it will look like. I think they're both working what concessions they need to give. And they're trying to get as much concessions from the other side as possible. And they have to keep the pressure going. That's why there's the military buildup going on. When he keeps Iran guessing and Iran unsure what Trump will do next, and I'm sure they're freaking out after all the weird decisions he's taken over the last few months and weeks, that's good for Trump in the negotiations. The more unpredictable Trump is, the better his position in negotiations. Was it Sun Tzu in The Art of War? He talks about having your enemy always guessing, not knowing what you're going to do next. Next statement. How much longer will Americans continue to see high gas prices? That was a reporter. He said, well, they are not very high. That was the answer by Trump. Not the best answer. Then he said, Iran has agreed not to have nuclear weapons. They have agreed to do it very powerfully. They have agreed to give us back the nuclear dust. That's the enriched uranium they have in the country. We have a lot of agreements with Iran, and I think something is going to happen very positive. Lisa, as I said, bring him up when he's ready. Hey, Matthew, how are you, man?
Good, Mario. How are you?
Good, man. Good. I'm just reading the Trump statements. Not sure if you've seen them. I don't know if you were hearing them earlier. Israel and Lebanon tried to make peace before. What is the difference this time? That was a reporter to Trump. He said, the difference is me. Big difference. That was Trump's answer. Then he goes about Pakistan. He said, I would go to Pakistan. Yeah, Pakistan's been great. Islamabad, I might go. Yeah, if the deal is signed, Islamabad, I might go. The Field Marshal and Prime Minister have been great. He's talking about Asa Munir and Sharif, Prime Minister Sharif. Are you going to make the Arab countries pay? Trump says, I think they are going to make that contribution. The Arab countries are not happy to hear that, but we'll see. I think he's going to use the Arab countries to pay the retribution, the reparations for Iran. If he makes that happen, that'll be fascinating. We have very good relationship with Iran right now, as hard as it is to believe. I think it's a combination of about 4 weeks of bombing and a very powerful blockade. The blockade is maybe more powerful than the bombing, if you want to know the truth. So this is Trump making the off-ramp very clear. That's the way I see it, in my view. Now, a lot of people are seeing this as gaslighting, as trying to trick the bluff for the international community and the Iranians before a ground operation. I was very surprised when Professor Pape made that statement to me earlier today when I interviewed him. He thinks that ground operation is already on the books and it's going to happen. And it's a matter of when, not if. So I was really surprised by Robert Pape's position, considering he's someone that studied he's war gamed Iran for 20 years. He studied how an Iran war would look like. So Matthew, what's your stance on everything? We haven't spoken in a long time. Are you confident of the ceasefire? Do you think it will turn into a permanent peace deal? What's going to happen to the region? How's the region going to look like? What's going to happen to Lebanon? There's a lot there.
Right. And thanks for having me back on. I think with Donald Trump, of course, the most important factor is Donald Trump. What does this get Donald Trump? What is his objective in all this? What are his goals at this point now? And those things shift daily. I think with Donald Trump, I would say that we are looking at a man who's trying to find a way out, who wants to find a way to save face, paint this as some type of victory, and can an agreement be made with the Iranians that does that provides that for him? Now the issues is that the American establishment has separate objectives. The Israelis certainly have separate objectives. The Iranians have their own objectives, and they're as well as Hezbollah and, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, but at this point in time, though, the most important thing is Donald Trump, which is terrible to say, absolutely terrible to say that we are looking at this and we're trying to analyze it and try and come to some understanding of what's occurring and where it's going. And the reality is that we're all held captive by what's going on inside of Donald Trump's head.
Well, I think Trump is doing the right thing. You might be shocked because we agreed last time critical of the war. He pulled out of the war despite all the pressure not to. Yeah. People are talking about Israel. Netanyahu calls the shots. Well, Netanyahu doesn't want the war to end. He's ended the war. He's pulled out of the war. And I'm someone who's very critical of the war and of Trump's mistake of getting into the war. That was one of the most upsetting things that I've seen. I don't care about his messages about the Pope. I have dark humor. I laugh. I just watch comedy all the time. So these for me are just funny things that happen. Words are harmless. Despite, I'm not saying it's a good idea for a president to talk like this, but for me, that's harmless relative to a war happening. I was happy to see him threaten an annihilation of the civilization. Why? Because I knew he's bluffing and he's pressuring Iran to concessions. So all this I don't mind. Starting the war is a mistake. I don't know who convinced him to start the war, but when he pulled out, I said to him, if he pulls out in 4 weeks, because I know how difficult it is not to fall into the escalation trap, assuming this ceasefire is permanent, we should give him his flowers. And if he manages to end the Lebanon problem, which could become the Palestine 2.0 problem in the Middle East. Palestine, people are moving. I think the Palestinian issue needs to be resolved. But as heartbreaking as it is, I'm starting to give up on that, because even people that are fighting for a two-state solution like Mario, we don't think it's going to happen. At least behind the scenes, many of them are telling me that. So I'm not going to say I give up on it. I've lost hope, but I won't give up on bringing awareness to the issue. Mm-hmm. But if he finds a way to solve the Lebanon issue, I don't know how. I don't think it's up to him. I think it's up to Mujtaba. And the Iran war is genuinely over. It's a 5-week campaign. Horrible. Every death is a tragedy, but it's very different to a multi-year or decade war in Afghanistan or a multi-year war in Vietnam. So I also want to kind of look at the other perspective, that Trump pulled out of this war. Trump damaged a regime I don't like, a government I don't like, an Iranian government, what they did in January. He couldn't achieve regime change, couldn't achieve a new government, democratic government, or a less ideological government. Fine. I think the war was a mistake from the get-go. But he pulled out. I think that deserves some credit. You might disagree with me, but that's where I stand.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough to give a guy credit for ending a war he started, right? But I know what you're saying. And I share, just to one point, I share with you, Mario, is I'm heartbroken over the Palestinians as well. And I share your thoughts on that and what you were implying there about hope for Palestine. But that this reality of Donald Trump as someone who's willing to change his mind is a good thing. He's not George W. Bush, right? We saw how George W. Bush handled the Iraq War, and he was never going to change his mind. And even after the Republicans lost the Congress in the 2006 midterm elections, Bush still didn't change his mind. He fired Don Rumsfeld, but he put in Bob Gates. And then he sent tens of thousands of more soldiers to Iraq under General Petraeus to try and win it. With President Trump, that willingness to let people try things and then to say, no, it's not working, we're going to stop this, was something that we saw in the first administration. We saw that, say, with the Afghan war. When Donald Trump came into office in his first term, he followed the advice of all the generals and his Secretary of Defense, Jim Mattis, to escalate the war in Afghanistan. And that first year or two under Donald Trump, the air war in Afghanistan particularly was the heaviest it had been since 2001. And then after a period of time, he realized this is not working. These people don't know what they're talking about. And he went into negotiations with the Taliban. And so, I mean, I think we're seeing the same thing on a compressed timeline here. Now, I still have the opinion that what they're going to get out of this is the Americans want to get some type of containment strategy for Iran, right? Some type of strategy where they're still blockading to some degree. They still have sanctions. We're still bombing or sending missiles into Iran as we feel like it, maybe not on the same level of the containment of Iraq during the 1990s, but something similar. I think that is the strategy that's been cooked up in Washington, D.C. Whether Donald Trump will go with that or not, I don't know. But the main thing right now is we do have a president who is willing to change his mind. He's not stubborn. He's not ideologically committed to this, right? He doesn't have any principles or beliefs, or he's not loyal to any institutions that tell him he can't change his mind on the Iran war. So I think you're exactly right, where there is an opportunity here for this war to end. I don't know what the odds on that are, but there is an opportunity for it to end.
You're saying an opportunity. You don't think it's almost like, I think it's a close to certainty. I know a lot of people come in. I really just think Iran can't afford. Mushtaba, the leader, he's lost his family. I understand he could be vengeful. He could be disfigured right now. It's unconfirmed reports. But we know he's injured, might have lost a leg as well. He was in that building, in the compound or the house where his father and his family were killed. So he's injured. A lot of the commanders have been picked off. These are human beings. They'd be worried about them being next, no matter how religious they could be or ideological they could be. They also don't want to. They want to live their comfortable life as a commander of the IRGC and not end up in a grave like other commanders. And on the American side, the war has been atrociously disastrous for the global economy, for the munition stockpiles. The military industrial complex will be printing money, but the military itself, they're running out of Tomahawks. I think they've used about a third or a quarter of them. Air defense munitions, radars are damaged. So both sides don't have an incentive to continue. I just don't see the scenario. Smarter people disagree with me, but I don't see the scenario of the war continuing. Trump will get a political win. Iran will give it to him. The guy is saying the regime has changed and is better, when we all know the regime is the same, if not more ideological. So he can twist anything into a political win. And Iran will give him something, and they'll get genuine concessions in return. All that Trump needs to do is say he got a better deal than JCPOA. That's all he needs.
And he can, in that case, he can say whatever he wants, and he will say whatever he wants. I think the issue here becomes, is this enough for the Iranians? In the course of this war, in the course of this 6-week long campaign, did the Iranians get what they wanted out of it? Did they establish some element of deterrence where this war is not going to happen again? Did it cause a fracture between the United States and its allies in the Gulf to make the American presence in the Gulf weaker or diminish it or make it fundamentally different than it was before? Has the world economic order changed enough to recognize a new system, if you will? But essentially, this key thing for the Iranians, did they establish the deterrence they're looking for? Did they put enough economic harm on the world to make a future war like this?
They've proved they control the Strait of Hormuz. That's enough to spook anyone. Medvedev called it their nuclear weapon. Oh, you agree? Yeah, because Medvedev said their nuclear weapon is the Strait of Hormuz, and I agree. I think it was one of the best quotes of the war.
No, that's exactly. So is that enough for the Iranians, right? Is that enough for the Iranians to say, we got enough out of this? And you could make some type of deal where they're able to continue with a toll or not. I mean, now we're getting into the secondary aspects of this. Is what about the Gulf states? What are the Gulf states going to do in reply to this? Is paying a toll something that they would be willing to do to acknowledge Iran's control over the straits, to go back to business as usual, or is that too far for them? Right. I mean, so now we're getting into all those other aspects. But in terms of just the reality of, for the Americans and the Iranians, is this enough? But the third aspect of this, of course, the Israelis. Have the Israelis gotten what they want? In terms of Iran, I don't think they've weakened Iran at all in the ability for Iran not to be a player in the region, right? I mean, that's the Israeli goal, is to either through regime change or causing instability, civil war, what have you, make Iran unable to participate in the region, make Iran not a factor anymore in the region. Have the Israelis gotten that? No, they haven't. If anything, Iran is stronger than what it was. But have the Israelis gotten enough with Lebanon? Now we're seeing this truce that was announced, or a ceasefire that was announced just an hour or so ago, between Lebanon and Israel. Of course, we'll see how that plays out. And we all know how the Israelis carry themselves in ceasefires, not just the Gaza and Lebanon ceasefires, but all ceasefires, essentially. But is what the Israelis have gotten in Lebanon in terms of it's not surprising to me that a ceasefire occurred today, because this morning I read that Israel had destroyed the last bridge that connects southern Lebanon, right? So do the Israelis have enough in Lebanon that they're willing to say, this is a victory for us, we've achieved what we're trying to do here, with all the limitations and pressures that we're under, right? In the sense of continuing our campaign for greater Israel. Is this enough for us at the moment with regards to Lebanon? So I think that's how we have to weigh all this, is have each of the parties gotten enough that they can go back to their people and say, this is a victory for us.
Israeli foreign policy is one of the biggest tragedies of my generation, of our generation, period. What Israel's done in Gaza, and I can't believe they're doing it again in South Lebanon. I've said, I made a post today. I said, I've given them the benefit of the doubt, but I'm seeing videos of them just leveling schools and hospitals and people's homes. People just left their homes. People that have nothing to do with Hezbollah. I'm not talking about homes that were used as Hezbollah. We're not talking about Hamas here. We're talking about Hezbollah, a military group in a very civilized country that has an airport. It's a very different story with Hamas. Hamas committed massive massacre. Hezbollah is a military group that is waging war on Israel at the behest of Iran, caused a disaster for Lebanon. I despise Hezbollah. I think they're horrible for the country and for Lebanon to be able to prosper. And they've put Iranian interests over the Lebanese interests. But what Israel is doing, as I said, I have Jonathan Conricus in 13 minutes to talk about it, and I can't wait because I'm really upset about it, because there's no justification. Like, even Jonathan told me, he said to me in more than one occasion, like, Mario, what Katz said about Lebanese people not being able to return to South Lebanon after a ceasefire is not right. It's not feasible and shouldn't happen. Eylon Levy, again, I think he was a former spokesperson to the Israeli government. He said the same thing to me. But if the minority, I'm still using the word minority in Israel, that want to annex Lebanese territory get their way, and they just demolish people's homes and annex that territory, how the hell can you get rid of Hezbollah? How the hell can you have Lebanese people walk away from the only military wing the country has that can deter Israel, when the Lebanese military's been completely defanged? They have no capabilities whatsoever. They just withdraw out of their own. When was the last time a military withdrew of of their own territory as another country just rolled in. When was the last time that happened? Didn't happen in Ukraine, didn't happen in Georgia. When was the last time that happened? Didn't happen in Palestine, in Gaza. Hamas did not just withdraw and allow Israeli military to go in. The Lebanese military is just so unable to fight Israel, and they were just unable to do anything in the country. They can't fight Hezbollah. That Israel's just rolling into Lebanon. Hezbollah, which again I despise, is the only group putting in a fight. And it's such a shitty situation because Hezbollah caused the destruction in Lebanon, but now Hezbollah is the only deterrent to what's happening. And it all depends on what Mujtaba Khamenei wants to do with Hezbollah, what his foreign policy will be, and what his deal will be with the US. Will it include Lebanon? Will the US give him enough concessions so he gives up on Hezbollah? And then what happens to South Lebanon? I don't know.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is what we're standing on the precipice of, right? This is what was launched decades ago. What was put into a finer point or greater motion in the last few years, and now here we are. This is the war that many of us have warned about because it can be not just destructive, the suffering and the ruination that comes from it, but also too because of the cataclysm it will bring to an existing order. And so now you have, as you just elucidated there, Mario, the decisions that all these belligerents, that all these players in this war have to come to. And they have their constituencies waiting on them. And on top of that, at the top of all that, you have the world watching this, the world on the brink of global recession. So you look at the way that the Chinese are viewing us, or say even within the region. Again, we're talking a bit about the Gulf states, but look at the relationship that has grown in the last years between Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Pakistan, and Egypt. And now, Bloomberg's got a story today about how they're meeting to really start to put on the paper some type of organization between those four, right? I mean, so this is what comes out of events like this. Are changes to the world order. And we've spoken about this before. I think what you have here is a war between the 20th century and a war between the 21st century. One side trying to hold on to what it had, and other sides trying to move forward out of an old imperial order. But this question with regards to the Israelis, is it enough for the Israelis? You've already seen just in the last hour or two, Yair Lapid and as many other Israeli figures as you want to point out, making statements about how this ceasefire is a betrayal, how this ceasefire is another example of why Netanyahu has to go. So Netanyahu understands the war in Lebanon to be popular, to end that war, to be politically damaging. But then too, the idea of what is Israel trying to get out of this? Whether or not they want southern Lebanon as a settlement or as a buffer zone, I don't know. Do they want southern Lebanon to resemble southern Syria? Is that what they're looking for? But at the same time, too, the dynamics there, the reality of it is that Hezbollah is not going to allow for that. So what do the Israelis do here? And then looming over the Israelis constantly is the issue of the West Bank. And when are they going to really, truly annex the West Bank? That's been going on for years now, of course. But the idea that they have so much they want to accomplish for their Greater Israel program and only so many resources. And I think what many in the Israeli establishment understand a closing window of time that they can do as they wish somewhat with the Trump administration. But in 28, who's going to be in the White House? And so this may be the best opportunity for them to carry out what they want to carry out.
They see the sentiment shifting. They see the sentiment shifting. I don't. Yeah. Do you agree that the impunity that Israel was able to operate under in the Middle East is coming to an end because of the sentiment in the US shifting drastically right now among the younger generation, number one. And number two, because the balance of power shifted. Iran now is strategically won this war. They control the Strait of Hormuz, and that means something. That means Gulf countries can't cooperate with Israel to weaken Iran anymore. That means China and Russia know that the US will not go back into a war with Iran. They don't want that quagmire again. No, they could start rearming Iran. They could start making Iran. Some people are saying it's going to become a superpower. It's going to become one of the 2, 3, 4 superpowers in the Middle East. Iran, Turkey, Saudi and Israel. Now, people dispute Saudi and their capabilities. I'm not an expert there, but whatever order you want to put them, I'd put Israel and Turkey as number 1, 2, 3, Iran soon, not now, because now it's been badly hurt, and then Saudi later on, unless they pick up on being more efficient in their rearmament. But that's a very different Middle East that might not allow the same impunity that Israel's had for so many years and decades.
That's right. I mean, you see the failure of the Abraham Accords here. The idea being that normalizing relationships with Israel would protect your country, as well as too the overall security alliances the Gulf states have had going back to the Second World War with the United States. The bases in these countries were the American bases in those countries were not meant to be. They were supposed to be shields against Iranian aggression, if you will, and they ended up being sponges for Iranian missiles and drones. Let alone the real cost that it has come on these countries, both current and long term. I mean, the Qataris are saying that it's going to take them 5 years to get their LNG back online, to be at full capacity again. I mean, in each country, we can point to something, as well as the fact of just having the threat over their head. How can anyone say that the deal with the Americans and then, of course, the Abraham Accords is a better deal than what has occurred in the last 6 weeks? For the Gulf states, it's this question of, well, where do we go? And so we see this maneuvering, this alignment among states. I think to your question about the ordering or the ranking, certainly Iran has proven itself to be a world power. Any country that can have this type of effect on the world is by definition a world power, right? I mean, because of its location, because of its military, its preparedness, but I'd also say because of its leadership. A leadership that planned and prepared for this war, but a leadership that was also patient through 2023, through 2024, through 2025, a leadership that has husbanded its relationships, its alliances with not just Hezbollah, but with Ansar Allah in Yemen, as well as the Iraqi resistance. So I think you do have this shift in the world that has occurred, that has been occurring, of course, but that this war is the marker for that. And that whatever comes out in the next couple of weeks, whatever we come out of that, we're in a different world than we were at the end of February.
So Netanyahu just said the following. We have the opportunity to make a historic peace agreement with Lebanon. We have 2 fundamental demands. First, the disarmament of Hezbollah. Very fair demand. A logical demand. Second, a sustainable peace agreement, peace through strength. Don't know what the hell you mean by peace through strength, but fair. All right. He said sustainable peace agreement. Then he says, we remain in Lebanon in a reinforced security zone. We are not leaving. This is a security belt that stretches from the sea to Mount Dov and that approaches Mount Hermon up to the Syrian border, a 10-kilometer wide zone that is much stronger, more continuous, and more solid than before. We are there. We are not leaving. So is he referring to, let me check, is that referring to the south of the Litani or just a smaller zone 8 kilometers into Lebanon?
I'm not sure, or whether, I mean, they've had those outposts there for the last
exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Is he? I'm just gonna check now.
I think what
do you make of these statements?
I'm sorry.
What do you make of these statements? What are his true intentions? I've become a lot more critical now. I've become a lot. Yeah, I think
it shows that he's showing his hand here. That this ceasefire is propaganda. It allows for the establishment of a narrative that Israel tried to make peace with Hezbollah, but Hezbollah wouldn't accept it. Just as similar, you have this narrative that dominates Washington, D.C. In the MAGA circles about how Donald Trump put in place a ceasefire in Gaza, right? I mean, it just belies or it obscures the overall context or the reality or the history of what's occurring there. So I think this ceasefire, what it does is it sets a new start date for Lebanon, right? So everyone will talk about when Netanyahu and Aoun get together and they have their summit, and, the first time an Israeli prime minister has met a Lebanese president in 40 years or whatever the number is, and there'll be a lot of fanfare, the cameras will be there, and that will be the date that history starts again, right? And then this way, going forward, everything will be about the fact that Hezbollah did not keep to the ceasefire, that Hezbollah rejected the ceasefire, and everyone will have forgotten that the reason why Hezbollah didn't go along with the ceasefire because Netanyahu clearly stated that Israel's not leaving southern Lebanon, right? And the whole history of it, the context, the reality of Hezbollah as a resistance force against occupation will be obscured. And that's, I think, what they're trying to structure is a narrative that allows for the Europeans and for the American political establishment to continue to back Israel in this.
Yeah, I'm just checking now. So this, I've got Conricus is going to come up in a minute, and I'm going to ask him about this. But it seems, Matthew, that so this is a buffer zone that they had previously from the previous war. That's after the 20. They had a smaller buffer zone after the 2024 war, so they've extended that one, but it's not south of the Litani. I think it's more of like 20 kilometers in. So that's different to the one from south of the Litani. That's a shorter buffer zone. I think that one could argue because they could not militarily reach the Litani River. Hezbollah has been putting up a pretty strong fight. But I don't know if that indicates a potential shift in Israeli policy in Lebanon. I hope so, because actions are not showing that. But we'll see. Matthew, always a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate it. That was a very cordial discussion, because I think my discussion with Mr. Conrick is going to be a lot less cordial based on the Israeli actions in South Lebanon. But it's always a pleasure to have you, man. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you, Mario. I appreciate it. And one thing just to leave people to think about, the Israelis don't need to have troops on the ground to occupy the ground. They can do that by drones and airstrikes as well. So they could keep that buffer like you're talking about, but still have an extended buffer controlled by drones, essentially, up to the Litani, that prevents most people going back home. But hey, I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
That's a very interesting point, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a very interesting point. They don't need to have troops up to the Litani River. They could just enforce that buffer zone with drones and not allowing. But do you think they won't allow anyone to come back, including civilians, in their homes?
I mean, they were pretty brutal with it since, the 2024 ceasefire. They dropped thousands and thousands of bombs, killed hundreds of people. Many of those people were just civilians going about their way. Any type of construction, so men who were trying to rebuild their homes that were destroyed in 2024 found themselves on the end of an Israeli Israeli missile fire from a drone. So one, we'll have to see whether Israelis say people can come back. What will be part of this? Will they allow people to come back? Will they say Christians and Druze can, but Shias can't? Or will they say, yeah, it's fine to come back, but then they keep killing people, so hardly anyone comes back? So that's I think what we may be seeing is an occupation by drone that the Israelis enforce to give them that buffer. The question for the Israelis, then, the other thing, and I'd be interested to hear the comments if you ask this: what about settlements? At what point did the Israelis start to settle southern Lebanon? Right? That's kind of hanging. That's hanging here on us, right? Yeah. So yeah.
All right. Matthew, always a pleasure. Thank you for coming.
All right. Thanks, Mario. We'll see you, man.
Thanks, man. All right, we got Jonathan.
Yes.
How are you,
Mario? I'm well. How are you?
That's an interesting background. Upgrading.
Actually downgrading, but I'm happy you like it.
Yeah, look, Jonathan, I saw the videos in South Lebanon. Have you seen those? They're like, I'm starting to look like a fool in giving them the benefit of the doubt. They're demolishing. There's videos of them demolishing. I posted them earlier today, or the team posted them. They're demolishing just complete villages. We're not talking about homes that have Hezbollah equipment or rockets. They don't have a rocket in every single home in South Lebanon.
How do you know where there's Hezbollah equipment and where there isn't?
You're talking about it's a calculated guess that not 100% of the homes, including many Christian homes, have Hezbollah rockets. You'd agree with that. And when you demolish
I don't think Christian homes are being demolished.
They're demolishing complete towns, hospitals, and schools.
Yeah, there are no Christian homes that are being demolished. But let me refresh everybody's memory from my personal experience. I was spokesperson many years ago, and we did an exercise where we took IDF classified intel about Hezbollah locations in a Lebanese town called El Khiam. El Khiam is in the eastern sector, pretty close to the blue line, about 2 kilometers away from the blue line, and it's a Shiite town, very important one, and it's a Hezbollah stronghold. And what we did was we gave the intel actually to the New York Times with the map on it, and we said all of these dots, all of the locations that we pointed out are Hezbollah facilities inside El Khiam. It's rocket positions, it's anti-tank missiles, it is bunkers, it's staging ground for attack positions, it's a tunnel entrance, it's various military targets. All of them, to the naked eye, look like a civilian village. But what's beneath the ground, what's inside the houses, is proper military infrastructure. Now, we released that many years ago, and we've been saying in Israel for years, Hezbollah is using Lebanese civilian infrastructure for their military purposes. Don't come crying when we dismantle it. Don't say anything, because we have been warning you, the world, for so long that Hezbollah is violating 1701, UN Security Council Resolution 1701. It's violating Lebanese sovereignty. It's using Lebanon as a launchpad against Israel, and it will come back to bite you. Why? Because Hezbollah will attack Israel. We will defend ourselves, and we will strike where Hezbollah is. What you're seeing happening now, and I'm surprised that you're getting, emotional about videos about destroyed houses. What's happening is, a very natural process of dismantling enemy infrastructure hidden in civilian buildings. That's all there's to it.
I'm going to try to find the video. Actually, I found it here. Let me send it to my team to play it. Lisa, I'm going to send it to you now. This is the one I saw today. And I've been seeing them destroy. So we talked about them destroying the towns at the border, and we disagreed on that a few episodes ago. Because you said, Mario, we need a buffer zone. I think, what was it, 1 kilometer in, 2 kilometers in? I can't remember what it was, but there were a few.
I didn't say a number,
there.
but yeah, a few kilometers in. Yeah,
very different to south of the Litani. And we agreed. So that's why we disagreed, that destroying the homes there, not allowing people to come back. But you made a valid point saying, Mario, as long as Hezbollah is there, we need a buffer zone. Like, fair. You make a logical point. We could respectfully disagree. And then we agreed that south of the Litani, people should be able to go back home. But then when I see videos on like the ones that we're just going to play now, the team's going to play, where you're talking about schools. And this is in, play it please, Lisa. Let me read out to you where it's from. So that was today. It's Marwain in southern Lebanon.
Marwain?
Marwain, Marwein. So that was on LBC, which is a Lebanese channel, which is critical of Hezbollah, just to be clear. Lebanon's pretty split. Marwain, the Israeli military outpost of South Lebanon. So that is in, let me try to get it. So that's just on the border. So this is the argument to be made. I've just checked right now. The municipality is just on, that goes back to
is on the border. Yeah, it's on the border. It's a location where Hezbollah has used villages for 15, 20 years. They've been using homes, facilities. By the way, just today, the IDF spokesperson Nadav Shoshani, Lieutenant Colonel Nadav Shoshani, I think he's been on your show. He shared pictures of a whole arsenal of sniper rifles, machine guns, and assault rifles that Hezbollah housed in a school in Binjbel. Binjbel is a large town about 5 kilometers from the border, one of the bigger towns, Shiite towns in southern Lebanon.
But Jonathan,
and they were using a school.
So it became a war zone. Okay, in a war zone, everyone evacuates. Everything becomes, IDF troops could go into a school that's empty. Hezbollah could go into a school that's empty. That's a war zone. You can find military equipment. You remove the equipment, okay? Do you then destroy the school because Hezbollah had the equipment there?
So I don't know if this specific school was destroyed, and you don't necessarily have to. You don't necessarily have to. Again, it depends on the military purpose. If we know, for instance, if we would know that Hezbollah has capabilities or intentions to come back and use the school, then perhaps maybe yes. But if the school is of no military value, then there's no point in destroying it. You take the weapons.
On that theory, Hezbollah could use any house, any building for military means when they come back. The solution is you don't destroy.
That's how ruthless they are. Yeah, that is how despicable Hezbollah is.
There's villages right now on the Russian-Ukrainian borders, homes, people's homes, schools, etc. I've seen this in every battlefield. The towns are completely empty. And you find Russian and Ukrainian troops in those homes. You find it in Yugoslavia as well in the battles and multiple wars where civilian infrastructure becomes part of the war zone because there's no one there. No one's using the school. When the war ends, so if we both agree that Hezbollah should be disarmed, my only worry, and I put out a post today, my only worry right now is I'm very skeptical that the people making the decisions don't share your beliefs. And there is an increasing belief that annexation of Lebanese territory is genuinely on the cards right now. And there's a lot of Lebanese people that don't have faith this is no longer the intention. That is the big concern.
I think that's very far from it, Mario. I think you're really missing the plot here. If you listen to statements by President Trump and by Prime Minister Netanyahu, and to a certain extent Lebanese President Aoun as well, that's not the lingo. They're talking about peace, they're talking about Abraham Accords, they're talking about dismantling Hezbollah, and Trump has just announced a 10-day ceasefire, kind of told Israel that there's a ceasefire now, which wasn't very much to Israel's liking, but that's where things are going. So, I mean, I can understand your concern for whatever empty Lebanese infrastructure, even though I don't know how valid it is. But at the end of the day, you see that things are, unfortunately, winding down, and Hezbollah has gotten a 10-day breather or a window to recover in order to facilitate negotiations and in order to support the political aims of President Trump. I think it's good that there's talks about Abraham Accords, there are talks about peace. The Lebanese government is saying, yes, we want to disarm Hezbollah. Yes, we understand that Hezbollah is a foreign problem using Iran at the behest of a foreign country, Iran, in order to do trouble and try to inflict damage on Israel, and that's detrimental to Lebanese aims. They understand it and they say it. Where we are now is that the big question is, okay, what's going to happen? Who is really going to disarm Hezbollah? Because it's very clear from my perspective and most Israelis, until Hezbollah is disarmed of weapons, there will not be peace. There's not going to be peace, and you'll have to continue to be very worried about lots of Lebanese infrastructure, because as long as Hezbollah poses a threat to Israel, using whatever infrastructure they have available, and being the cowards that they are, they will use civilian infrastructure. They won't build a base for themselves. They won't say, this is Camp Nasrallah in the center of Beirut. They won't have camps in Baalbek, and they won't have camps, military camps and positions in southern Lebanon. They will continue to hide behind civilian infrastructure, behind and under, as the cowards that they are. So if the consequences are going to be destruction of property and infrastructure that Hezbollah uses for military purposes.
So let me, Lisa, can you play those? We talked about a town just on the border. So these are more towns in Deir Sherian, which is 5 kilometers from the Israeli border. There's been mass detonations reported. There's other villages, including Qiyam, 6 kilometers, Kuza, and Makabala. I don't know how far those are.
Malkabe.
Malkabe. So these are the destructions that we're seeing. So you can see the scale of them, and you can see all the homes around was already damaged. Now, where do you draw the line and between destroying Hezbollah infrastructure versus destroying civilian infrastructure and making the towns uninhabitable so people don't come back? Because I think what's happening in Palestine, we've disagreed on it before. I think what's happening in Gaza, the goal is to make sure Palestinians don't go back. I think Gaza's gone it will never be a sovereign nation. It's a matter of how long it will take before it becomes Israeli territory.
It never was sovereign.
So your answer kind of gives you an idea of why I've given up on Gaza. But when it comes to South Lebanon, you said, look, the intention is different there. And I've believed that we've agreed on it before. Then became split. And now when I'm seeing the actions speak louder than words. The actions right now are very different to the actions we've had before when Israel was fighting Hezbollah.
What, a few plumes of smoke? What are the actions here?
So,
and as I told you before, you gave the example here of Qiyam. You pronounce it Qiyam. The Arabic pronunciation is El Khiyam. And it's a town a few kilometers from the Israeli border. That's the example I gave you of about 10 years ago when Israel declassified intel and gave it to the New York Times and said, here, this is El Khiyam. To the naked eye, it looks like a Lebanese town of ordinary civilians. But this and this and this and this, and there were dozens of military targets inside that town. And we made it clear, we declassified intel, that jeopardizes sources of intel and how you collect it. But we thought that that was important enough exactly in order to carry this message to the world. And that was 10 years ago. The message was, dear Lebanon, dear UN Security Council, dear UNIFIL, and everybody else who cares about the situation in Lebanon. This is a threat to Lebanese sovereignty. If you allow Hezbollah to use the infrastructure, abuse it for military purposes, that poses a risk. It poses a risk for Israel, and Israel will defend itself. And eventually, what will end up happening will be destruction of that infrastructure. And I don't think Israel could have done anything more to warn ahead of time, to be clear of its intentions, to warn civilians to get out of time. And now we're having a discussion about bricks and mortar, about a few plumes of smoke, and what's the fate of buildings that Hezbollah used for military purposes. They cease being civilian buildings once Hezbollah uses them. They just look like homes, but they're not homes anymore. They are combat infrastructure.
So you've just said that they cease being civilian infrastructure if Hezbollah use them. So we've just made the argument, a home that Hezbollah has snipers in the midst of war. And again, Israel will use, any military would use empty homes throughout war. And you've been in the army, you know how it works more than I. You've talked about a few dozen infrastructure that you guys have given to the New York Times. Satellite imagery, according, the BBC's verified it, satellite imagery and reports confirm the entire town of Khiam has been largely razed. Entire neighborhoods have been flattened and to rubble within a month via Israeli demolitions, not fighting, just complete demolitions after invading it.
Yeah.
So you've talked about Israel, you've talked about thousands of homes. You've given dozens of sources many years ago. You flattened the whole town in response. Do you think that's crossing the line when you flatten an entire village, Jonathan?
Not at all. And I'll remind you and everybody else who's watching this where this is coming from. The whole situation is that Hezbollah is using southern Lebanon as a launchpad against Israel. They were planning to attack Israel, just like Hamas did on October 7, specifically in El Khiam. El Khiam was full of underground infrastructure, bunkers, of weapons depots, intel collection sites, anti-tank missile firing positions, everything. All of Hezbollah's infrastructure was present or was on the ground in El Khiam. And that's something that viewers don't know, but I know it because I've been there many, many times. El Khiam sits at a dominant tactical position. So every house in El Khiam had kind of a 270-degree view over Israel, over the Israeli town of Metula, of Kiryat Shmona, and a few other communities nearby. And we knew that Hezbollah was using those allegedly civilian buildings in order to monitor, in order to fire, and in order to plan, and eventually to conduct attacks against Israel. Now, if we zoom out and think about the context here, Hezbollah attacked Israel in 2006. And then we fought a war for 34 days, ceasefire, resolution 1701, which said very clearly, Lebanon is supposed to be free of illegal arms, and the only armed entities in Lebanon, southern Lebanon, are supposed to be Lebanese armed forces and UNIFIL. And UNIFIL is supposed to make sure that that is implemented. Fast forward to 2023, October 23, that hasn't happened. Israel many times has filed official complaints to the Security Council, to UNIFIL, to the international media, to the US, to France, to anybody who wanted or didn't want to listen, saying, listen, Hezbollah is violating Lebanese territory. They're using civilian infrastructure. We even said every third house along the border area is used by Hezbollah either to collect intelligence, to plan attacks, or to conduct attacks. And the consequences of allowing that to happen is that the responsibility for the future, it lies on the Lebanese authorities and to a certain extent on UNIFIL and the UN. They failed to implement 1701. And Israel is left with no other option.
No other option than to fight Hezbollah. No other option than to kick Hezbollah, ask people to leave South Lebanon, not let them come back home.
And then invite them again?
Hezbollah. No, you disarm, keep it. We even agreed in the last show. I said, do the extreme step, which I'll get a lot of slack for. Don't let people come back home, or let civilians come back home with no arms. Have checkpoints everywhere. You've already destroyed all the bridges. Control the bridges with the Lebanese army. Have very significant checkpoints. Don't let any arms come in. Work with the Lebanese military on a process to disarm Hezbollah. It's your right for your own security. But then the goal is to make sure Lebanese people turn on Hezbollah. We both agree on this. And I've spoken to Lebanese people. You don't want Lebanese people to turn on Hezbollah.
I don't think that Shiites. Yeah, I don't think that Shiites will.
Lebanese people,
southern Lebanese Shiites will turn on Hezbollah. I don't think that they will, because Hezbollah is. They are Hezbollah.
Shiites, and you can't say all Shiites are Hezbollah. Let's take it step, like 75% of Shiites support Hezbollah. There's still 25% that don't. 90%
but
of Shiites support
it has they have grassroots support.
They do. But
it's a real connection. They're not going to turn against them.
But the goal is to win the hearts and minds of the Lebanese people, because you want Lebanon to say, look, Israel has the right to attack. And many people were saying that, and they keep saying that till now. You got Lebanese politicians speaking up for the first time, many of them. You've got the government acting as Hezbollah. So it worked. But then when you go and demolish a town that's 6 kilometers into Lebanon, because you said Hezbollah used the infrastructure to attack Israel, I'm like, destroy their tunnels. Fine. Obviously, they don't have tunnels across under every home. We're not talking about ants. It's impossible to have it under every home, and you know that. You've been there.
You'd be surprised, Mario. You'd be surprised how industrious Hezbollah has been in digging tunnels, bunkers, and using civilian infrastructure. And you only have to look at their own movies.
You've raised the village. So I think you're... but you've raised the village because in your mind, they should never. That village should become a security checkpoint for Israel, for Israel's security. I think that's what... Then how do people go back? How does the average person go back to their home?
To El Khiyam, I'm not sure that they will. And this, you can warn once, you can warn twice. It's upon those who are being warned to actually heed the warning and say, okay, so I'm being warned here. Hold on, just a second. And what Hezbollah has done, they attacked Israel in 2006. They attacked Israel on the 8th of October 2023, and we fought for 9-10 months. Then a ceasefire was signed after Hassan Nasrallah was eliminated and Hezbollah was temporarily knocked out of balance. We signed a ceasefire about a year, and then Hezbollah from Lebanon attacked Israel again, defying Lebanese the wants and the directives of the Lebanese government, defying the will of the Lebanese people except for the Shiites, and again putting Lebanon at risk. Now, there has to be some kind of long-term limit to how many times Hezbollah can use Lebanon in order to attack Israel without consequences.
But you're making the argument on Hezbollah facing consequences, which again we agree. I'm just saying there's somewhere in between invading and disarming Hezbollah and continuing. Don't stop the war till Hezbollah's gone. I'm not saying I advocate for that, but I'm like, at least I'll understand it. But there's a difference between doing that and demolishing towns. And I think you understand where I'm coming from. I know how critical you are of Hezbollah. You fought Hezbollah. I understand where you're coming from, but you also understand where I'm coming from, that there is somewhere in the middle that could have been done. And when you demolish and
destroy it partially, put a sign, say, Hezbollah, please don't use this house again. What do you mean? There's no partial. If the houses are there,
don't let Hezbollah return. They're people's homes.
Yeah, but that's not up to Israel. That's not up to Israel, Mario. If the houses are there, civilian houses, schools, mosques, infirmaries, whatever, if the infrastructure is there, Hezbollah has shown time and time again by their actions.
Then evacuate the entire Lebanon, nuke the country. They can nuke
Mario,
it. Why not?
That isn't what Israel is doing.
No, I'm saying, of course, that's not what they're doing. But I'm saying, based on your logic, Hezbollah could use any building anywhere in Lebanon because the people are there. Let's evacuate Lebanon, demolish them all. But that's on the same logic, because they can use them, but Hezbollah could use them.
On the contrary, what Israel is doing is specifically striking and taking down infrastructure that was being used or is being used by Hezbollah for military purposes. The village of El Khiyam, has been firing at Israel for months.
It's a Hezbollah has been firing from certain locations in the
from that village. Yeah. And then there's, at some stage, just you show a lot of empathy to stones and buildings in Lebanon. How about empathy for Israeli civilians in northern Israel? Yeah, people's homes. How about empathy for Israeli civilians?
I said, but Jonathan, I literally said Israel has the right to invade Lebanon. I've said this to Lebanese people I've spoken to. I said, Israel, what do you expect? Hezbollah's firing at Lebanon. Hezbollah has as much blood as the Israeli military force happening in South Lebanon. Hezbollah should be disbanded. You know how critical I am. We've been on the show. We've discussed this many times. And Hezbollah is responsible for what's happening right now. So we agree on this. And if you have Hezbollah firing on northern Israel every time there's a dispute between Israel and Iran, then imagine someone does that to the US. The US will just go ballistic on them. So I understand
any country would. Any country would.
Any country that has the capabilities will, for sure. So then the only red line I draw is that, well, how do you say this to a Lebanese person that comes to you? He says, Jonathan, I hate Hezbollah. And there's many Lebanese people that have that belief. I hate Hezbollah. I wish they never existed. I blame them for this war. But I don't have faith that the Israeli military, or I no longer have faith, the Israeli military just came into our territory, that we're seeing very similar footage to what we saw in Gaza. I'm not saying Gaza's the same. Let's not talk about how they're different. Obviously, they're very different, but where towns and buildings are just demolished in their entirety. And that's the same Israelis that are still building settlements, illegal settlements in the West Bank, despite the global
one thing doesn't
outcry.
have anything to do with the other. The settlements have nothing to do with the sentiments of Lebanese.
But this is a country that's annexing Palestinian territory. Now, you might say it's never been Palestinian territory. You get my argument. We don't want to have the debate. You get my argument, the mindset of the people that believe in a two-state solution. There's many of those, and I'm sure you can empathize with them while disagreeing. It's a fair solution. I'm not saying people that believe in a one-state solution called Palestine. I'm sure you don't agree with those, but I'm saying you could relate to people like me, that believe in a two-state solution. But when they see what's happening in the Gaza and the West Bank, for whatever reason, whatever the politics of it, over many decades, what's happening right now in the settlements, putting Gaza aside, and then they see Lebanon getting invaded by Israel, they're like, we hate Hezbollah, but we're worried if Hezbollah's gone, Lebanese military have no capabilities whatsoever, then there is no one to how do we trust you guys? How do we trust Israel to return our territory?
You're not supposed to trust. You're supposed to make sure that your territory isn't used by a foreign terrorist organization to attack Israel. That's the only thing that matters. If Hezbollah wasn't in southern Lebanon, Israel doesn't have any business in southern Lebanon. If Hamas hadn't attacked, if Hamas hadn't attacked Israel on the 7th of October, then Israel wouldn't have invaded Gaza and in order to defeat Hamas. It is very simple. We can try to make it more complex and, twist reality.
Gaza's more complex. I think Lebanon, Gaza's more complex.
Actually not. Actually not. On the 6th of October, Israel was in Israel, Hamas was in Gaza. And what changed the situation was that Hamas invaded.
Jonathan, there's a blockade in Gaza.
The blockade.
There's not even I'm not going to talk about Lebanon has an airport. Lebanon is a free country.
You keep bringing Gaza in and Judea and Samaria and Palestinians. Let's focus on Lebanon. What I would say to that Lebanese person, by the way, I've been listening very closely to Lebanese people, to Christians, to Sunni, to Druze, and to the Shiites. I have not heard a lot of Shiites. In fact, I haven't seen anybody on social media, and I can understand why. I haven't heard any Shiites from the south say the words that you said, that they blame Hezbollah for the situation, that they don't want Hezbollah to fire from Lebanon. I haven't heard Shiites say it. I've heard Christians from Beirut, and I've heard Sunnis from Tripoli.
Jonathan, hold on. Berry is a big leader, and he criticized Hezbollah for the first time ever when they dragged Lebanon into the war. Berry is the representative of Amal. He's the spokesperson. You know Berry. He's the spokesperson for Hezbollah in many people's eyes. I've been trying to interview him for a while, but he's kind of too old and can't be bothered with people like me. He's like in his 80s. But he criticized Hezbollah for the first time. And he said, I think Hezbollah should be decided. He stood by the government instead of Hezbollah. So you can't say there is no move. I'm not saying there's no Shia support, but you are seeing a shift.
But again, if we come back to the topic, what I would say to that Lebanese person is, when you sleep with dogs, don't be surprised that you get fleas. You're allowing Hezbollah to use civilian houses in your country. You're allowing Hezbollah to use infrastructure. Don't be surprised that it comes with consequences.
But Jonathan, you know they don't have a choice. That's why they're willing.
They do.
Which other, Jonathan? Give me another example of a military of a country driving away from their territory while a foreign country invades it and then demolishes it. The Lebanese military, to show you how cooperative they are, Jonathan, they've literally driven away from Lebanese territory, no resistance whatsoever to Israel. They really can't do much anyway.
Not for the first time.
Yeah. But this, I understand.
This isn't new.
They're welcoming Israeli efforts to get rid of Hezbollah.
Including, by the way, demolishing the infrastructure. You won't hear a lot of. You won't see. Yeah. No,
you think
Mario,
Lebanese people are fine with towns getting demolished? You should see the sentiment there. You should see the comments being made by politicians.
If you listen to what Christian and Sunni, maybe Druze, but Christian and Sunni people say, I don't think that they have a lot of overflowing sympathy to the Shiites of southern Lebanon, because they also say, you lot allow this to happen. You brought this disaster upon us by allowing these foreign agents to use your villages against us.
The South Lebanese farmer that's living with his family that doesn't have anything to do with Hezbollah, he's to blame? What decision does he make?
Mario, I believe in agency. And I believe in agency and personal responsibility. If I have a family and I have a home, it's my responsibility, and I make choices and I face the consequences of what happens to my house. And if I don't want Hezbollah to use my house, then there are ways to confront. I can confront, I can fight, I can move, I can coerce them, I can buy my way, bribe. There's many different things. And there are examples, for instance, of Christian villages in southern Lebanon who said very clearly, there are 3 Christian villages in southern Lebanon which you've never heard of. They're not in the news because they're not being destroyed. Why isn't infrastructure there being destroyed? Because the people in 3 Christian villages, Ramesh, Debel, and Ain Aibel, 3 villages in southern Lebanon close to the border, they don't allow Hezbollah to use their homes because they don't want the trouble that is associated with Hezbollah. So here's a real life example, and you can look me up, have your team look into the 3 villages of Ramesh and Ebel and Debel. These are 3 villages, hardly any damage.
Look, it's an interesting point. And for people that don't know, south of the Litani is the majority Shiites, 70, 80, 85%. And the majority of Shiites do support Hezbollah. So I want to kind of see things from your perspective. It's a valid point. Let's agree on something. And I think we can agree on this because you've said this before. South Lebanon, once Hezbollah's destroyed, disarmed, etc., South Lebanon will eventually be returned to Lebanon. Do we agree on that?
Yeah, I believe that's the
south of the Litani. And you think it should be the future?
I believe anything north of the blue line, which is the de facto border between Israel and Lebanon, I believe anything north of the blue line will return to be Lebanon. And I believe Israeli troops will eventually, hopefully after successfully defeating an enemy and making sure that northern Israel is safe for Israeli civilians by operating on the other side of the border, eventually they will pull back to Israeli territory. I don't see any reason or appetite, for that matter, to actually control Lebanese territory beyond what's basically necessary in order to provide security for Israeli civilians. I don't see Israeli troops permanently controlling territory north of the blue line.
I hope you're right.
But the question here is, the question is the test of safety for Israeli civilians. If Hezbollah is in southern Lebanon, Israeli civilians are not safe. If they're not safe, the IDF will have to deploy north of the blue line. They will have to deploy inside Lebanese territory in order to protect Israelis, because we've done this. We've failed at this already. We've seen what happens when Hezbollah is allowed to creep all the way down to southern Lebanon, use the houses of Shiites and Sunnis in various villages, and to fire and attack Israeli civilians. We know what happens. We've seen the movie before, and we have no interest of watching the 3rd sequel of that situation. And I don't think Israelis should be asked to.
Do you think the Hezbollah should merge with the Lebanese military? So now then their interest, because it's the Lebanese government that will then make the decision. The Lebanese government has been very clear. They, for the sake of preserving their country, which has been demolished by decades of war, they are tired of war and they want peace with Israel. You know, that's the sentiment in Lebanon for the majority of Lebanese. I know there's a vocal part of Lebanon that is still very opposed to, they went on the streets when President On was talking about meeting people. Trump said he's going to meet Netanyahu, and he had to kind of walk back these comments. So there is a big chunk of Lebanon that's still critical of Israel and wants to resist Israel. But there's also, I'd say, a majority based on various polls that want peace with Israel. They just don't want any more conflict. So if we merge the Hezbollah as a group with the Lebanese military, and their allegiance is clearly with the Lebanese people, no longer Iran, a rival to Israel, Could that be a solution?
So, I look at Hezbollah in many ways as organized crime, as a crime syndicate. What you're proposing would be similar to saying, because the mafia in New York were difficult to deal with and they caused a lot of trouble, let's incentivize them to join the NYPD and things will be all right. That's kind of like a similar comparison. It's a no-show. It's a non-starter because Hezbollah, by DNA, by definition, their whole raison d'etre, their whole essence is mukawama, resistance. They're about jihad. They're about sacrifice. They are about eternal, religiously motivated war, holy war, against what they call the Zionist entity. Having that inside the Lebanese armed forces would be like having the Italian mafia incorporated as a division into the NYPD.
Historically, it's happened time and time again. One could say it's happening in Syria as we speak with Trump's blessing. It's happened in Ireland, it's happened in various African countries, it's happening with FARC in Colombia. So it's happened multiple times where a militia, different ones with different ideologies. I've mentioned Syria because they're a lot more ideological than Hezbollah on the Sunni side, more extreme. So it's happened in many instances. If they do, and a lot of people, you guys, hold on, the IDF has released videos of Hezbollah members saying, we never wanted this war, we're exhausted, we're destroyed, we're injured, we're tired. Yeah. These are, IDF has released this. Obviously, they have intentions to release this.
No, I've seen it.
There, even within, and there's within Hezbollah a power struggle, the political arm versus the military arm. So even within the ideological Hezbollah, they're like, no, we want Lebanon, not Iran anymore. We don't want to be slaves to Iran. So there is that sentiment there. So I just don't think there's any plausible scenario. That's, for me, the best scenario considering all circumstances. Nothing's going to be ideal. Ideally, Palestinians will have their own land, Israelis will have their own land. They live together, they travel together. Lebanon and Israel, the border opens, people party together, put ideology, religion, the Bible, Quran, all these different books aside, and just live happily ever after. But it's never going to happen. So from a pragmatic perspective, that seems like the best, if not the only solution. Because if Hezbollah dismantles, you have got a very weak Lebanese army. How can they protect their own interests?
I think they would be able to protect themselves very well, and I think they would be able to get a lot of support from the US and from other countries. And I seriously doubt the chances of that happening, specifically because of what Hezbollah is. Hezbollah was created as an extension, as a projection of force by the Iranian regime. Their whole purpose isn't to defend Lebanon. Their purpose is to fight against Israel, to weaken Israel, to deter Israel, to bleed Israeli blood, and eventually to be part of an Iranian victory against Israel. This is what Hezbollah is about. The fact that they're using Lebanese to do it is sad for Lebanon.
They're a curse to Lebanon. They're a curse to Lebanon. They're a liability to Lebanon as a country. We agree. Final question, Jonathan. Because you said where your stance is, we disagreed on many points, but at least we agreed that Israel should pull out of South Lebanon and Hezbollah should be dismantled.
Eventually, so when the mission is completed,
you're invading South Lebanon as a way to pressure the government to finally ensure this time Hezbollah is dismantled and not go back to the status quo that was there and the threat remains. I understand. And Netanyahu needs a win after what happened in Iran, assuming Iran's over, which I think it is. So we agree on that. We agree on the objectives, which is good. Now, obviously, the way to get there is where we disagree. Do you think the current Israeli government or a future government that's even more hardline than Netanyahu, do you think they agree on the part of pulling out of Lebanese territory as well? Or do you worry their sentiment is very different to yours, or their mindset or their objective is different?
Yeah, so I listened to polls in Israel of the general population, and I can share with you that the general sentiment, now there's no polls yet since the ceasefire was declared by President Trump, but the sentiment before that was overwhelmingly in support of continuing military operations against Hezbollah until northern Israel is safe and until Hezbollah is dismantled of its weapons. Even though it means boots on the ground, soldiers are getting wounded and killed, even though it's hardship for families and reservists and northern Israel is still under fire. All of that, having said all of that, Israelis resoundingly are still saying enough is enough with this horrible reality that we have become accustomed to, where we have these terrorist organizations on our northern border who can just at their own whim open war against Israel, attack Israeli civilians, attack the military, violate our sovereignty, and they can do it at the behest of a foreign government sitting 1,000 kilometers away in Tehran. That situation cannot be allowed to continue. We fundamentally need to change it. So the challenge for this government and the challenge for all future Israeli governments will be, how does the Israeli government provide security for its citizens? That's the basic requirement of any government. And so far, that isn't being achieved. And there's great, real disappointment in Israel with the ceasefire now being imposed on Israel, very much contrary to the way things were developing, and without Hezbollah being disarmed of its weapons.
Jonathan, thank you so much for coming back on the show and having this discussion as always. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mario.
Thank you. We've got Colonel Davis, a regular on the show. How are you, Colonel?
Doing well, Mario.
Man, I can't say the same. I had Professor Pape telling me a couple of hours ago on the show, 3 hours ago, that he is almost certain that Trump has already decided to invade Iran. And you remember, he's war gamed this for 20 years. He understands this better than anyone. His predictions have come true so far. Colonel McGregor, I spoke to him afterwards. He said, and you've had him on the show, might have said the same thing to you. He expects bombing next week, a 5-day bombing campaign next week, and that will be the end of it. Thinks it's unlikely to have boots on the ground. But I don't know if you had Professor Pape recently. You should get him back, because Colonel, he's worrying. He worries me when he said that. He thinks that Trump is stuck in the escalation trap. He said he has no choice because he can't get a win otherwise. And for his legacy, Iran will not give him a victory. He will not be able to dismantle their nuclear program. They don't have an incentive to do so. He will not be able to. He won't be able to get anything to paint as a win to his voter base. So he's stuck in a position where the only way forward is to have boots on the ground, limited operation, not a full invasion, boots on the ground, capture some of the islands, and we end up in an Iraq-like scenario. So that was a pretty worrying start to my day a few hours ago, Colonel.
Yeah, I don't think that concern from Dr. Pape is warranted right now, because we don't have the troops for it. We do have some troops in the ground, but the best that you could get of them is like a raid or a pinpoint target that you might could take down. But why would you do that? I mean, what would you want to accomplish? You're not going to, by taking Harg Island or taking Kashim Island or any of the other ones, any of the potential points you could take. What is the benefit of that? How does that equal a face-saving exit or even a fake win? It would only incur a lot of casualties. It can't be sustained, and it would eventually be driven off. So I don't think that even the Trump administration is going to do that. The one thing I do worry about with boots on the ground is that we may try to seize the uranium, the reprocessed uranium, which almost certainly is separated and divided into multiple locations. But even if you wanted to say, all right, we'll just pick one of them, we'll go and grab it, and we'll say, all right, now then they no longer have the chance to make a nuclear bomb, so now I can use that as claim to leave. Number one, they almost certainly have it in multiple places, but the chances of success on even one of those is incredibly remote, because you would need so much combat power to go after those, because obviously Iran is well aware of what the possibilities are. They have put this stuff in places that it can be heavily defended. Or if you want to take the American vice president at his word, it's at the bottom of some of these facilities we bombed in Operation Midnight Hammer last year. And so if it's there, and as President Trump said, we've had satellites on it the whole time, so we know they haven't done anything with it. If you're going to go, and what are you going to do? Entomb it more? Bomb something? You're going to dig through all that rubble and pull the stuff out of it? I mean, you would have to have a division's worth of people and a whole air wings of air support to fly around to keep that thing protected, and it wouldn't work anyway. So I don't think that they would do that. And if they would, it would be, wow, way more foolish than I even imagined, because it won't solve anything. It doesn't get the Strait open. It doesn't get rid of their ability to make a nuclear weapon. It doesn't get rid of their long-range missiles, and it doesn't do anything about their regional allies. So it does literally nothing that President Trump said is outcomes and objectives when this war started with. So I don't know why you would even attempt that. And by the way, there's no question that any attempt will be very bloody and very costly, and we'll lose a lot of people, even if you did miraculously get it. which you wouldn't, because we don't have that many troops or that much support to go somewhere inside the interior of Iran and even have a chance. So the only thing that we can do that makes sense, Mario, is to have a negotiated settlement on the best terms we can get from Iran, which would be really bad. And you can't spin it into, I mean, you can try to spin it into a victory, but you can get out, because I think that there is a deal on the table that Iran, if they leave with all those things intact and some kind of security guarantees, there's a lot of different forms that could have, and then that we withdraw, then I think the war can come to an end and the flow of oil could come back on, and we don't have to have the destruction, et cetera. Because if Colonel McGregor's right, and if what Secretary Hegseth said this morning, which implies that he is, which is we are locked and loaded. President Trump, just a minute ago, just before I went on my last show, he was in front of the White House, and he was asked, will you go back to fighting this war if the deadline reaches and there's no deal? And he said, yep, definitely will. So that implies that Doug McGregor.
How do you know it's not just a pressure tactic? Obviously, you and McGregor know more than me. Okay.
No, we definitely don't know. I'm just telling you that the evidence suggests that that is coming. If we do that, and if we do what Trump has previously said, what Hegseth said, we're going to go after their energy infrastructure and their civilian infrastructure, bridges, et cetera. Iran is crystal clear on what they're going to do in retaliation, and they're going to go after the same categories among all our allies in the region, and it's going to devastate the global economy for an extended period of time, no matter what happens in the Strait of Hormuz. So it would be catastrophic to do any of those military functions that is being contemplated. That's my point right now. The only rational thing we can do is take the hit with our arrogance and presumption and be embarrassed about it, about not winning, and live to fight another day and have the global economy not collapse. But if we try any of these things, whether it's what Doug said, whether it's what Professor Pape is worried about, any of those things, it's going to significantly worsen the outcome.
Yeah. So the logic behind what Colonel McGregor said is about pressuring Iran to have more concessions. So a 5-day bombing campaign will be the last attempt for the US to get as many concessions as possible from Iran, because Iran is standing their ground. And Douglas did say it won't work. They'll do it again. They haven't achieved it in more than a month. They're not going to achieve anything different in 5 days.
Exactly. Upon what logic?
But wouldn't that just screw up the global economy, Colonel? Wouldn't that screw up the whole economy, though?
It's already screwed up. I mean, the last of the tankers that left before this war started arrive in 4 days from now, I think in Malaysia, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in Asia. And now then there's no more coming. So all these other tankers that now they've offloaded, and they're waiting to come back, I guess, because there's nothing, they can't come back in just yet. So now then there's this big dearth. It's going to be 40, 50 days to unwind, even once it does have a resolution of some sort. So there's already baked in. I think we're already baked in for a global recession. I don't think it's going to get any better than that. I don't think we can avoid it at this point. We can make it worse, though, and any of these military operations will make it worse. And none of them will force Iran in a matter of another week or 2 weeks or 6 weeks to capitulate when the previous 6 weeks didn't. It's irrational.
What do you make of the blockade as a strategy? And we've had a few days of seeing it work. CENTCOM saying no ship has gone through. Other reports saying some Iranian ships have managed to sneak out. Obviously, it's impossible for people like myself to verify. There's also a report. I was talking to Pepe Escobar about 2 hours ago about it. It's about Iran still being able to export. Let me see where it's at. So according to tanker trackers and other sources, Iran shipped out 9 million barrels of crude from the Gulf of Oman since the US blockade. But that's, Pepe told me, and he's right. I didn't understand, couldn't deduce that from the report, is that this is the floating tankers they already have there. It wasn't from the port they have at the Gulf of Oman. So they weren't able to export that from their port. The port's capacity is a lot less. This is the floating tankers that they have. So that's how they're able to export. But then my question to you would be, is the blockade really working?
Well, I mean, what is it? So what's it supposed to do? Is it supposed to open the strait? Because it's not doing anything to get any more oil coming out. It was already coming out.
It's to force Iran, because if you block Iran's ability to export oil, and they don't have other sources, they can't export oil from the Caspian Sea, they don't have the capacity, they don't have any land routes, they haven't built any because of the sanctions and the risks involved and the costs involved. So their only route is through their various ports. Now they have a port, I keep forgetting what it's called, at the Gulf of Oman, but they only can get out a few 100,000 barrels a day. Yeah. The millions Iranians come out of the Strait of Hormuz. So if you choke off their ability to export oil, then there's a question of who blinks first. Their wells will fill up, and if they can't export the oil, they can't. Their depots are not able to hold the oil. They don't have the reserve capacity for that. They'll have to shut off their wells, and that'll take a long time to restart them again when everything is resolved. Same problem as the Gulf had. So the strategy here, so the strategy is like Trump to play Iran's game of what the Gulf went through earlier, and it's about Iran might let through one tanker from the Gulf. Trump might let through one Iranian tanker. That's the goal. So which one to blink as they try to reach some sort of ceasefire? So my question to you, does it work? And is there even going to be a second round of talks? Because Iran is saying no, and now Trump is saying no, even though he said yes before, but now he's saying no because the Iranians said no. So you got the blockade. I don't know if it's working. And then you've got doubts on whether another round of talks is going to happen. So just trying to understand the strategy of each side.
Yeah. So there's no strategy here. There's no rational strategy here, because we released sanctions originally on Russia and on Iran at the beginning of this because we needed the flow because of their blocking unfriendly nations to get the oil out. We had to balance that off with any other way we could get it out there. You may remember Bessed having that humiliated himself by saying, "Oh, we're out jujitsuing Iran by unsanctioning them so that they get oil and they sell it at a different price," or some nonsense like that.
To bring the price down. It's like unsanctioning them so the price goes down because they sell it on the lower price. If they sell it at a lower price, it's better than them selling it at a higher price, selling the other oil at a higher price, something along those lines. Which
except that's not how it worked. Instead, if they were selling it at $45 a barrel, and now they were selling it at over $100 a barrel. So we got out jujitsu'd ourselves. So it was stupid at face value. But the point being, you see that's already what like Kuwait and Saudi Arabia and some of these others, Saudi Arabia less than others, but some of the Gulf states are suffering that already. So they've had the issue you just mentioned about the storage tanks being full and they have to stop pumping, et cetera. So they're dealing with it now. Why do we think that Iran can't deal with it? They certainly had calculated this was going to be a possibility. They did pack up on cash and they got a lot more for this first 6 weeks than they had before. And so now then it's like, okay, now we're going to suffer, and they've suffered before. So this has happened before where they've had a cutoff, and it's definitely going to hurt. There's no doubt. But the question is, who can suffer the most, the longest? And there is no question in my mind that the Iranians, who have a history of suffering, can. We don't have any history of that. And when you look at the cost that's already building up because of the rise of the price of oil, that's only going to keep going up the longer this thing stays closed. That's going to have ripple effects across every sector of our economy across the world. And that's going to cause pain from all, and it is already, in Asia, in Africa, in Europe, and in the United States itself, all putting pressure on Trump to get this over with. And so he's looking for a quick way out. And I fear that he's going to then go back to this, what seems like an easy answer of a big splashy military thing and then declare victory. But the Iranians, they have to play along with this, and they have to say, okay, and then we'll open it up. And they have to not shoot at all the facilities in the Gulf states, so that instead of just having them shut down, they're blown up, and then they have to be repaired and rebuilt, et cetera. So there's no strategy that I see here. So the blockade, to answer your, sorry, kind of a long answer, I guess.
No, it's a good answer. You've given, especially the part about who can, no, you're absolutely right. Who could sustain more suffering? The country that believes, most people believe this war was unnecessary and Iran is not a threat to them and they just want to pay less for gas, or the country that's facing the American empire on an existential level, and that is a do or die for them. It's incomparable.
Yeah, you answered the question right there. I mean, what more could you add to that? If it's like, I don't want to pay more money here, they never were a threat to me. Open the damn spigot, stop the stupid war. I don't care what you're doing with them. I don't care if they live or not. They weren't threatening me before. There was no imminent threat. The president himself and vice president, both in the last week or so, have independently, inadvertently admitted that it was a lie, the whole justification that they were a week or two away from a nuclear bomb, and then they subsequently admit
let's not waste our breath on that. I think everyone is past the stage of where they're really a threat. I think we know the playbook. We know it's never about this. The Iranian military advisor threatened to, so the advisor to Mujtaba said he threatened to sink US ships and take hostages, opposing any ceasefire extension. his name is Mohsen Reza, and Pepe Escobar told me he's very high up. So him speaking is not just some random commander in the IRGC. He's a very high up person that reports directly or reported to Ali Khamenei. So my question to you would be, is that, again, same question as before, where do the Iranians stand on this? Because when I spoke to Professor, I keep forgetting his name. I'm feeling bad now. I'm really bad with names. But I spoke to a professor from Tehran University yesterday. It was published today. No, not Mirandi. Mirandi, I haven't spoken to him in a while. Izadi, Professor Izadi. Again, Fuad Izadi. You should have him on the show. He's a great guest. And he said, Mario, I believe there's a 60 in Iran. He believes there's a 60% chance they're going to return to war. And Iran, in their mind, the war hasn't ended and they're preparing for it. I'm sure you've seen the footage of them removing the rubble from the missile silos, rebuilding the bridges, restocking, getting the air defense systems from China, the manpads from China, the drones from drone parts from Russia, stocking up on as much as possible, and burying their anything that's outside, anything is buried underground, making sure they can take it out again, repositioning different air defense systems and missile silos. So they're preparing for a continuation of the war. It's not just a bluff in their eyes. So I understand the American side, the build-up, including the troops coming to the region, I see as a bluff. I could be wrong. I was wrong before this war. On the Iranian side, it's a genuine preparation for the war. So how loud do you think, from the people you speak to, is that voice in the Lebanese, in the Iranian government, the one of, we don't want to concede anything, we want the war to continue, we want to cause more harm to the US and the global economy and to Israel?
I would just caveat it. They don't want the war to continue. They definitely want it over with, but they're saying what we're not going to get into is a situation to where we just do whatever it takes to get this fighting over with. And then, like in 2025, just set the clock ticking to the next one. They want some kind of resolution here. And they want to finally see, and to the Iranian side, and there's some justification for this, they think they, for the first time in their existence, actually have leverage over America. And if they let their hand off of that Strait of Hormuz and just say, we'll walk away and say, fine, you stop bombing us, we'll let this stuff go through there, and then there's no control left over it, they let go with their ability. And so now then we're free to just have it low cost and then maybe come back again later. But they want some pain on us in order to end this, or some kind of guarantee. So I think they want it over with, but they don't want it to fight it later. So they're going to suck down more pain in the midterm, even going back to having more missiles coming from the U.S., which will definitely cause more damage and death and destruction. But I think that they view that their leverage is greater than ours and their ability to suffer is greater than ours.
What do you think they'll concede on the negotiating table?
I think that they might concede on low-level enrichment, and they might even concede on the enriched uranium that they had, because they've been willing. They did that in February. They were willing to do that then. Then it would come at a cost this time. They're not going to just do it for free. So, but their control, their long-range missiles, no way. Enrichment of some kind, no way. They say they are absolutely adamant that they have at least 3.67%, some kind of enrichment capacity, and certainly not going to give up on their regional allies, as they call them, proxies, as we call them. And so those are the things that I think that they won't give in on, but they might give in on some of these other things if they get something in return.
Sanctions relief, some of their money unfrozen.
Yeah, that's been a big one lately.
Something I've been talking a lot about is the shift, the balance of power in the region is going to shift drastically. How do you see the Middle East look like? Where is the Gulf going to stand? More importantly, where is Israel going to stand? Now, one statement I've made over the last few days, I don't think the impunity that Israel's had for so many years and decades won't exist anymore. Number one is the sentiment in the US is shifting, and we've seen that in the Senate among the Democrats at least. And on the other side, Iran is now a superpower that other countries have to learn to live with. What does that mean for Israel?
Yeah, that is a definite change here. And the fact that Iran has taken this action to close the strait by itself is going to make it, no matter what they say, is going to make it clear that if you come after us again, that's the first thing we're going to do. We've got some experience at it now, that we've broken that taboo, and we'll do it again. So that by itself is going to be deterrence that didn't exist before, because now we see it's not a bluff. They'll actually do it. And then the other thing is that they see that those ballistic missiles they have are also no joke. And our offensive missiles have some limitations, and our defensive missiles have some limitations. So that's going to be another level of deterrence. So I agree with you that there's not going to be the impunity that there was in the past, You know, I think the Iranians are going to need more than that to go forward. But I think that the bottom line is they're going to be in a much more dominant position than they were before, and they may have the ability to set up this toll booth, so to speak, this as a means to get their reparations if the U.S. doesn't pay.
That would be crazy. That would be crazy.
Because right now, why wouldn't they? I mean, what can we do to prevent that, to knock them out of doing it, to either negotiate it away or to force them militarily? We haven't succeeded so far. If they really stick with it, I mean, I don't know how we prevent that from happening.
They've got the leverage. And Colonel, the final question is China. China. They're the silent ones in the background calling a lot of the shots. How big of a say will they have in all this?
I think that they want a say. I think that they have genuinely been put the priority in their country and in their region, in their part of the world, in the Asia Pacific, et cetera. So I think that they want to stay there. They want to have influence here. They've wanted it for a long time. They definitely want to have energy security. So I think that they're probably going to post all this. You're going to see a lot more about pipelines. I think they're going to get more serious about doing that. They go overland, so they don't have to worry about the strait. That's something that the West can worry about, I guess. But I don't think that they're going to try and influence too many things. I think they just want to be a player and keep their energy security more secure.
Colonel, always a pleasure to have you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mario. See you next time.
See you, man. All right, everyone. We've got Ray McGovern coming on. We'll be mainly talking about Israel and their policy in the region. He'll be coming on any minute. Let's give you an update here on what's happening. Professor Morandi, who's has been on the show for a while, but he put out a statement saying, I have learned that after Netanyahu did not adhere to the ceasefire agreements last night, Iran told the U.S. that if a ceasefire in Lebanon, Ray's already in the other studio, he'll be up any minute. Iran told the U.S. that if a ceasefire in Lebanon were not swiftly announced, Iran would attack the Israeli regime. This increased pressure and helped lead to the ceasefire announcement. Wow. All right, so what Morandi is saying that Iran threatened to attack Israel if the ceasefire in Lebanon did not happen. I think it's very significant because one thing I've been talking about is whether Iran would abandon Hezbollah. They abandoned Hezbollah when Nasrallah was killed. They did not stand up to Hezbollah as one would have expected. They neglected Hezbollah as it was getting bombed since they ended the war 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. Hezbollah kept getting bombed. They didn't retaliate. But we're seeing a very different Iran. I've spoken about this before Ray joins. Again, he'll be joining any second. At least I just bring him up when he's ready. But as soon as when Iran won this war with the US, now they're in a very different position. They've got leverage, and they're using that leverage to ensure their proxy network remains strong. I think we're seeing indications of what Mustafa's strategy will be in terms of his foreign approach, his foreign strategy. And it's going to be very similar to his father's. And that involves the continuation of the proxy or the allied network that he's had, especially Hezbollah, because Hezbollah has proven itself as a strong deterrent against Iran. Now, there is a scenario where Hezbollah is disarmed, but that will require obviously a shift in Iranian policy. Mustafa is the one that dictates that. And number two is, what will they get in return? So Trump will have to give something significant to Iran in return for Iran dismantling Hezbollah's capabilities. If Hezbollah is dismantled, I think it's great news for Lebanon. I know a lot of people disagree because of Israel's intention, and I completely empathize with you. But Hezbollah needs to be dismantled, as in merge with the Lebanese military. I think that's the best alternative. And they'll all just get dismantled and weapons destroyed. But the Lebanese military has to be rearmed, by France, the US, the Gulf nations to act as a deterrent against Israeli aggression. But Iran has to get something in return. So we'll see whether that will happen. Netanyahu said, we remain in Lebanon in a reinforced security zone. We are not leaving, as Conric has told me before. You heard my discussion or my debate. It was pretty heated with Conric. One way of viewing Israel's invasion of South Lebanon, one is they want to annex the territory, which I'm worried about. The more likely one, or I'd say 50-50, I really don't know anymore. The other possibilities, they're using South Lebanon as leverage in order to force the Lebanese government to disarm Hezbollah. Will that work? We'll see. Trump said about an hour ago, we have a very good relationship with Iran right now. That is another indicator that Trump has already decided he's already off-ramped. He's already kind of moving on, and he's repeating the same thing. He repeats something, or you can repeat something until it becomes true in people's minds. He's portraying the Iranian government as one more willing to work with, do business with. That's a really good indicator. He's done the same thing with Venezuela, despite the regime being the same. But in Venezuela, you do have a leader, Delcy Rodriguez, who's more willing to work with the US. And Iran is a very different scenario. We don't know much about his position, but we do know he's a lot more hostile to the American empire than his father was. Then he says, I think we have a very successful negotiation right now that will give us free oil, free Hormuz Strait. Everything will be nice. You can bring up Ray, Lisa, whenever he's ready, but I'm not sure what free oil means, but we'll see. Mr. McGovern, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you very much.
What is happening, Ray? It's looking good on the Iranian front. It's looking terrifying on the Lebanese front, either good or terrible. I really don't know how to make sense of it. How do you look at all the latest developments, and what do you make of it all?
We're just catching up. I see that there's going to be a 10-day ceasefire that both Netanyahu allegedly and the Lebanese leadership have agreed to. That's good news. One has to always be a little skeptical about these things, but if that takes place, I just watched Rumsfeld and Raisin Kane, the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, talking about their successes in the blockade of the blockade. It's really going well, and we have excellent young sailors doing great jobs. And then Hegseth took after the press, after the people he was talking to, in a way reminiscent of Rumsfeld, but even worse, calling them unpatriotic pretty much, and saying, look, Hegseth was at church on Sunday and I heard this, and this is you're acting like a bunch of Pharisees, you are. Yeah, that's like Pharisees, Well, I'm not going to like Jesus, and we're and then the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Joe Kane, got up and talked about how the blue boats that he showed in the diagram are really much cleverer than the red boats, and the red boats are going back into the strait, and the thing is blockaded. So I don't know what that does to the price of oil or gas, but I don't know if these guys think about this, or I don't know what the blockade against the blockade really is, if the name of the game is open to straits. But yeah, I'm just kind of who I am, and I'm not privileged to have these great thoughts. Well,
you're privileged to have been in similar. You've privileged to have had similar discussions working with the CIA many years ago, so you understand how they think. What do you think is going on behind the scenes right now? What are they looking at the strategy of the blockade? What is the strategy behind Lebanon? And how, I see this all as, I'm very optimistic because I think Trump needs to do something big to turn this terrible mistake into a win. And one way to achieve that, Ray, is to somehow make the impossible happen. And that is peace in Lebanon, prolonged peace in Lebanon. If that's achieved, that will be, the Palestinian issues, at least under Trump, is a lost cause, unless we get a new administration that's very different in their approach to Palestine. But when it comes to Lebanon, that could be something that Trump may be willing to solve to make up for the strategic loss in Iran. Am I being too optimistic here? Is it becoming naivete, or is it possible?
Well, not naivete, but a little bit too trustful, I think. Lebanon was part of the deal. At least the people who arranged the deal thought so. Trump reneged. Why did he renege? Because Netanyahu started bombing the hell out of Lebanon within the hour of the deal. So who's in charge here? The answer
is it Netanyahu? Is it because Trump? There's a ceasefire now, right? There's a ceasefire, so Trump did convince him to.
Well, yeah. Check with me tomorrow. The ceasefire is a good sign, as I said in the beginning. But the Iranians are going to have to get what they want from this deal, and there's no sense that Trump is going to be backing down here without kind of a face-saving outcome. And I don't think Lebanon is enough, and I don't trust Netanyahu to begin with. After the deal was announced, Netanyahu started bombing the hell out of Lebanon within the hour, if memory serves. And so he has the capacity to put the kibosh on any such deal. And if past practice is any indicator, he will do what it takes. Trump, for some reason, is so much under Netanyahu's influence that I think you go along with whatever Netanyahu now tries to do, whether there's a 10-day ceasefire on the Lebanese side or not.
So you think Netanyahu is the one calling the shots, which means that we will not see. But why? I just don't see that to be the case anymore, Ray. I see that Iran, the balance of power shifted in the region. Iran has shown that it can sustain massive bombardment by the US and still control the Strait of Hormuz. And that's something that the region has to live with and accept now, which means a lot of leverage has been taken away from Israel, along with the leverage that the US will not want to bomb Iran again and get stuck in the quagmire because it's failed once. No president wants it to fail again. And the sentiment in the US is shifting. You can see the younger generation. I was surprised to see the numbers. I was interviewing someone yesterday, professor from Iran, and he tells me, Mario, that a lot of young people in the US want a one-state solution called Palestine. I'm like, no, professor, no way. And then I check the numbers. 35 to 55% of young Americans, 18 to 24, want a one-state solution of Palestine. 10 to 15 or 5 to 15% want a one-state solution of Israel. And the majority, 60%, that's various polls, want a two-state solution. But a big chunk would not mind seeing a one-state solution called Palestine. So putting all this together, the sentiment in the US, balance of power in the Middle East, I think that Netanyahu, the Israel we've seen over decades, including the Netanyahu, could change. I know it's difficult to believe that would happen, but that they might be beginning.
Netanyahu is in extremis. He's liable politically, domestically for these corruption trials. And this is, as he sees it, his last chance. He's got the U.S. into this thing now, which something he could not do for 4 decades before with other presidents. He's not going to give up. I think that in extremis, he would use his nuclear weapons, and I don't know if Trump could dissuade him from doing that. So the reality is that on that side, but as you point out, and accurately, sentiment in the United States has changed. Now, in 2001, as you probably remember, Netanyahu was on a video recording. He thought the video camera was off. He was in the living room of one of his supporters, and she said, aren't you afraid that the whole world will turn against us? And he said, no way. The Americans will always stay with us. We can bend them in any direction. As a matter of fact, 80% of the American people will always support us no matter what we do. That's astonishing, period, end quote. Well, it was. It is astonishing, but it ain't the case anymore. Now, just picking up on what you said before, when the New York Times, above the fold, has a picture of Netanyahu and Trump together, dominating above the fold. And then it says how Trump got into war against Iran. And the whole article says Netanyahu made him do it. I mean, it's really clear. Netanyahu had this briefing down in the Situation Room. He had Mossad director. And these people have been talking to the people who were there. Now, how about those sycophants who were there? Well, they didn't say nothing. Like Burr Bear and Uncle Remus, you know, they didn't say, like Burr Rabbit, I guess, didn't say nothing, right? And then the next day, then they said, well, no, we said we didn't really think that was, we thought that was cockamamie. And who did they say that to? Maggie Haberman, the New York Times lady, okay? So what I'm saying here is that when the New York Times decides to put these pictures up on the top and then have an article saying Netanyahu made Trump do this, the headline was a little misleading, why Trump was misled into the war. That's significant. Also, the latest Pew polls indicate that 60% of the American people don't have a favorable opinion of Israel, and 59% don't have a favorable opinion of Netanyahu. Now, how is Netanyahu going to react to that, or how is Trump? It all depends on the dynamic between Netanyahu and Trump. I think Netanyahu believes, and I think it's true, that he has Trump over a barrel. I think he has Epstein videos, Epstein photos. So? I do think so. I alluded to that, 4 months ago, when it was just Gaza that was having Trump do what he was doing. So, I think that when they get together, Netanyahu has his little clipboard or his little briefing thing. I said, "No, yeah, we have these things." You kept the Justice Department from releasing the really bad things. Just saying that we're not going to do anything with them, of course, but we have them. And some of those
So,
videos, I believe, show him
can
with
I ask you a question?
underage girls.
Okay, that's the question I want to ask you. A lot of people are talking about it, Ray. I don't have the experiential background that you have. So for me, it's like kind of unfathomable that another government would have that leverage on the leader of the world's most powerful military. It just sounds so difficult to fathom, like so impossible. Now you've worked in the CIA, so can you maybe explain to me why it's possible? Like, could maybe give me ideas of the capabilities of the intelligence services, which Mossad is one of the leading intelligence agencies.
Yeah, as usual, that's exactly the right question. Maxwell, who is his daughter and Epstein were all listed together. This was a Mossad or Israeli military intelligence operation. After all, you have Ehud Barak living with Jeffrey Epstein. In any case, we know this was a Mossad. It was an operation by Israeli intelligence because we have a fellow named Ben Menashe. Okay, Ali Ben Menashe, former Mossad, pretty senior level person. I know his bona fides because he briefed my mentor in journalism, Robert Perry. Okay, he briefed him on the October surprise. Everything he told Bob came out to be true. Now, why do I mention him? Oh, he rises up again, and just 2 months ago, he talks to what's his name? Anyhow, he's a really good reporter. And he says, look, what do you think about this? And Ben Menashe says, I know what they got. I was a case officer on this case with Maxwell. And I just wish that they would stop the genocide. And all it require is Trump to say, okay, I did this. Then it would be over. He almost came to tears, all right? So Ben Menashe, with a good reputation, I can attest to that. Coming to tears over how this genocide, which he called out, had to stop, and all that was necessary is that Trump make a clean breast of things. I said, just tell him, Mr. Trump, you'll feel better, and then we can stop the genocide. Whoa, that spoke volumes to me. I think it's real. I think Trump is unhinged, and I think that's one reason. If I had that kind of history,
so you're talking about Ari
Ben Menashe. Yeah, yeah. That's who I'm talking about. Ratanzi, Afshin Ratanzi was the fellow who interviewed him, and this goes back a couple of months. There have been things since that Ben Menashe has said, and other Israelis that buttress what Ben Menashe has said. And so that was kind of the first tactile sort of substantial indicator besides my doubts or my analysis of what extra factor is at work with Trump. I think that's it. I think it explains a lot.
So you're saying Ben Menashe told a reporter, a very respected reporter, that he was in tears saying if only Trump would admit to something to do with Epstein, if only would admit the whole, and Ari Ben Menashe, yes? And he was intelligence, or he was what exactly?
Well, he was working for Mossad for a long time. He's now retired. I think he lives in Canada. He's available. It was Afshin Ratanzi who had him on screen. And this was 2-3 months ago. And he said, what do you think? What are you talking about this, your role as a case officer for Mossad with Maxwell? Of course, Maxwell's daughter was with Jeffrey Epstein. This was a Mossad operation. Yes, it was. So what's your recommendation? Oh, my God, I just wish that the genocide would end And all he has to do, Trump, is have to kind of come clean and say, all right, I did this in the past, and but it's over now, and then we'd stop this genocide. As I say, it's a seasoned intelligence operator with a good reputation, again, by history, almost coming to tears. He doesn't like the genocide. He's a Jew. He not like the genocide, okay? So he wants to stop it, and the way he sees to stop it is for Trump just to come clean and take away the cudgel that Netanyahu has on him and say, okay, I did these things. You're going to see a lot of pictures, but I'm sorry. And now we're going to stop. Now we're going to lean on Netanyahu to do what he should do, and that's stop the genocide. Genocide is the word, forced starvation, the whole lot of it. So this guy had a conscience, in my view, came across as very respectable and very, very credible. And so that was just one of these, more than just a wisp in the wind, it was kind of buttressed my belief that it's got to be something more than they had on Joe Biden. Biden was bad enough, genocide for Biden too.
But they've had influence over multiple presidents. So what does that have to be? Isn't it just the lobbyists? Isn't it? It's just as simple as a lot of wealthy, lobbying groups and donors are the ones that influence those presidents. And Trump was not forced into the Iran war. Otherwise, the Iran war would not end. Trump was maybe misled with certain levels of intelligence. And he was I spoke to someone close, and he said that they pulled the right string by saying your legacy would be you're the person that managed to solve the Iran crisis, to destroy Iran's IRGC, to give the US control over the Strait of Hormuz. And now's your chance. Remember, in January, now's your chance to be able to topple the regime through a regime change operation. So it wasn't really forcing Trump into an Iran war, but misleading him with faulty intelligence.
There was no intelligence that Trump referred to. You could see, this is the article I mentioned before, the 8th of April this year, just 7-8 days ago. Here's the photo of him with, I don't know if you could see that.
No, I can see
but
it.
Yeah. The point is that this tells chapter and verse of how Trump made his decision. And it's quite amazing because all these satraps, all these sycophants that didn't say boo when the head of Mossad briefed the president with them present in the Situation Room of the White House. Quite an amazing thing. You had a video of the head of Mossad saying all these things, and they don't say anything until the next day when they tell the New York Times reporter, okay? So what I'm saying here is that it was Mossad that got this. It was sort of like, the old expression before elections, it's the economy stupid. It was Mossad stupid, and this documents it. And, for the extra oomph here, I'm saying there is something different. They didn't have Epstein on Biden or any of his predecessors, okay? They do have Epstein material on Trump, in my view. I think that accounts for...
Right. But if the Iran war's ended and there's a ceasefire in Lebanon, doesn't look like it's going in Israel's interest whatsoever.
Yeah, well, that's just it. It's not ended. In other words, I don't give the ceasefire in Lebanon much life. I think the Israelis are in this till the end. I don't think they can realize that Iran can do them in literally with the weaponry that Iran still has. So what will Netanyahu do if the Iranians do retaliate? I'm not sure, but I think he will resort to his ace in the hole. And it's not just one nuclear weapon. He'll fire several into Iran. That's the thing we have to be aware of and try to prevent. And whether Trump could go to Netanyahu and say, please don't do that, I don't know. But if he did, I don't think Netanyahu would give him the time of day. I think he'd do what he thought he had to do to, in extremis, protect himself and Israel. I think that would be the worst outcome. I'm happy that you're a little bit more optimistic on this, but the thing isn't over yet. The straits are still clogged. There's a double blockade, for whatever that means. And there's a lot of people that don't want Trump to give in, so to speak. And first and foremost, is Hegseth, who says today, we're locked and loaded. You press, you're pretty much unpatriotic, but we're
But that could
ready.
be. I was thinking, yeah, I was thinking that's more pressuring Iran to concede. That's like it's hard to know which one it is. But others
Could
like
be.
Robert, just so you know, Professor Pape, Ray. I spoke to Professor Pape a few hours ago, and he said, Mario, the U.S. is stuck in an escalation trap. He's war gamed a war with Iran for 20 years, and he's kind of described what Iran would do. That Iran would retaliate, striking the Gulf, close the Strait of Hormuz. An air campaign can't lead to regime change. You know, he's been talking about this for 20 years. And he said, Mario, everything points to an imminent ground operation in Iran. So he's a lot more pessimistic than I am. And I hope he's wrong, but, you know, he's someone smarter than I am as well. But I'm just fascinated by the example you've given. In February 2026, going underground interview with host reporter Afshin Ratansi, which is the reporter you were trying to remember. Ari
Correct.
Ben Menashi, speaking passionately, stuttering at points, linked Epstein blackmail to Trump being held back from ending the genocide in Gaza. He said he doesn't think Trump wants to continue it and expressed hope Trump would, quote, have the interest of the U.S. in the Middle East at heart and do the right thing, which is essentially overcoming the Epstein material, coming out with it. And he's made these statements in other interviews as well. So that's now I've always avoided the whole theory that Mossad had dirt on Trump, but holy shit, they've surprised me in their capabilities before, Ray. I've spoken to people in the government, and more than one person. I've spoken to multiple people. I've always asked them, like, are you worried about Mossad? Some people have said it on publicly on different shows, and they've always said, Mario, we are. Like for us, we know Mossad is listening and we don't try to stop it. And these are people that should have protection and security of the Secret Service. So when people like that say this to me, and you worked in the CIA, so again, you know Mossad a lot more than I do, I should not underestimate their capabilities.
Well, that's the case. And that's why I sort of inductively say, if Afsin Ratanzi, who's an excellent reporter, and Ben Menashi say these things, there's a reason. There's no reason at all why Ben Menashi would say these things if he didn't really believe them. I think he cares. I think he's a human being. He's at the end of his life like I am, and just wants to sort of contribute to a lessening of the genocide that's going on and now the war. Now, the factor we haven't really considered is Russian and Chinese support for Iran. That's the real important factor here. Lavrov, the foreign minister, was in Beijing the last couple of days. His presser yesterday, it's about 15 pages. I read it this morning. You wouldn't believe how close the Russians and the Chinese are on this issue. They're not going to let Iran be defeated. So maybe that's something that sensible U.S. policymakers, if there are any left, could use with Netanyahu. Look, you know, the whole thing is stacked against you. The Russians and the Chinese have this capability. They're willing to use it with military weapons as well. So you ought to see some desist. But I don't have a good opinion of Netanyahu's stability. I think it's very much like Trump's own. And so I fear the worst and I hope for the best, but hopes have been dissipated over the last couple of times when they got together. This time, I think if they do get together again, as it's still trying to get, well, maybe Vance will not have to call Netanyahu several times. Isn't it interesting that Vance, as soon as he was finished with talking with the Iranian foreign minister, said, well, I called Netanyahu right away. And then Netanyahu 2 days ago said, as you probably remember, yeah, well, he called me. The Americans, they call me, give me a report every day. Well, hello, you know. I mean, it's as though he's rubbing.
Doesn't he have to call him because Israel has war with Hezbollah, and if Iran's requesting ceasefire with Hezbollah, JD Vance might be another way of looking at JD Vance, because there was a report a few weeks ago, JD Vance yelling at Netanyahu. So how do we know JD Vance didn't call Netanyahu saying, "Look, man, I need you to stop bombing Hezbollah. I need a deadline. Speak to Katz. Give me a deadline. I'm not gonna let you sabotage this. Give me a deadline now." So the call could be also very aggressive on JD Vance's side, side, Based on the report we saw 2-3 weeks ago, if you remember, New York Times or whatever said J.D. Vance was yelling at Netanyahu.
Yeah, again, they're talking to the New York Times reporters after the fact. That's a fair point, what you make. It's just that, if you're going to believe anyone, I would give favor to the Iranians. And when the Iranian foreign minister says, oh, damn it, we were making progress. We were, again, like the Omani foreign minister said a couple of weeks ago, we're just there. And all of a sudden, boom, no nuclear weapon. That's a red herring. Because you and I know the history of no nuclear weapon. And the guy who said there's a fatwa against this, they kill him, right? And whether his son is going to say the same thing is debatable, but I think he probably will. It's not about a nuclear weapon. It's about regime change. That's what the Israelis want. That's what Trump disavows wanting anymore. But Netanyahu, I think, is in the cockpit here. And that's what makes me very fearful that this thing, the Lebanese ceasefire, is also not going to last very long.
How long do you think that Israel will have that impunity in the region? I think this is the last administration where Israel will have the support or the unwavering support from the US. I think this is the end of it. Do you agree or not? Or not yet? Too early, too optimistic.
I've been wrong in predictions. I agree with you. I think the cards are stacked that way, but my God, the influence of the Israeli lobby, the media in our country, I can't be sure that's going to happen. I like to think that finally the Israelis have met their match, and they started it, and we jumped in, as our Secretary of State made clear. The Israelis said they're going to attack, and Rubio said, well, we thought that Iran would retaliate against us as well, and so we had to come in there so that we wouldn't suffer so many losses as if we didn't come in. Well, hello, how clear can that be? And then Joe Kent saying there was no immediate or imminent threat. It was all about Israel and Israel's people on this side of the ocean. Never has it been clearer from a very high intelligence or policymaking official that Israel made this choice and that Joe Kent finally could not abide it, having done lots of combat on behalf of, Israel and U.S. interests in Iraq, Afghanistan, those kinds of places.
Yeah. So then, Ray, kind of to wrap up, where do you see this war heading in the next few months? Where do you stand on this?
Well, Mario, you're asking me to predict the unpredictable. With Trump in the mix, I don't know what's going to happen. I can tell you what I'm hopeful. The positive outcome would be what you describe as being good, the ceasefire in Lebanon. And maybe the American military will resist any order to send the 82nd Airborne or the Marines into Iran. I think there's reason to hope that they will resist that. As a matter of fact, you may not know this, but the former commander of CENTCOM, Mario, Voigt is his name. He came out 2 weeks ago, and it's not been in the press except that one time I saw him, and talking about illegal wars and armed forces people's duty not to obey
What's his name?
orders.
What's his
Voigt, Voght is his name. I don't know how to pronounce it right.
Okay.
But he was head of CENTCOM just about 8-10 years ago.
Joseph Votel, yeah?
Yeah, Votel, right. You got it.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if it's in your computer there, but he did say these things and was wholly corrupted, kind of held over from the media. But that kind of thing gets its way into the operational forces. And I think, this.
What did he say? Sorry, Ray. What did he say?
As memory serves here, he said that there are such things as illegal wars, unapproved wars, unconstitutional wars, and there is such a thing, a
Yeah, you're
duty,
right.
actually.
In April 2020, he said officers have an obligation to refuse illegal orders, and if they can't comply, they should step aside, resign. He was criticizing
Whoa!
potential strikes on civilian infrastructure in Iran and warning military leaders not to carry out unlawful actions. He explicitly reinforced the refuse illegal orders principle very recently.
Yeah, now
Interesting.
April, what was that?
Let me ask when April, because I'm just thinking whether that's after Trump's comments on Truth Social. That's what I'm checking.
Yeah, but before the war.
April 10th. Yeah, that was
April 10th,
that was
after the
April
war
10th.
started, yeah. So, yeah, you don't know how
April
relieved
10th.
I am.
No, Ray, that was 6 days ago. Ray, that was 6 days ago. That was 6 days ago. Was literally right after the ceasefire, I guess, after
Yeah.
Trump's comments.
So old as I am, I'm not imagining things. Now, the teaching point here, I was with several very, very reputable and wise people over the weekend. We had a workshop in Columbus, Ohio. Not one of them had heard that. You had not heard it. What does that say? What does that say about our media? That was, where did you find that? Do you have that still?
Let me see who I just checked it on Grok, but let me see what the source is.
Yeah. See, I'm not adept enough to find these things right away. I'm glad you are, but and that gives me hope that in the ranks.
Spy Talk on Substack. Spy Talk article by Michael Isikoff, published April 10th.
Okay.
They might have spoken before April 10th, but that was published April 10th.
Okay.
So it was like a small Substack. It wasn't. I'm guessing it wasn't covered extensively because otherwise I would have found it. We covered pretty much every piece of news. I've never read that, so it's really fascinating.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So again, that's a reason to hope that the professional military are not slaves to illegal orders and unconstitutional war.
Ray, always a pleasure, sir, to have you. Thank you so much for giving us your time. It's been a pleasure talking to you throughout this war.
Most welcome. Good luck.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you. All right, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the conversation with Ray and the marathon with the various guests that we've had for the last 5.5 hours, almost 6 hours that we've been on the show. If you just joined, you should go back and check the interview, especially starting off with Robert Pape and Professor Pape and Colonel McGregor, because they were warning about. So Professor Pape was talking about an imminent invasion. He talks about the escalation trap. You should go back and listen to it. The first hour of this marathon show, incredible conversation, and he's someone that's been accurate in all his predictions, or most, if not all, his predictions on what's going to happen now in the Iran war. He's advised various administrations over the years. So he's someone that many respect and listen to. And he shocked me by saying he expects an invasion imminently because the US is falling into what he calls, and he's been talking about for a while, an escalation trap. And that's the only way for Trump to be able to get a victory from a legacy perspective. Then I had a discussion with Colonel McGregor afterwards, and he talks about he expects strikes starting on Monday, a few days, about 5 days worth of strikes by the US. And I think his position is that this is a way to get Iran to concede. Then I had Pepe Escobar, who's got very similar concerns, and he started talking about the role of China in all this and how big of a role they'll play in all the negotiations and what happens next. I think that's one country that people are not paying enough attention to. They've been, they prefer it that way as well. So Pepe Escobar knows the Chinese Communist Party very well. The CCP has been to China, and he's given us an insight into this, an insight into Iran and their mindset there. Then we spoke to Dr. Suzanne Maloney, who's been very critical of the war, and she's a bit more optimistic, like I am, on the war really having come to an end. Matthew Ho, me and Matthew, and then I spoke to Jonathan Conricus, and we discussed what's happening in in Lebanon, in South Lebanon and Israel. Now, there's a ceasefire that takes effect in 24 minutes in Lebanon. So anyone that's listening is in Lebanon, congratulations. It's a 10-day ceasefire. Hopefully it holds. I don't know the solution to the Hezbollah problem, but fingers crossed. Fingers crossed that the ceasefire holds in Lebanon. Then we had a discussion with Colonel Daniel Davis, a regular on the show, and he's a bit more on the optimistic side, but also worried. He shares a lot of the worries, especially those of Colonel McGregor. He doesn't expect an invasion, like a ground operation like Pepe Escobar, like Robert Pape, because he thinks from a military perspective, it will not achieve any objectives. It will be a catastrophe. And then we had Ray McGovern, who you've just listened to, and he mainly focused on Israel's role in all this and what influence they may have over Trump. So that was a discussion today. We had 8 guests on the show. I hope you enjoyed it. I'll continue doing what I do in covering both sides, having discussions with both sides. I recommend for anyone listening that all the discussions are worth it. The two highlights for me were the initial discussion with Professor Pape. I haven't spoken to him in a while. And in the middle somewhere, I had a pretty heated debate with Jonathan Conricus, a regular on the show, about what's happening in South Lebanon. So we'll see you again tomorrow. I hope you enjoy the coverage that we do on a daily basis, and we'll continue to do as well. Enjoy, and thank you guys. Bye-bye.